Good morning. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin.
Okay, hello everybody, welcome. My name is Vivian Schiller. I am Executive Director of Aspen Digital. We're a program of the Aspen Institute, and we are so incredibly thrilled to welcome you to the annual Aspen Cyber Summit. It's the first time we've been back in person in 3 years, and just a few things have happened in those 3 years in the world of cyber. They certainly have not gotten easier. They are more complex, more real, and certainly more urgent. But luckily, we have an incredible agenda and a lineup of speakers to reveal all to you today. So I want to welcome our online audiences who are watching live from around the world. And I especially want to welcome those of you who have joined us here at the iconic 92nd Street Y in New York. We are so proud to welcome their supporters in the room, their members, and people from various organizations that we've gotten to know and work with over the years, including, just to name a few, Unfinished Network, All Tech is Human, Latinas in Tech, and so many other amazing communities. I also want to thank our presenting sponsor, Forescout, and our media presenting sponsor, The Record by Recorded Future, our gold sponsors, Paladin Capital Group and PwC, and our silver sponsors, McKinsey and Broadcom. At Aspen and at Aspen Digital, we are expanding and growing our cybersecurity programming significantly. And in order to meet the moment, I am really pleased to welcome both here by my side, but also to the Aspen Institute family, Jeff Green, who has recently joined us from the White House and with just a stellar background in all areas of cybersecurity. He is coming in to lead and continue to build our work in this area. So I'm going to turn it over to Jeff, who also has an announcement about one of our latest initiatives.
Thanks, Vivian. As Vivian said, it is an exciting time for the Aspen Cyber Program. Our US group is now 5 years old, and in that time, we've published work on a wide range of issues, from workforce development to operational collaboration to maintaining our country's edge in innovation. And in the coming months, you can expect to see more work out of that group. In particular, we have 2 projects underway, one looking at private sector support to Ukraine, both in the lead up and as that war started, and also on the role of the Chief Information Security Officer. But as that work shows, cyber is truly global. It's a cliche, but it is true. And in recognition of that, I am really thrilled to announce today the formation of a major new initiative of the Aspen Cyber Program, our Aspen Global Cyber Group. We held our first meeting last week in Prague with a group of experts from around the world. We have 3 distinguished co-chairs leading this effort. Marina Kaljurand, currently a member of the European Parliament from Estonia, formerly Estonian Foreign Minister. David Koh, who is the Commissioner of Cybersecurity and the Chief Executive of the Cybersecurity Agency of Singapore. And finally, Corey Thomas, who is the CEO and Chair of the Board of Directors of Rapid7. Our charge to the group was pretty simple: give us some practical, implementable solutions to the most urgent cyber issues that face us today. In the coming weeks and months, we'll be sharing more details about what that work is doing, what that group is doing, but we're really thrilled to have that together. But now turning to today's event, whether it's ransomware or Ukraine or workforce or resilience, I like to say the last 18 months have been a very interesting decade in cybersecurity. So we're really excited to have the opportunity to dig deep on these issues and more. So let me bring to the stage for our first discussion today. We have from the Department of Homeland Security, the Undersecretary for Policy, Rob Silvers, and from the Wall Street Journal, Aruna Vishnawatha. Folks? Sorry.
It's okay. It's great to be with you all today, and it's great to have Undersecretary Silvers with us. We have a lot to talk about, but I thought we would start with something that's on a lot of people's minds, the midterm elections. After several years of major disruptions, foreign disinformation campaigns, cyber attacks, physical attacks, it almost seemed like last week's elections was something of a return to normal, whatever that means. Wanted to get your take on what the day looked like for you. Did you expect it to be like that? How did it look for you?
Well, thanks, Aruna. Thanks to Aspen for having us. And I just want to say on a personal note, it's very nice to be back at the 92nd Street Y. I actually took art and music classes here as a toddler and have been back many times since, and great to be here with you today. Americans can and should have confidence in the security and integrity of our elections, including the midterm elections that recently happened. We had worked extensively with state and local jurisdictions that administer elections to ensure they had what they needed in the lead up to the elections. And on election day, we had a 24/7 ops center going to make sure we were on top of everything. We have no evidence that there was any activity that changed or deleted votes or interfered with critical election infrastructure. There were no specific or credible threats to election infrastructure on election day. Right now, votes continue to be canvassed and tabulated in various jurisdictions. In some jurisdictions, that takes longer than others based on what local state laws are, and that's how it's supposed to work, and that's actually why Americans can have confidence that the process is working as it is. And so between the terrific work of election administrators around the country and what CISA at our department did to help support them, we can and should have confidence in the integrity of the elections.
Before the elections, we did see some tech companies and the FBI talk about how there were some foreign disinformation campaigns that they had identified and took down. How worried were you about some of those things?
We're concerned about foreign malign influence campaigns when countries like China or Iran or Russia try to insert themselves into our democratic processes. That's something that we're going to be very vigilant to from a national security perspective. And CISA did put out its website called Rumor Control to ensure that Americans could get facts about election security. And again, now over a week after Election Day, we have confidence that we saw no evidence, of foul play that changed or deleted votes, and no specific or credible threats to the actual election infrastructure.
Right. So to take a step back a little bit on cybersecurity more broadly, we've heard for a few years now that one of the largest concerns has been the potential for attacks on U.S. critical infrastructure from Russia, China, North Korea, Iran. Now that you've been on the job a while, how do you rank your concerns, and sort of where are we at in terms of trying to address those?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look at what the last 2 years or so have brought, it has really been unbelievable in terms of the threat landscape and how dynamic it is. Almost exactly 2 years ago, you had the SolarWinds supply chain attack come. You had the Microsoft Exchange hack shortly thereafter, and then Colonial Pipeline was taken out, disrupting gasoline supply to the Mid-Atlantic region. And then just as network defenders, after a busy year, were hoping to get some rest for the holidays, the Log4j software vulnerability, the most serious vulnerability ever discovered, came to light around the holiday season last year. And then, of course, escalating tensions around Ukraine and all the cyber risks coming with that. And so it's a very dynamic threat landscape. We continue to be concerned about China and their capability, Russia and its capability, and many others. And then, of course, the criminal actors, ransomware continues to happen at unacceptable levels. So between criminals and nation states, the threats are real. The good news is there are a lot of steps that companies and other organizations can take that are effective in protecting themselves, in building resilience. Defense matters, resilience matters in this space, and so our mission is to help enable those companies to harden up.
Some of those examples you just mentioned are all more than a year old, and to some extent we haven't had huge attacks like those in the past year. Should we read anything into that? Do you see that as sort of a positive trend line?
I wouldn't get too complacent. I think we see enough attempted intrusions and successful intrusions every day that we're not letting our guard down even a little bit. We saw ransomware hit a major healthcare system recently here in the United States, and so no, I don't read too much into any kind of pause. I don't really see a pause in that respect. I do see incredible efforts to build resilience and network defense. I think that companies, I think that industry are making a lot of progress there, but I think they need a lot of support from the government, and it is our mission to provide that to them in the form of developing and sharing best practices, in the form of sharing threat intelligence really, really quickly, declassifying information really, really quickly. So for example, when Russia started massing tanks on the Ukrainian border around this time last year, we went into an all-out push with our other agency partners in the federal government to declassify as much Russia-related threat information as possible and push it out to industry so that network defenders could use it to protect their systems. And so we are really going all out. We're not letting down at all.
Do you think that declassification effort specifically thwarted attacks that would have otherwise happened in terms of cyber attacks?
Well, I do think that there is a lot of evidence that good preparedness can be effective against Russian cyber attacks. I think Ukraine is actually a really strong example of that. The Ukrainian government has gotten a lot of support from the US government and other partner governments on the cybersecurity side. They've also been working really closely with Western technology and cybersecurity firms, and they have withstood a lot of Russian cyber attacks better than people expected they would. Now, obviously, it's not perfect defense. Some has gotten through, but they've also cut off at the pass some serious attempted intrusions and disruptive attacks in a way that I don't think the community would have predicted that they would have been able to do. And I think that's just really powerful, a really powerful lesson for all of us, again, that defense matters. How much you invest, how much you focus on it counts and will count in the crisis.
And you think Ukraine's ability to defend some of those is a direct result of the US sort of declassifying and sharing very quickly intelligence?
I think the combination of intelligence sharing, private sector companies from the United States and elsewhere helping them to detect malware that may have been deployed and actual potential live intrusions that may have been set to execute. Yeah, I think all that has provably been effective for Ukraine.
On ransomware, the Treasury Department put out some numbers last week that showed more than $1 billion in ransomware payments last year, and that was up more than double from the year prior. That suggests a pretty alarming trend, but then we also hear from industry executives that companies are getting better at having data backups and having a stronger ability to resist paying ransom. Where does that trend line look like to you from where you sit?
Ransomware, look, we just had, as I mentioned, a major ransomware attack on a hospital system, and so we're not, it's at unacceptable levels. So what we're doing is a multi-pronged approach. One, we are helping companies with their resilience. both in terms of withstanding the attack at all or being resilient by having backups that they can resort to and rebuild their infrastructure without having to pay the ransom. Two, we're actually going after the ransomware syndicates through increased law enforcement activity, and then also by going after their money. So we have sanctioned, as an administration, we have sanctioned cryptocurrency exchanges that don't have the kinds of controls that are needed and that are used by ransomware actors. We have seized cryptocurrency wallets that are used to process the proceeds from ransomware attacks. And so we're taking this on from all angles, and actually just about 2 weeks ago, 36 countries convened at the White House for our administration's counter-ransomware initiative. So we're doing this together with industry partners and also with international partners in this fight.
You mentioned cryptocurrency. I wanted to get your take on, we've obviously everyone's seen the implosion of FTX this week and the devaluing of some cryptocurrency. What is your take on how all of that turmoil impacts the fight against ransomware? Does it make it potentially harder for criminals to access ransomware payments? Does it have any impact at all? They may not have been using FTX, but...
At this point, I don't have a specific impact. It's too soon to tell, at least from anything I've seen, of whether there's been an impact on ransomware from what's happened at FTX. But I will say that with respect to cryptocurrency, look, there needs to be an architecture of security and integrity around the digital asset ecosystem. There need to be rules in the way that we have rules around other financial services to ensure integrity. And it's just, I see it all the time, not just in cybersecurity, but we have a variety of law enforcement missions at the Homeland Security Department, and practically any kind of criminal act or harmful act that you can imagine these days is being enabled by cryptocurrency. So it's really important that we have, from the regulatory side, that we have the right attention on it. And then also from the law enforcement side, we are investing hugely in our capabilities to trace cryptocurrency transactions, to try to do blockchain analysis, and to try to get back, trace it back to the bad guys or to seize the funds.
So you have talked a lot about trying to improve the federal government's relationship with the private sector to better combat ransomware and other cyber threats. This is something the FBI and even the State Department have been talking a lot about. Can you describe sort of what was that relationship like a year ago, and what would you like to see it look like a year from now?
Yeah, look, our strategy with respect to working with industry is to move past sort of one-off meetings with companies and declarations of partnership, but then everybody going back and doing their own thing, and really getting into a mode of real-time operational collaboration. I don't think we just need to lower barriers for work between the government and the private sector on cyber. We actually need to dissolve barriers. And the threat landscape is so sophisticated and worrisome that I don't think we need just sort of incremental changes. That's not how we're thinking about it and our work. We are making transformational changes to how we do business to work with industry, and I'll give you a couple examples. Pre-incident, before incidents happen, and then during incidents, we've set up the Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative at our Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, where companies, 30 or so of the biggest tech and cybersecurity companies, are with CISA and other US government agencies. It's all housed at CISA, and they are on Slack channels in real time, exchanging information about what they're seeing. Hey, I'm seeing this on my infrastructure. Are any of you seeing anything like this? Oh, these mitigations are working for me. You should try them. All in real time, informal. And what we can do is that helps all the companies that are part of it, and then we can extract the best lessons, the things that we're learning from it, and we can push it out to the broader community of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of companies.
And you're seeing a lot of
uptick
with the use of those channels.
Yeah, so in I mentioned the Log4j vulnerability. it was really, really effective. It actually all came together. That was sort of just a few months after we stood up the JCDC. And it was a really amazing proof of concept that led to CISA being able to put out authoritative guidance that was incredibly valuable to the entire information security community. After incidents occur, we've established something called the Cyber Safety Review Board,
right.
Which we stood up earlier this year. It's true public-private. It's half the members are all the federal leads for cybersecurity. I'm really pleased to serve as the chair of the board. Half the members are private sector luminaries in cybersecurity, and our charge is to review the very biggest cybersecurity incidents and do an authoritative fact-finding on what happened, and then lessons learned for the community. It's not about accountability, it's not about fines or regulations, it's just looking forward, how can we all do better? We did our first review this summer on Log4j. It landed really well with the community. We talked with over 80 companies that share data and information with us, and we're going to be announcing our second review actually pretty soon.
I assume you don't want to make any news today on that?
Stay tuned.
What did you learn from sort of doing that first review that will shape how you approach the next one?
Yeah, I think a couple things. One is the appetite in the community for these kinds of reviews is really strong. When companies have been hit by a cyber attack, this was missing from the ecosystem. No one was doing a deep dive to find out what happened for the benefit of the whole community. You had the companies doing their own internal investigation often, but that was for their own purposes. Sometimes you had a law enforcement or a regulatory investigation, but that was narrow and for its own purpose. This is to just get the lessons learned out on an after-action basis. So that's going to be really good. The other thing, when we did the first review, the board was new. There was an element of building the plane as we were flying it. We did that successfully. We've now built up significant permanent staff. We have procedures in place, and so I think we're really going to be able to hit the ground running in a collaborative way with companies who share the information in with us.
And you expect to be reviewing another cyber attack, or do you think you might broaden out to other types of incidents, tracing a disinformation campaign or anything like that?
I think cybersecurity is in the wheelhouse for right now of what we're looking at. That's really the charge that came to the president, who directed us to stand the board up in his executive order last year.
Right. And on the disinformation front, we've seen a lot of criticism from both the left and the right of social media companies for either promoting disinformation or throttling accurate information in hopes of trying to suppress disinformation. You mentioned the rumor control website. DHS had to shut down the Disinformation Governance Board earlier this year over First Amendment concerns about that. What do you see DHS's role at this point in the information ecosystem and trying to get at the problem of disinformation?
Look, where disinformation poses a tangible and core threat to security, we have a role to play. So when it's within our mission space. So I'll give you an example. After natural disasters, you have all kinds of scams where people try to defraud survivors of disasters by how they can get relief benefits, where they can get water or supplies. And FEMA's mission, FEMA being part of DHS, is to take care of survivors. And if we're seeing disinformation out there about what survivors can do and what kind of benefits they can get, we're gonna dispel that. Same with our southern border, our mission of protecting the border. If human trafficking gangs are claiming that they, for a price, can take people up and ensure that they get in safely into the United States, we're gonna dispel that disinformation. I think we would really be stepping aside from our mission if we didn't. So we're not the arbiter of truth. We don't tackle disinformation of any sort or kind. It's where it really has a tangible tie to a core homeland security interest and always subject to very strict civil liberties, civil rights, and privacy protections.
So at this point, you view it as mainly trying to dispel misinformation about DHS's core responsibilities and that's sort of the mission.
Correct. It's subject to very strict safeguards.
Switching gears, you had mentioned at your confirmation hearing that one of the things that you would be focused on in your role is looking to the future and looking to competition with China and how to approach that. You've now been on the job a year and a half. What is your assessment of your role, DHS's role in sort of planning for that?
Sure. So we have a number of roles actually that are relevant to China and threats coming out of China. So just clearly on the cybersecurity front, helping network defenders around the country repel Chinese state-sponsored cyber attacks, which can be done for espionage purposes, can be done to steal intellectual property, can be done to steal mass troves of Americans' personal data. We also have a core interest in protecting American technology and critical infrastructure from falling into the control of the PRC government, of the government of the People's Republic of China. So we're a member of the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States that reviews all inbound investment for national security concerns, and we take that really seriously. We also are at the front lines of the mission of making sure that we're not importing into this country goods that are made with forced labor in Xinjiang province, which is really a scourge and a human rights violation of really historic proportions, targeting the Uyghur minority there. And that's through our customs function at the ports. And so
that's become a big part of your portfolio.
That's become a significant part of my portfolio. Another hat I wear is as chair of the Federal Forced Labor Enforcement Task Force. And we take that mission really seriously too. And so, look, the relationship with China, the competition with China is incredibly multifaceted. There's a lot of really pernicious threats to our way of life and our security that come from the vision and the direction of that the Chinese government is pushing that country, and DHS is at its post protecting the American people from that.
I think we have a few minutes left, and I think we have some mics set up if we have any audience questions. I can't quite see, but is there anyone that wants to ask a question, or we can continue?
I'll ask a quick question. Thank you for your comments. The word that stood out for me. Thank you for your comments. The word that stood out for me in your comments was very worrisome. Did you want to expand on that in terms of how those of us in this room and watching the event and people in the country in general, what level of concern should we be applying to the threats on cybersecurity?
The highest level of concern that you can muster is the short answer. Look, with ransomware, for example, I mean that can bring a company to its knees operationally in an instant and really pose an existential crisis. Colonial Pipeline being really just an extreme but real-world example of the impacts. And so, listen, we are absolutely meeting with CEOs, meeting with boards, and telling them this is no longer just an issue for the IT team. This is a core business issue, a business risk issue, and it's one that you need to take deadly seriously. And I think we've seen that message registered and heard when you see these surveys of sort of top boardroom concerns. Cyber is virtually always right up there, and that's really good. But there needs to be more investment. There needs to be more focus on it. The CISOs, Chief Information Security Officers, are really they're really stretched thin. They're often under-resourced. They're burning the candle from both ends between trying to build and sustain their information security programs, and then also just being called upon in the middle of the night to respond to incidents, and they need the support of their leadership. So when I meet with leadership teams from companies, what I always tell them is, they ask, well, what can I do? I say, create an open environment for your CISO to tell you what he or she needs.
How receptive have the boards that you've interacted with been to that message?
I think they're receptive. I think they want. I think board directors and CEOs want to do the right thing. I think sometimes it's hard for them. They view it as a technical issue sometimes, and they're not sure. They're not aware of what they can actually do as non-technical, non-expert people in the field. But the point is, you hire the experts and you enable and empower and resource them.
We have some others up here.
Yes, hi. Can't hear anything. Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Yes, hi. Snežana Angelkovic from Eagle Project. I have a question. It's great that we lessons learned, but it's always after. And it's like we're running after the attacks, which is what the best we can do, and it's great, everything that you're doing. So I was wondering, would you consider for the energy industry and the critical infrastructure of the United States, would you consider a dedicated wireless network just for that industry, because it's open to attacks and it's of national security issue? And what would it take, in your opinion, to make that happen?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I have to think about the dedicated wireless network idea. I need to think about that. But I will say, not everything we're doing is about chasing the last incident. CISA just released about 2 or 3 weeks ago something called the Cybersecurity Performance Goals, which are a defined set of the highest impact security practices that any organization should be deploying to protect their networks, regardless of what industry they're in. And it's been really, really well received by industry. I think it's going to be very helpful in particular to smaller and medium-sized businesses that may not have the deeply resourced information security teams. It's also going to be really useful for reporting to boards and CEOs as a way to measure, hey, how are we doing, where are our gaps, and what do we need to do to improve? So a lot of what we're doing is on the proactive side, enabling companies to defend themselves. At the end of the day, companies are customers of ours, and we need to be really customer-centric in terms of what does industry need to protect themselves, because that protects the nation. And so we are looking to what they need and providing things like the cybersecurity performance goals.
Sorry, I think we're at time, so thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, Aruna. Thank you.
Please welcome to the Aspen Cyber Summit, An-Young Choi, Director of the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team at the Department of Justice, Megan Stiefel, Chief Strategy Officer at the Institute for Security and Technology, and Heather True, Counselor to the General Counsel for Virtual Assets at the U.S. Department of the Treasury. They're joined by Aspen Digital's Senior Director of Cybersecurity, Jeff Green.
Morning, everybody. Thanks again for being with us. So we're going to talk a little bit about cybercrime, ransomware, cryptocurrency, virtual currency. Obviously, cybercrime isn't new, neither is ransomware. But really, over the past couple years, summer of 2021, the intersection of virtual currency and ransomware was a prime public and internal to the government conversation. So today we're going to explore why that is, what the government and the private sector can do to address the illicit use of virtual currency. So let's get to it. I guess the first question, Megan, I'm going to pick on you first. Why are we talking about virtual currency? What's special? Is it really that bad? So, what brings us here to talk about it in a cybercrime event or cybersecurity event?
I feel like that, excuse me, until recently was the $3 trillion question. but now it's a little bit less than that. So before I totally respond to your question, first, thanks very much for including us. I'm delighted to be assigned to 3 former government folks, and I do just want to highlight, the importance of civil society participating in this dialogue, and particularly, we're pleased to be here as co-chairs, or excuse me, as a co-chair of the ransomware task force, which we convened, which we'll get into in a minute. But no, so we are not here really to talk about what happened most recently, I don't think. We know, for example, that while the market cap of cryptocurrencies or virtual currencies is somewhere around 900 billion, that's actually really only 2% of the kind of equity market cap in this space, which is somewhere 41 trillion. But we're here to focus on cryptocurrencies in large part in light of their decentralized nature and the challenges that poses to work on and secure public safety and public policy, and the role that these existing tools that we use to advance those initiatives by government and private sector entities is complicated as a result of this pseudonymous approach to cryptocurrencies. We know, for example, that there was a report from Chainalysis earlier this year that illicit addresses received 14 billion over 2021. That's double what it was in 2020. But overall, the volume of transactions in cryptocurrencies was about 15 trillion last year, which means, if you do the math, which I'm not always good at, that illicit addresses received less than 1% of the transaction volume. So why are we talking about cryptocurrencies? We're talking about them because they're the currency of choice for ransomware actors in particular, but a large number of other criminal actors. Ransomware attacks, 98% of them demand payment in cryptocurrencies. And as you just noted, as we transitioned to work from home, as the pandemic evolved, the number of attacks, ransomware attacks in particular on critical infrastructure, grew increasingly, exponentially. And the scale and scope of this trend brought a number of us together to form the ransomware task force. One of our key recommendations was that we need to disrupt the business model of ransomware. And one of the key ways that we identified to do so was to strengthen and further apply the use of KYC and AML measures by governments. That there
Know your customer, anti-money laundering.
That there needed to be harmonization globally, and that the United States needed to lead an effort to advance this, among other recommendations that we made. So I think there was reference in the panel just a minute ago about the report that came out earlier this month that Treasury reported in the first half of 2021 that $1 billion likely was paid in ransom payments. So this obviously suggests that there is a real problem around cryptocurrency, which is, I think, why we're here this morning.
So, Eunyoung, can you tell us a little bit about your new unit and maybe riff off of what Megan said about why you're there, and then by extension, why you're here?
Sure. I mean, I think that I agree with everything that Megan was saying with regard to the need to look at this issue more comprehensively. From our perspective, the department, I mean, we are open on 100 plus ransomware variants. Early, as you know, about a year plus ago in April, the DAG issued a memorandum that created the Ransomware and Digital Extortion Task Force, and from there we started to look and see sort of ways in which we could apply our existing authorities to ransomware in a more aggressive, more forward-leaning way. One of the outcomes of that was obviously the seizure in Colonial Pipeline, and we were looking sort of holistically at our cyber and cryptocurrency practices, and really realizing that cryptocurrency in particular is very multidisciplinary in a way that it wasn't at the advent of cryptocurrency. Early days crypto, the criminal activity was really about darknet markets. Now we see it in every single type of investigation, including obviously ransomware and cybercrime. And so the idea behind standing up the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team was to bring subject matter experts from across the department to be a one-stop shop for all things crypto. We do a variety of things, including investigating and supporting investigations on cutting-edge digital asset technology use. We have a particular focus on mixers, tumblers, exchanges, and platforms that facilitate a wide variety of cyber criminal and criminal activity writ large, including ransomware. The idea here is if you can sort of take out those centers that facilitate this type of activity, you can have multiplier effects upon a wide variety of criminal schemes. In addition, we have policy experts. We're trying to think of ways to ensure that our authorities are going to meet the needs of new use cases, including coming out of the President Biden's executive order, some legislative proposals, and to ensure that we are best positioned to deal with these threats. And we're doing a lot of capacity building that's both within the department, including standing up a network of 150 dedicated digital asset prosecutors, a digital asset coordinator network throughout the department in all of the offices to make sure that when it comes up in any particular investigation, you know who to go to that you know to best ensure the use of tools and investigative techniques, along with international partners as well as interacting with the private sector. So it's a lot of different things that we're sort of focused on, but the way that I like to say it is most of the major cases in the last 10 years that the department has brought in the cryptocurrency space, if the prosecutor or the investigator is still there, they're on our team. And so we really enjoy having an opportunity to work collaboratively in a center of excellence in that regard.
And you're all crime, not just cybercrime.
That's right. We have experts that are cybercrime prosecutors. Myself, my main background is cybercrime prosecution as well as white collar work. We have people that are money laundering experts because obviously our view is Bank Secrecy Act, anti-money laundering, and know your customer issues are very top of mind for the reasons that Megan articulated. And we have folks that we're dealing with across the spectrum. So we liaise a lot with folks that are dealing with fraud issues, or dealing with national security issues. We have a really broad network of folks that are working on these issues collaboratively.
So Heather, Treasury sits in a little different place. You are the legal and illegal uses, so I suspect there's a little more balancing in terms of how you approach the intersection of virtual currency and crime and cybercrime general. I don't know if you could talk a little bit about how Treasury approaches its many missions in this area.
Certainly. Thank you for having me, and it's a delight to be with my colleagues here. So I think Treasury, as you noted, EYC was talking about a lot of the law enforcement elements to the sort of combating crime and the misuse of virtual assets. But I think Treasury's authorities and responsibilities are sort of a little bit different. Not to we've got a very important role in terms of the work that IRS-CI does in sort of the law enforcement realm, but the authorities and the responsibilities that are often thought about with respect to Treasury and what we do are sort of as a specialty regulator in the anti-money laundering, Bank Secrecy Act realm. FinCEN, our Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, sort of serves that role. They promulgate regulations, they promulgate guidance. I would be remiss if I didn't put in a plug for their 2019 guidance about how some of the BSA and anti-money laundering regulations and sort of registration obligations apply in sort of the digital assets ecosystem. And also, obviously, Treasury administers sanctions. Our OFAC, Office of Foreign Assets Control, administers over 35 programs, both sort of jurisdictionally based, like our North Korea program, and also sort of activity and behavioral designations, such as our malicious cyber-enabled activities program, which has obviously been very active. So, Treasury's position, of course, is that we're an important player in the whole of government response to ransomware attacks, and we want to make sure that digital actors in the ecosystem are all behaving responsibly, engaging with their customers, having risk-based approaches to BSA and sanctions compliance as programs, to make sure that we're not facilitating either malign actors or those who provide material support or otherwise facilitate those malign actors.
EYC, you mentioned Colonial Pipeline as some of the activity you all did after that. I'm wondering if, Heather, if you and EYC can talk about some of the things the government has done in the past 18 months, 2 years, new approaches, new efforts. You mentioned, what OFAC or other, if you can give some examples of the work that has gone on.
Want to go first, or?
Sure. So I think another very critical role, and maybe was also highlighted in the report that Treasury just issued earlier this year, is sort of Treasury's important role in terms of information sharing. Treasury gets a good amount of information, specifically, regulated financial institutions, MSBs, money transmitters, which can include
MSBs.
Money service businesses, sorry. They all, and money transmitters are a form of money service business, and money service businesses are considered financial institutions for purposes of the Bank Secrecy Act. So sorry about the technical piece here. But under the Bank Secrecy Act, regulated financial institutions, which can include these crypto exchanges and other mixers and sort of...
Can you explain what a mixer is in case folks don't know?
Certainly. So there are some businesses that operate in the digital ecosystem that are sort of designed to break the chain of causality or to sort of anonymize transactions. So you can't just trace on the public blockchain somebody receiving cryptocurrency to somebody sort of sending cryptocurrency outside. There are services that specifically are designed to sort of take your cryptocurrency, maybe put it in a pool with other people's, and then sort of the crypto that is taken out at the end is not necessarily directly traceable in sort of the way that the blockchain works. So
launder it, if you will.
Launder it, yes. And for the record, Treasury is very much against money laundering.
That's she just broke news for any reporters.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, I think.
So I was just, under the Bank Secrecy Act, regulated financial institutions have obligations to have compliance programs, and they also have obligations to submit so-called suspicious activity reports, or SARs. And there are sort of rules and regulations governing what goes in a SAR, and FinCEN has some great guidance on their website, so again, plug for FinCEN and their website. But I think that with the SARs, that's a big source of data where players in the world, in the ecosystem, identify things that they think of as suspicious transactions. And so that information comes into FinCEN and it's made available to other operators in the United States government. FinCEN works very closely. One of their missions involves the support to law enforcement. So there are lots of ways in which that information can be sort of reviewed and used as part of the response to the ransomware epidemic.
UIC, maybe talk a little about what DOJ
Sure, and I
its
think
component pieces have done.
Our view is following the money trail through the blockchain is critical to all of our criminal investigations, especially in the context of ransomware and cybercrime. Over the past year or so, we've have success in the area of being able to trace the money back rapidly after a ransomware attack, in order to, in instances in which the victim companies have come forward in a fast manner, and allows us to sort of follow that trail very quickly. And so we've had about $40 million worth of seizures that represent payments made by victims put in a very terrible situation as a result of a ransomware attack. And they include situations involving Colonial Pipeline, as we mentioned, the group that was responsible for the Kaseya attack, as well as nation-state actors in the form of North Koreans who are now using ransomware as one of the means, we presume, to fund their weapons of mass destruction program and avoid the sanctions regime that's been put into place. So, that's one thing that we care deeply about. Why do we care about tracing the money? Well, first, all law enforcement is in this business because we want to make sure that we protect the American public and we make victims whole in as many instances as we can. And so we view that as a top priority. Second, it's key to disruption, especially in instances where the actors, such as North Koreans or Russian cyber criminals, for instance, are abroad, and we may not be able to get them in cuffs in the short run. And third, it's really key for actor attribution purposes, especially sort of marrying with the question of anti-money laundering. We still can't live our lives in crypto. You can't buy coffee in crypto, buy a house in crypto, really. And so criminal actors need to find ways to cash out. In instances where we have strong anti-money laundering regulations both here and abroad, we can use that as an investigative tool, because those fiat on-ramp, off-ramp places are ways in which we can actually get to have more information about the people that are really behind those transparent public ledger transactions. We know the transaction happened, but we don't necessarily know who's behind it unless we have those robust policies in place.
And the fiat on-ramp and off-ramp is converting to fiat or any dollar or pound,
correct,
euro currency.
And that's a very important point too, because even if there are players in the digital ecosystem that aren't regulated, currently in the role as a financial institution, very often other important roles are, when somebody purchases crypto in the first place with, fiat or regular currency, or when they attempt to cash out so they can buy the things that UIC was talking about. And FinCEN has some other important rules, such as the sort of so-called travel rule, where if you collect information about somebody, making a transaction, a suspicious transaction, or any transaction, that information has to travel with the money so that you can't break the chain of causality.
And that just, if we could broaden the aperture a little bit beyond ransomware to other types of cybercrime. I mean, the department also being able to use those the information from AML and KYC policies that were put into place. We had 2 very large, over $3 billion seizures now this year alone. One relating to a hack of an exchange, and the other one dealing with a darknet market attack. So, I mean, we're getting better at this. I think we've been working to build out our tool set in this regard, and so we're applying that not only to ransomware, but to the broader questions of cybercrime as well.
Megan, picking up on the DOJ, the government getting better, where you sit now at the ransomware task force, the visibility you have, I guess kind of multi-part question. Do you see the improvement, and is it working, or are we playing a game, a whack-a-mole? And secondly, what is the role of, whether it's RTF, any of the other private sector, how do you play a role in helping at the front end with victims and then with government?
Sure. So I think it's easy for people to be critical and say, oh, there have only been 4 or 5 or 2. But I think what we really need to think about instead is to recognize the success that this whole of government and whole of industry approach has led to in very short order. And it demonstrates what we can do when we collaborate. What we now need to do is to scale that capacity. So that both involves additional resources and additional attorneys. It involves additional folks within different departments and agencies within the government. But it also involves building and strengthening existing relationships between this lovely public-private partnership phrase that we all cling to. What I think would boost this, though, to help it work even better, in addition to additional resources, is thinking about some of the guidance that the industry is always seeking, is thinking about how do they report addresses, should they report addresses, do they hashes of different transactions, thinking about the role of due diligence that entities can play and giving greater clarity to that space, offering additional advice to exchanges and how they interact with mixers, and recognizing the risk that, helping them inform themselves about the risks that engaging with mixers presents. And we really need to think about what else could help, is thinking about, again, boosting this capacity globally to follow the FATF guidance, the Financial Action Task Force guidance, and apply KYC and AML requirements to exchanges and other entities engaging with cryptocurrencies and other virtual currencies. Overall, though, what we need to do is to ask ourselves if we are leveraging every possible opportunity to enrich the information environment. Are there gaps in the information sharing space? We were fortunate yesterday to publish this map of the cryptocurrency ecosystem that articulates, not by entity name, don't worry anyone, but entity type, who is involved in this space, to really help, we hope, facilitate a deeper inspection and reflection around whether or not there are gaps in this space, and then create opportunities to close those gaps, to really strengthen the information environment, because I think EYC just made a pretty clear argument for the more information the government and the private sector has, the more we're better able to combat these actors.
So where can we see the map?
It's on our website. Thanks for the plug. Yes, if you go to instituteforsecurityandtechnology.org, you'll find it. I think what's the role of the RTF, the Ransomware Task Force, is this group that we were fortunate to convene last year, brought together over 60 organizations, both public and private, international as well. We had 48 recommendations. Those involved both working on hygiene, so helping organizations better prepare themselves, but also looking at what measures the government can take. For example, some of the clarifications that I suggested, looking at whether and how we're able to share information around cryptocurrencies themselves, and whether that's within the scope of CISA 15, if you really want to get into it. But we're also really trying to help strengthen this public-private collaboration. Scale really, I think, is the name of the game at this point, and we have an opportunity here to get ahead of what will come after ransomware and build better relationships, better capabilities, re-examine incentives, one of our favorite topics, to see how we can meet this threat, because ransomware will hopefully die down, but it will evolve into something else, some new extortionware, and if we can work today, secure today, what is it, protect tomorrow, protect today, secure tomorrow, that old CISA phrase. We're really trying to highlight that from our vantage point in civil society.
So, EYC, there are a lot of different tools, well, Heather as well, that the government can bring to bear. But criminal investigations can take a long time to develop, to ideally get someone in cuffs, but we're dealing a lot of times with ransomware, with virtual currency, with individuals who are outside the US, maybe non-extradition countries, very unfriendly countries. When you are working together and balancing criminal investigative versus disruptive, there's a little bit of the disruptive terrorism aspect to it. Can you speak to what are the considerations when you have an opportunity to which way you're going to go? Do we disrupt now? Do we do a long-term investigation for more disruption? Have you had those debates internally? Like, how do you approach that?
Sure, I think the department's views are pretty clear on that. We had a comprehensive cyber review that came out of the Deputy Attorney General's office, which I worked on in my previous capacity at the department. Our view is all tools approach is the best way to deal with that. That's both within the department as well, and when we evaluate what authorities we want to use in order to try to disrupt the threat, as well as sort of in the whole of government approach. And there are a lot of things to balance. I think it is true that sometimes criminal investigations take some time because we have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt in front of a court that this person is in fact guilty, and also get cuffs on in instances in which they're abroad. But that being said, we have shown through things like the Colonial Pipeline attack and the seizure back, that happened within a month. Kaseya happened in a very short period of time. We were able to find things like decryptor keys as part of our ongoing criminal investigation to help victims in that and other ransomware situations as well. There have been instances in which, because we had ongoing investigations into these variants, we could detect TTPs and malicious activity and go, for instance, to a children's hospital and tell them, hey, we think you may be next on the list from this particular ransomware variant. There are instances of success that exist where we're looking at all of our tools, not just sort of the traditional approach of a criminal trial. And we work very closely with our Treasury counterparts. I know I'm missing a phone call right now, coordinating with my friends over at FinCEN to be on stage here today. If anyone thinks that we're not talking on a constant basis, not just on the enforcement side, when we're bringing joint enforcement actions or coordinated enforcement actions with our regulatory partners at Treasury, SEC, CFTC, but also when it comes to things like sanctions and other types of disruptive activity that Treasury can take. In my view, and I think generally Treasury would probably agree with this, Heather would probably agree with this, sometimes a Treasury tool will be more effective perhaps in the short run to send a message about this particular type of criminal activity, especially if there's a strong US nexus. In other instances, and I think as a general rule, it's best if we can go together and coordinate and jointly sequence our tools for maximum disruptive effect. There could be circumstances in which Treasury could take an action, and then we could look at reflections of how the criminal actors are working in response to that Treasury action to help build our criminal case and find opportunities to seize infrastructure or funds at the back end. And I think that's the type of model we really want to be working towards. We've been working very hard over the past year or so to get us to a more forward-leaning posture, and I think stay tuned to see more of that work to come.
Heather?
Oh, and I agree with everything that EYC said about the outstanding and always looking to improve our coordination. I think we do an excellent job, and we're always continuing to do more in that realm. But yes, the sanctions, we'd be remiss in not mentioning sanctions. They're critical action. They're administrative, and I think one way they have been referred to is sort of applying the financial death penalty to designated persons or in some cases jurisdictions. Once OFAC sort of puts an administrative record together to identify that somebody meets certain criteria in those over 35 programs, they can list this person on the SDN list. And not only can they list the person, they can list sort of associated identifiers, I think is OFAC's sort of term of art for it, but that can include, addresses, and it can also include things like wallets, virtual currency wallets, and there are like over 150, I think, now on the SDN list.
SDN?
Especially designated national. Once somebody has been designated, they are put on the specially designated national list.
And that's the financial death penalty you were talking about.
That's right. And so, everybody in the U.S., one of the things that's I always think is very remarkable, FinCEN has this important critical mission to sort of be a specialty AML, anti-money laundering, BSA regulator, and OFAC, which means that financial institutions have to pay attention to all these rules, but OFAC has a very critical mission of, putting people, once they've designated persons and sort of executed the president's foreign policy objectives and guidance here, it's the responsibility of everyone, U.S. persons, those subject to U.S. jurisdiction, to comply with OFAC sanctions. So it's not just financial institutions, it's everybody. And so I think, as EYC was saying, when Treasury takes an action and puts somebody on this list, which again, OFAC is super agile and very hardworking, and they've had just a real explosion of work. They think they've done over maybe 11 sort of digital asset related designations, and that not only hurts the person who is being put on the list, who, as you say, may not necessarily themselves be subject to U.S. jurisdiction, but it means they can't transact with anybody who's either a U.S. person or is subject to U.S.
Which would
jurisdiction.
be any U.S. bank, et cetera.
Exactly.
Yeah. Megan, before I go to the audience, I'm curious from the RTF, all the various life and job experiences you've had, do you have thoughts on, as you're balancing, how the government should balance the designation sanction, immediate impact, versus the time to investigate? The alleged Kaseya actor was, I believe, extradited and brought, versus other actions. Do you have thoughts on it, or is it really, it depends?
Well, I was a lawyer, so I'm going to go with the it depends answer. Sorry to disappoint everyone.
We have 4 lawyers up here, I think.
I think we do. Don't tell anyone. Too late. I do think it depends. I think as I was saying, I think what we need to really work towards is better scaling those it depends answers or analysis. It is, I think, not fair to be sort of plain about this, to say investigations take too long. There is tremendous amounts of information that can be gleaned through those investigations, but as EYC said a few minutes ago, it is incumbent and critical for victims to talk to law enforcement, and that is not a popular thing for most people to want to do because they are worried about the implications for that. But we can't make progress here. We can't prevent further victimization of the victim themselves or other victims if we as a society and enable the capabilities not only of the USG but of our partners and allies. So beyond that, I think we need to be the we need to continue to think about our role in the global community, and we need to leverage our ability to build capacity to recognize that this is not a threat only for today and not only for sort of Western countries, but it's really a threat globally. We put out a map over the summer that depicted a change from the map that we put out in our report last year, and you can see the flow of ransomware and the impact of ransomware expanding around the globe. And so that we also need to recognize and leverage our ability to build capacity to manage the ransomware risk, which will also help us then manage the cybersecurity risk at a global scale. So sanctions can be a critical tool in that toolbox as well. One of the things that we I think hopefully made a good case for in the Ransomware Task Force report was this idea of 10% solutions. This idea that we can really bring all of the tools to bear, and what we really, as I sort of said a few times now, is we need to think about how can we best move on that score quickly. And the role that the private sector plays is really essential, I think, to that space. I do look forward to seeing our government, but other governments really move expeditiously to go beyond the sort of public-private partnership and really think about integration, and doing so in a manner that we, per our cultural values and our democratic values, can be preserving of, which means that we're thinking about, as EYC said also, we're working to protect victims, we're working to bring justice, and we are doing so in a manner that protects civil liberties and privacy and advances human values and human rights. So,
if I could just make one point about victims coming forward, I say that generally about all digital asset related crimes, but also specifically, obviously, ransomware. It really is important for a comprehensive threat profile. I mean, we need to understand how these actors work. It's important for our investigations in order to do things like seize money, find decryptor keys, do other types of disruptive activity writ large. And I know sometimes it's a little confusing where to go. I would say you can go to any federal law enforcement partner or to CISA. Leave it to us to figure out where that information should go. We have these systems set up in order to be able to facilitate that type of information sharing. And to the extent that companies are concerned about reporting to law enforcement, I would encourage you to read the statements from the Kaseya CEO about his experiences and the company's experiences dealing with the FBI in that instance. I think it was a very good and fruitful relationship, and we strive to have that type of relationship with all of our victims.
These are victims, not...
They're victims.
Okay.
The only reason we're in this game is to protect the American public and to try to make victims whole.
But that is your view, the government's view when they come in, that we are talking, it is a victim where we're from the government, we're here to help.
Yes,
Yeah.
I mean, otherwise I would not have devoted my professional career
Yeah.
to this job, so yes.
So let me take a question. So I'm going to repeat it back just to make sure our guests online can hear. So it's bright. I'm trusting someone to. Yeah.
I think this question's both for Department of Justice and Department of Treasury. There are a lot of cybersecurity regulations that apply to the victims. Financial institutions, healthcare organizations that take federal funds, defense contractors, and the DOJ's announced the Cyber Fraud Initiative. And how do you balance, and with OFAC, you also have access to the victims or communications with the victims. How do you encourage the victims to communicate with law enforcement and at the same time you're threatening them with regulations and civil prosecutions, if not criminal prosecutions?
So the question was, a lot of the victims have regulatory obligations from various, whether critical infrastructure or otherwise, asking them to come forward. How do you balance the potential investigative results of disclosing a violation versus the need to help?
So if I could address that question from the Department of Justice perspective, with regard to the civil fraud initiative that you are talking about, that initiative is very specific with regard to instances which vendors or people that have contracts with the federal government have specific contractual obligations to do reporting on significant cyber incidents and then fail to meet that particular standard. So I think it is a specific situation which we're making sure that our contractual obligations for the government to ensure that its systems are safe are met. And I think that is the sort of reason for that initiative. It's a little bit different than the broader question that you're asking about how do we encourage victims writ large to come forward. And in that instance, I would say, our view is, especially in the ransomware context, we're here to support the victims first and foremost. Oftentimes there are issues that come up with regulators, for instance, but we're in communication with them and they will often ask us sort of what was the level of cooperation involved with law enforcement as part of their assessment as to whether or not there should be civil enforcement at issue. And similarly, and I think Heather could speak more about this, things like sanctions enforcement. I know one of the things that victims of ransomware in particular are concerned about is if they make a payment or consider making a payment, are they going to be in violation of OFAC sanctions, and what does that mean about their capacity to come forward? I will say it's the Department of Justice's position that we're not in the business of prosecuting victims. There are specific guidelines within OFAC's guidance with regard to this particular question that says one of the things that they will take into account from their perspective is how quickly the victims came to law enforcement and worked with law enforcement. And similarly, we think that in a situation in which a company is forward-leaning and trying to do its best to both report for themselves and also for the greater good of other potential victims that are out there, that we'll take that assessment into account when trying to make a decision about whether or not there's some criminal enforcement at issue. I'm not aware of any instance in which that's occurred, but.
And there was updated guidance on this specific issue in the past year, correct?
That's right, exactly. I think maybe the best answer to say is that certainly the way that these programs work, there are regulations that apply to anybody in terms of transacting with somebody who's a designated person. Having said that, OFAC has pushed out important guidance about what to do if you're a victim here. I think I would be remiss if I didn't say in all instances, if there are any questions about what to do, you can always call OFAC and ask, because OFAC has got a very robust, public engagement on this. And, I think reaching out to OFAC, one can always, ask for specific licenses, for example, which would be sort of a temporary authorization to be able to engage in a transaction that would otherwise be prohibited. I would also just say that, as EYC pointed out, sort of our published enforcement guidance notes that there are a lot of mitigating factors that are considered as, OFAC looks at a range of things to do in the event that somebody, does knowingly or unknowingly violate the sanctions regulations. And, there are certain non-public, actions that OFAC can take privately, that aren't sort of civil enforcement actions. They don't, involve levying a fine. There are also instances in which, I can also just point to the fact that OFAC and FinCEN both have prioritized taking enforcement actions against, real bad actors. I think the cryptocurrency exchanges that are, laundering illicit funds that are the fruits of, state-sponsored hacking. Those are the people that OFAC and FinCEN are going after.
Yeah.
I see red numbers in front of me, so unfortunately we have run out of time. I want to thank the three of you for all the work you have done to help keep us safe and for the time today, and hopefully you can get the notes from the call that you missed just now.
Let's hope so.
Thank you all.
All right. I'm Christopher Olberg. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Recorded Future. And as we get into the panel, I'm going to say a few words about Ukraine and intelligence. I like to say that when it comes to oil, good intelligence about the price of oil might be more valuable than oil in itself. And I think we're now at a point where intelligence is not just guiding bullets. Intelligence might be the bullet in itself. The world is becoming internet-centric. And as we see here now, war is becoming internet-centric. At the beginning of the war, I sat in a room in our office in London with this very senior government official from Ukraine. He was showing me on his iPad movie clips that they were putting together, high production value movie clips for putting on, to turn Russian soldiers, that they were putting on download sites, music sites, porn sites, to be on it. And it just told me, this war is becoming internet-centric. This is a new world here. We had worked early on with the Recorded Future in this sort of conversion between cybersecurity and warfare and disinformation, and that was sort of our raison d'etre. And so when we saw the war break out on the 24th of February, we were like, this is our time. We have to help out. So we declared loudly our support, probably as loudly as you could without sending a postcard to the Dear Mr. Putin, and send out our digital emissaries, and we're then able to put, by now, I think, 9 different agencies in Ukraine on our intelligence platform. And so what's been pretty interesting about this is that we've been able to do a lot of intelligence sharing and collaboration. We've been able to, for example, right at the beginning, we had helped CERT-UA to do a government-wide scan, sort of CISA shields up-like scan, if you want, across the entire Ukrainian government network, found 10 very critical holes in it that the Russians could have taken advantage of. We helped UAE likewise find holes as it related to Starlink and how they were communicating with that. We worked with NCC, their cyber coordination center, on finding issues around critical infrastructure. The Ministry of Digital Transformation helped them finding disinformation campaigns regarding the biolabs, and a series of these sort of examples. What I find compelling here, though, is maybe not so much the intelligence sharing. That's interesting and it's good, but what really ends up being interesting is how we can work together to share tradecraft on actually help them how to fish, or to teach them how to fish, not just provide the fish. And that's how I think we can actually help Ukraine crush Russia, if I may put it that way. So with that, I'm going to introduce Dina Temple-Raston, who's the moderator of the panel. Dina is the executive producer of the Click Here podcast, and she's also a senior correspondent for The Record by Record of Future. Dina.
Good morning. Thank you for coming. And you may know my name from NPR, so if you feel more comfortable just sort of closing your eyes while I talk, I understand. It's dark, so I can't tell. So let me introduce the panel to you really quickly. To begin with, we're going to start with a discussion about cyber lessons that we can draw from Ukraine. So we have a panel that can kind of hit it in a lot of different ways. So first, we've got Mika Oyang, the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Cyber Policy at DoD. I feel like we should applaud or something. Right. There, thank you. Then we have Ole Dervianko, who is the Chief Vision Officer for ISSP, which is a Ukrainian cybersecurity company. And last but not least, Gary Steele from Splunk, which is an analytics-driven cybersecurity firm. Okay, so Ole, I wanted to start with you because I wanted an all-Ukrainian panel and I only get one Ukrainian. So I wanted you to tell us a little bit about what we might not be seeing just from a human level on what is going on in Ukraine right now. We know the electricity's out. We know that it's a tough slog right now. But what is the thing when you see us reporting about this that you think everybody's missing?
Well, it's a hard question because first, probably this is the first, maybe not the first war, but yeah, maybe the first of that scale that actually you can watch live, like almost like a reality show, right? Unfortunately. But maybe what you don't see is the, that part of the resilience of Ukrainian people is the mood they have, the humor, the way they laugh, the way they joke, and the way they support each other in every single moment of time, not just when something bad happens and then there's an action needed, but also in small conversations, in anything that needs to be done in different ways. Yeah. So this is really, I actually, very often been asked for the last several months, what has changed for you since the beginning of this full-scale invasion, and I said, operationally almost nothing has changed because we have seen all these waves of cyber attacks before, and they were at scale and as well, if you go back to 2015, 16, 17, even from 2018 to 2020, there was 5-time increase at least in the number of attempts. Not less culminations, of course, but so operationally almost kind of nothing has changed for cyber security service providers, but of course what has changed are all these different other constraints and pressures, like logistical, especially the first 2 months, a lot of logistical issues and how you deal with families, who is going to be relocated, what you do with because there are also the men and women in your company, and you need to, so lots of all these different things that you are not prepared for, that you didn't have in your kind of formal business continuity plans, or so it was, kind of action from scratch, like on the go was needed, and very quick decisions and so on.
Right. And that's sort of what I wanted to get to more broadly on the cyber sphere when it comes to lessons learned from Ukraine, sorry. And we just dropped an episode of Click Here in which we looked at a collaborative of companies known as CDAC, Splunk is part of it, that is basically helping various companies sort of build that resilience in Ukraine. And one of the things that Mandiant hadn't been prepared for with Naftogaz, which is the major oil and gas company there, was they seemed to be seeing these insider threats, and they couldn't understand because the perimeter was closed, the perimeter of the network. And yet credentials were still getting stolen, and wiper malware was still showing up. And they were wondering, well, how are they getting through? And it turns out that as the Russians were advancing in different cities, they would actually take over data centers inside that were Naftogaz data centers. So they looked like it was an insider threat because of that. So what the Ukrainians did is they would start to call their supervisors and say, I'm leaving now. And they would cut off their access, and then the insider threat left.
That was the case not just with Naftogaz, there were other companies that when the Russians took some territories, occupied some territories, of course they immediately got access to the branches of those companies, and it related to telcos, to banking, and so on. So, and many of them, of course, even if you cut a certain segment of your infrastructure from the from the other network, they still have access to the machines, right? So they still can learn a lot, and it makes the further attempts and further attacks a little bit easier for them. But frankly, those attacks that we saw, because there was a huge increase in number of attempts, it always tricky how you count cyber attacks. President Zelensky just recently said to Jade 19 that there was 1,300 cyber attacks. But of course, it depends how you count. The Cyber Peace Institute said it was 166. So it's really whether you count all the network activity or you just really look at some attacks that evolve. But those the attempts on Ukrainian critical infrastructure, in most of the attacks that actually were so culmination, the intrusion didn't happen during the period of war. It was definitely before. Some cases that we saw they took us. If you remember, there was a big wave of cyber attacks in mid-January this year, and also December and October last year. Sometimes when you investigate the attack, your earliest event is the one that you can actually detect, right, and trace back. So in some cases, we saw that we clearly see that the intrusion at least happened in January. But it doesn't mean that it could be easily that it happened even before. What we see also, what has changed recently, even for the recent months, even if you compare this third quarter to second or first quarter, is that there's Russia's not hiding anymore. So if you look at those attacks back in 15, 16, and all the other years, you typically would see that CNC centers, command and control centers, would be located, in Netherlands and France and States, you name it. But now we have many of the attacks just coming directly from the Russian IP addresses. So they don't kind of pretend anymore that it's not them, right? So as it was before.
And was that all something that you expected?
Well, we are a cybersecurity defensive company, so we, frankly, in our philosophy, we don't care where the attack comes from. We think it's the responsibility of law enforcement people. We can help them with some evidence if they need, but our goal is just to protect the assets from those cyber attacks, to detect as early as possible and to respond. So from this perspective, basically, we don't kind of pay too much attention to that.
So DoD, Mika, what kind of lessons do you feel that it's internalizing now that we've watched a war unfold for 9 months? That is the first full spectrum war that we've really been able to see.
Yeah, this is a really important conflict for us in the Department of Defense to understand, because what you're seeing is a cyber-capable adversary bring those capabilities to bear in the context of an armed conflict. And one of the things that we're seeing is the context of the armed conflict dwarfs the cyber impacts of that. When you think about the physical destruction relative to the cyber disruption of what happens here, things that Russians tried to disrupt via cyber did not have the strategic impact that they wanted, and they sought to destroy those things physically. It has had a visceral reaction, or a visceral impact on a lot of people. When you think about, cybersecurity is a risk-managed exercise, and if one of the risks you are trying to manage in the context of that is armed conflict, you have to think very differently about what you are dealing with. So when you think about the cybersecurity of data centers, for example, it's not just about patching and closing those things. It is about the physical security of those data centers. It is about whether or not those data centers are within the range of Russian missiles. Ukrainian colleagues that I had the privilege of meeting with had a very different physical and visceral reaction to data centers that were above ground than I think they would have had prior to the conflict. So I think we have to think about it very differently. But when I think about the 4 big categories of things that we, the Department of Defense, have to think about in the context of armed conflict, we have to make sure that we are thinking about secure communications, government to government, how our communications with Ukraine have helped enable their defense through intelligence sharing and other things. How do we make sure that those networks are secure? How do we make sure that the Ukrainians are able to continue secure communications with their forces, as we've seen Russians trying to disrupt that? The Viasat hack is part of that. We also now have to think about what it means for Ukrainians to be able to continue to communicate with the world, because the ability of average Ukrainians to tell their story on TikTok, on Twitter, on Facebook, to share video of what has happened to them has denied Russia the information environment that they want to prosecute this conflict. And you can see Russia trying to take away from Ukraine the ability to control its own fate and its traffic by trying to reroute traffic through Russia as they take over territory. And then the last thing is, how do we ensure that they can continue essential government function as you look at attempts to destroy the kind of essential data that makes a country a country?
Such as?
Such as passport records, birth records, property records, as you see Russification efforts happening in occupied territories. What do governments need to be able to continue to operate its essential function? As we think about that at the Department of Defense, those first 2 things are things that we have a lot of expertise in and can help countries deal with. Some of those other things are new to us and are part of whole of government efforts, but I think that we have to think very differently about how we think about armed conflict and cyber in light of this conflict.
So of those 4 that you named, was any of the 4 more surprising than the others?
I think that this is really, as Ole said, this is the first conflict that we're seeing where the ability of people to tell their stories as their experiences of armed conflict is very different, and the information space here is a very different environment than what we've seen before. But I think that all of these things in their own way have different impacts. The other thing that I would just add that is different about this conflict is that there is a tremendous influence of non-state actors, both the private sector's assistance to Ukraine, but also individuals who have not wearing the uniform of any particular country, who are coming to the assistance of one side or another. And I think that it will take us quite some time to figure out what exactly the impact of those non-state actors was at a strategic level.
The all-volunteer IT Ukrainian
Yes.
army. I want to come back to that, but I want to give you a chance to get in here, Gary. Can you talk about the role of analytics and intelligence analytics in this kind of environment? Because I understand it now, but it took me a while to understand that, for example, seeing something in GitHub that belongs to a particular company is actually a real problem because the Russians can find it. Could you give us, without naming companies or anything like that, sort of a specific example of of the role that you're playing?
Yeah, I think at a very simple level, security has rapidly increased to become a data problem, simply because the attack surface is now so large, and it spans the entire software development lifecycle. It spans the entire perimeter network. It spans everything going on within an environment. And so what has happened is you need rich data analytics just to figure out what the heck happened. And so in this world where data now is available across all these systems, you can then do rich analytics that then help inform what actually happened. And so when you were giving examples earlier about the role that Mandiant was playing in Ukraine, underlying all of this is a rich data environment that's being used to determine where did the intrusion come from, what actually happened. And so, what we see today, and one of the reasons we participated in this joint collaborative is to provide these capabilities into this environment so that people can help make those decisions.
So what you're saying, it sounds like it would apply in peacetime as well, of course, right? So you have
every single day, yeah.
So how is it different in wartime? How does that, is it just sort of raise the urgency of it, or is there actually a different way of utilizing it?
No, it just raises the urgency of it. It's not a different way of using it. And I think, one of the things that we recognize that as you look at this event that has happened, how do private sector companies like a Splunk come together as a collaborative to create some value? And it's hard to do this. And I think that this is a good example where can we build an apparatus where if events happen in the future that we as an industry can come together to deliver value. And while we've had very good experience working in a private-public arrangement with the US government through JCDC, I think this broader apparatus for supporting events like this is something we need to learn from.
Right, and cyber defense assistance has to be part of a broader sort of basket of things.
It does, and there's no real apparatus to do this, right? This came together through some leadership from some specific individuals.
Right, and people decided to take matters in their own hands.
That's right. No, that's right.
So let's talk a little bit about assumptions. I think that we were all guilty of making some in the early days of the war. We actually thought about going, the Click Here team was going to go to Ukraine, and we were worried that if we got there, they would cut off communications and we wouldn't be able to file. And I think most people thought the electrical grid was going to be attacked in a big way, not just kinetically, but from a cyber perspective. So I wonder if each of you can talk a little bit about the assumptions about cyber and its role in war. What assumptions have changed now that we've had 9 months of on-the-ground knowledge? And I can start with you, Mika, if you want, or if you're mid-cough drop, we can.
No, thank you. Yes, I have a few cough drops. Look, I think as we look at sort of assumptions that have changed, I think there were a lot of assumptions about how intense an effect Russia could deliver in Ukraine, given our history of the 2015 and earlier cyber attacks against Ukraine.
Right. This was, just to explain, black matter, which attacked the Ukrainian power grid, and 500,000 people lost power for about 6 hours.
Yeah, and so I think we were expecting much more significant impacts than what we saw. And I think it's safe to say that Russian cyber forces, as well as their traditional military forces, underperformed expectations. Some of that, I think, has to do with a sense of how long preparation takes in cyber. As you look at that Microsoft report and you see that Russians had a lot of cyber attacks and activity in that first week, but in the second week activity really dropped off. And then they come back again. What you see is, this sort of, in the data, the fact that Russia was not prepared for the conflict to go on as long as it did. And so when they had to come back quickly, what do they come back with? Do they come back with the intensity and sophistication of attacks that might have come earlier in the conflict? As we think about cyber, there's a wonderful article by a Swiss researcher called The Subversive Trilemma that talks about 3 factors.
The subversive, sorry?
Trilemma.
Okay.
Speed, intensity, and control. And these factors play off against each other. So you're all familiar with the tech, right? Good, fast, cheap, pick 2. Speed, impact, control, pick 2, right? And so if you want it fast, then you're trading off between intensity of effect and control. And if you are trying to avoid spillover, say because you're trying to avoid embroiling NATO in a conflict that you don't want them to join into because you can barely hold your own against Ukraine, then you might have to lower your expectations for intensity. So as we think about these things, as we think about, like, if you want it fast, you might not get as intense an effect you want, or you might get an uncontrolled effect. If you have a lot of time, you can trade off these other things. How we think about the factors that matter in cyber as an offensive tool in conflict, I think is something we have to understand how those factors play against each other, and when we have to make choices, how we compensate for the fact that you can't have everything as fast as you want it.
Mm-hmm. What do you think, Oleg?
Well, first of all, I think that there were some assumptions were wrong all the time, and the core assumption that was wrong all the time is that technology is the decisive factor in cybersecurity. Of course, technology is essentially important, but you can give Splunk to different people; they will have two different results with all the same data. So it's really the question of the quality and capability and skills of the team, and it's about the alignment of the strategic cybersecurity operations and then technical cybersecurity operations and non-technical cybersecurity operations within the company. It's about the operation, how do you operationalize the cybersecurity, and not just at enterprise level, but also at to the whole supply chain. So we in Ukraine, I mean, it's great. I admire all those initiatives that currently help Ukraine provide technology and so on. But Ukraine somehow lived all these years before February 24 and have been improving in cybersecurity in so many ways. And that was where did it happen? It happened at organizational level, because cybersecurity happens at organizational level. That's where you actually detect and respond, and of course, very often we just see the difference between a company where the CEO has enough engagement into the cyber problems and versus when the CEO is completely detached from cybersecurity issues. So and I think that in the future as well, and we for example as ISSP, we're thinking, okay, how can we help our clients when they don't have budget for expensive technologies, they don't have enough qualified team, and so Ukrainians at all levels, both on the side of the service providers and on the side of the asset owners and operators, they had to be very inventive and creative and they had to create tools that enabled all the detection and response even before some technologies arrived in the country. And that's and I think that this is really, and cybersecurity now, and definitely for at least some continuous future, the foreseeable future, is really a matter of how do you unlock this power of computers and people working together for the best result.
And having the urgency not just be for the CISO or the CEO, but everybody all the way down. I mean, that was what was interesting about Naftogaz, is that you had somebody who never really probably thought about cybersecurity calling a supervisor and saying, okay, they took my computer at the border.
Yeah, I'll tell you that in some companies in Ukraine, responding to an incident, there was automatic features when incident happens that a person get called or received a message, and there's a very automated way how the person confirms whether he did it or not. I mean, there's a lot of different ways how you can do cybersecurity at an operational level without too much,
tech.
Without too much investment and without too much cost involved. Right. It's really a lot of things are really in the processes, at the process level, at the management level, at the governance level,
and the education.
And technologies. Yeah, you definitely need technologies. You cannot do anything without technologies, but it's the way how you use these technologies. And how you use this data, and what's how deeply you go. Very quick example, if I may.
Yes, of course.
One of the significant attacks against one of the telcos, not Viasat. Everyone likes to talk about Viasat, but a different one. They had
Rhymes with Rhymes with.
No, it was
I was just
public. I mean,
kidding. Sorry, go ahead.
They had some public communication about it as well. It's Ukrtelecom who actually operates the fixed lines and all these kinds of communications, right? So the internet service provider and fixed lines operator, including all the lines for the government communications. And of course, many of their facilities were in unoccupied territories and so on. And they faced some significant attacks. And one of the cases, they get some notification from Microsoft that Microsoft noticed some malicious activity on some of the endpoints. What's next? Next, Ukrtelecom team has to respond to that.
Right.
And it's the quality of response of this specific team with all available technologies that actually helped them to, and they showed tremendous resilience. The CEO was involved, he was available for a call day and night if you need to enforce certain decisions within the organizations, because it's also technological networks, it's not just the IT networks, and they were able to to prevail, and although the attack was quite significant, they recovered very quickly. And also why? Because the team was hugely mobilized. People would just work day and nights, and they didn't have any spare resources except their service provider, and so that's really a matter of the teamwork, the skills, and the level of managerial attention to the matter.
Do you want to talk about assumptions, Gary?
Say that again?
Do you want to talk about assumptions and?
Yeah, I think just really quickly, I think the one set of assumptions going in that we anticipated more reverberation to multinational U.S. companies that had presence in Ukraine or presence broadly across Europe. I think everyone still is in high alert because no one really knows what will happen, but we assume there would be more downstream impacts on large multinationals dealing with the fact that they either had employees or operations in Ukraine, and that there would be spillover and cyber events for those particular companies. Frankly, it's been relatively quiet, which is a good thing. But I was at a dinner with CISOs the other night, and people are still on high alert. They need to be. They need to be very thoughtful about what's happening in their environments, and we don't know where this goes. I think we wish it was over. It's not. And I think in the industry, we all need to be supporting all these organizations that are dealing with this as an ongoing threat. And so I think we had assumed there would have been more reverberation right now. I think we hope that it's not going to be, but I think that's the question of the hour is, where does this go from here?
Yeah, Dina, on that point, I think, President Biden was very clear with his counterparts about issuing deterrence messaging about how we might view attacks on U.S. and allied critical infrastructure, and I think they've taken that seriously. But that doesn't mean that that messaging is sufficient. And so the Shields Up exercise that DoD, DHS, other interagency partners have been engaged in to try and make sure that industry is on high alert, that we are sharing in very novel ways the indicators of adversary activity to try and help people prepare and enable better private sector defenses. This is a really unprecedented effort on behalf of the U.S. government at this time. In light of the threat, I do think that we are seeing what happens when Russia is forced to make choices about how it allocates the cyber capacity that it has. I don't think any of us know what the escalation calculus is going to be, and at what point we might be having to really think about attacks on U.S. infrastructure, but it is really important that we are taking all the steps that we can to prepare for the possibility of that, to make ourselves as hard and resilient a target as we can be throughout the United States. And I think we've learned a lot of really important lessons. NSA, as part of DoD, has been working with DHS very closely to try and make sure that the kind of adversary activity we see is pushed out in useful ways to industry, which I think is culturally very different than how the NSA has been in the past. And I think is we are learning a lot about what it means for the Defense Department to engage its Defend the Nation mission in cyberspace, and how we can better enable others to defend, so that we, the Defense Department, don't have to be on all of those networks.
Well, also, wars have a way of focusing minds, right? So I want to...
Can I add something?
Yeah, I just want to go to questions.
Yeah, I think
go
it's
ahead.
really important, because I think we shouldn't underestimate also the way the decision making is made by the Russian agencies who wage cyber attacks, or who control the proxy groups that wage cyber attacks. And just, let's assume the question: what would you prefer? If, as Ukrainian company and so on, you have an adversary inside your networks, and they're able to read your, emails. They have access to your network. They're inside, but they stay quiet and stealthy and just do what, get access to data.
Right.
Or you would prefer that they trigger the culmination phase of the attack and you kick them off and so on. And I think that in many cases, what happened in Ukraine during this past month is that maybe somehow somebody within the Russian agencies just needed to show that they can do something, and they sacrificed their presence in certain networks for the sake of showing that they're actually fighting.
Right.
Because they also need to report through chain of command upward, and they kind of need to know, what are you doing? Okay, so here you go. So that's also, and there's always a chance. I mean, when the next major security breach comes, and what's the next major zero day, or what's the next major? So it's all the questions. So it means that we just need to keep going and keep improving our cybersecurity systems.
It's not over. I don't know if anybody wanted to ask a question. We have time for maybe one or two, but it's hard to see if anybody, I see a waving hand on this side, sort of. If you can, somebody will bring you a microphone, I hope. And maybe not. Oh, there it is, okay. If someone could raise their hand and we'll bring you a microphone. There we go, up here in front, sir, please, thank you. That makes it so much easier.
People there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody stayed. Yay. Okay. Yes, sir.
A question relating to current escalation or changes in tactics of the conflict right now. Given that we can see that Russia's tactics have changed to direct kinetic attacks on critical infrastructure, is it reasonable to mitigate those effects?
So I don't know that we can assume that that's what's going to happen. I think that the question of what we call horizontal escalation into things that are not currently this conflict, that's a big decision for the Russian government to undertake. But that said, because cyber is a risk-managed exercise and it takes time to prepare, it is very important that everyone is closing all the known vulnerabilities that they have, doing the patching, doing the basics, making sure that they have resilience plans now, because I don't know that anyone can say with certainty what would happen next.
Another question, this gentleman in the white shirt, do you see him, sir? He's subtly waving his hand, but.
One of the things that was mentioned earlier, but we didn't get a chance to discuss, was the very effective organization by the Ukrainians of tens of thousands of hacktivists around the world to target Russian targets.
Known as the Ukrainian IT Army.
And the IT Army of the Ukraine, and very effective use of Telegram. Could you comment on the implications of that for U.S. national security in the future? Because as Christopher Wray, the director of the FBI, commented in his testimony to Congress early in the war, it doesn't bode well for us that we have to think about not defending ourselves in the future just against foreign adversaries, but also against potentially citizens targeting the United States en masse.
Cyber mercenaries, if you will.
Yeah, I think this is one of the assumptions that I think those of us who work in traditional theories of armed conflict have to understand is different about cyber. Whereas in regular warfare, offensive capabilities are held monopoly to the state, right? You don't have a lot of non-state actors who have theater missile defense systems or theater missile systems. But in cyber, you do see non-state actors who have capability that can rival that of state actors. And so it does mean that it becomes a very complicated thing to defend against. Not only that, it complicates attribution. Because then how do you engage in deterrence or response if you're not sure that the people that have attacked you are state actors or non-state actors? That forces a little slowdown in the cyber response process as you try to unwind that to make sure that you are not inadvertently taking a step in response against someone who didn't actually come at you in the first place.
Unfortunately, we are out of time. We could talk for another half hour, but if you could please join me in thanking them.
Time for a quick break. Grab a coffee from our sponsors at Forescout, enjoy a quick snack, and we'll see you right back here at 5 after 11.
then you guys will go in order this way, and then
Ready? Welcome back. Joining us now for a conversation about the workforce we need to address cyber threats, please welcome Emilio Escobar, Chief Information Security Officer at Datadog, Craig Newmark, founder of Craigslist and Craig Newmark Philanthropies, Camille Stewart Gloucester, Deputy National Cyber Director for Technology and Ecosystem Security at the White House Office of the National Cyber Director, and Hugh Thompson, partner with Crosspoint Capital Partners. Leading the conversation is Nicole Tisdale, Senior Advisor to Aspen Digital.
Good morning. I know we have people joining us coming in from the break, and so we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to leave the first question to everyone to also give you more information about their background, but I just want to set the table a little bit about why it's important for us to have this conversation. Everyone here is a part of the cyber workforce, and I think it's important for us to kind of table set that cyber workforce shortages and the issues that we have recruiting and retaining staff in the cyber workforce is a national security issue. All of us know that when we have shortages, we are more vulnerable, but also I think as we talk about how we build our workforce and making sure that our workforce is diverse and inclusive, and that means across racial, ethnic, geographical, and socioeconomic ties is really important. We've all been in a room where groupthink is taken over because we are in spaces and places that are homogenous. We've also seen that when we don't have diverse voices and we are short, we also we don't have the ability to innovate and come up with new ideas and see what's behind the next corner. And so today, we're going to just have a very open dialogue about what are the challenges in the cyber workforce, but also what we can do as we go forward to build in a way that's going to be helpful to address our cybersecurity issues. I wanted to just kick it off with the very first question as people give a little bit about their background. Talk to us about why you are working on cybersecurity workforce issues, right? Everybody up here has what I call their full-time job, and so you've also taken on another full-time job where you're focused on workforce. So share with people about why this is important to you. Emilio, why don't you get us started?
Sure, and before I start, your water bottle, there you go.
Oh, it's leaking, thank you.
So I think as you said, right, so it's a hot industry right now. It's front page in most of the media. We know that we have a lot of vacancies, and there's plenty of articles that talk about it. It is a national security issue if you're in the public sector, where if you can attract good talent or new talent there, but it's also a private sector concern as well, where we have roles that we're trying to hire for, and the talent pool is not only very competitive, but also is very challenging as well to get in. So me being a result of a internship with the NSA actually, and getting started that way, I like helping people get started in this field because I know it's very challenging to start. It's a pretty scary field to get into.
Yes. I'm also a former intern in the public sector too.
Oh, awesome.
So yeah. What about you, Craig? Talk to us. How did you get here? Did Craigslist bring you here?
Well, my deal with Craigslist, for the most part, we help people put food on the table, get a table, that kind of thing. But about 5 years ago, I realized that no one at Craigslist needs me anymore. But I had started doing a lot of philanthropic work, figuring I could give back to the people who had protected the country and to help out the people who continue to protect the country. So I talked to a lot of vets and military families, and they tell me it's time to enlist. and cybersecurity is a natural area for me to enlist in. I have a small amount of background in it, but maybe I have the ability to do some good about it. So I took a look at the past, like World War II. Everyone was expected to play a role in defending the country, because that's what we need now. We need everyone to play some role in defending the country if they can. And I figured too, I grew up during the whole duck and cover thing, seriously. So I'm thinking that we need a whole of nation response in cyber, and we need what I'm calling cyber civil defense. The idea that if you're a regular person, I can help other people get you the education you need to defend your stuff, your computers and phones inside the house and out. And maybe, if you're good at that, maybe I should also help find a way to get you the training you need and maybe internship so that you can get a professional job, a career in defending the nation in this new arena. To that effect, I've so far contributed about, well over 50 million. But the deal is that it's incumbent on someone to do that. And yes, someone needs to play that role. And like the Batman says, I'm not the nerd you want, but I'm the nerd you got.
I like that. Thank you, Craig. Camille, talk to us. How did you get here? What's your faves?
So I started in cybersecurity because I wanted to empower people and society in and through technology, and I also like complex challenges. And over the course of working in this space, I started to realize that there was a little bit of a gap in how we were thinking about these challenges. We were heavily focused on the technical aspect. And if you think of cyberspace as technology, people, and process or doctrine, then we were really focused on the technology piece and trying to build the doctrinal piece. But what about the people? And often that became a human capital conversation, but it's actually bigger than that. And if you think about how people use technology, that all of the actors, malicious or the users we seek to protect, the technologists creating technology are all people, and how that then changes our use, our implementation, the threat landscape, all of those things, it became an imperative for me to talk about the gaps I was seeing on the people side, about how we were understanding how technology showed up in different communities, how systemic inequity was impacting our ability to actually understand the threat landscape and create mitigations that actually solved all of the challenges we were trying to solve for. So it was very clear to me that it was a national security imperative, and so I started doing things like Share the Mic in Cyber and Next Gen NatSec to really elevate the conversation and get more people involved in the industry, because if we diversified our workforce, if we got more people interested in really fun and interesting challenges on technology that they use every day, we would be able to better attack the problem space. And that just kind of grew in a way that I could not have anticipated, and then came to the National Cyber Director's Office to lead a division that looks at the future of those three spheres, right? People, doctrine, and technology. And so one of my divisions is focused on emerging tech, but the other is focused on cyber workforce and how do we future-proof our workforce.
That's really good. That's helpful. I like at every space and place that you've made this a priority. What about you, Hugh?
Well, first, thanks so much for having me on this panel with the esteemed group of panelists that we have. You know, it's such an important topic. You know, I think all of us have experienced that there is a material lack of folks that are trained up, are talented, can walk into a situation and help in cybersecurity. We all know that. And I would say we've done ourselves a huge disservice in the cybersecurity community because we've kept with high fidelity a secret that shouldn't be a secret. It's that cybersecurity is really cool. Like it's really actually super fun. It's very rewarding, not just financially rewarding, but it's rewarding from your heart and soul perspective. It's a mission. You're going in and you're trying to fight bad guys, and you're trying to protect something. It is such an amazing discipline because there are so many diverse problems. Those problems are changing all the time. You have an active adversary on the other side that's constantly making you change and reimagine. I think one of the biggest challenges that we face in this space is we're used to thinking about a cybersecurity professional as a highly technical person that also understands the methods of the attacker. But the reality is, if you want to do cybersecurity today, you need a massive diversity of backgrounds and skill sets. Your degree's in psychology, we want you, we need you, we have to have you, because most of the attacks now are preying on how people think. There are phishing emails, there are a phone call with a deep fake asking you to wire money, and they've got a great reason why you need to do it in the next 7 minutes. That's a human problem, it's a psychology problem. We need the kinds of folks that are great communicators, that can actually talk to people about risks without going into acronyms and Never Never Land, like in really practical terms. And so personally, I've been involved in this for many, many years in many different roles. First as a professor, which I was for many years in computer science. And I remember getting an assignment which was the most dreaded in the computer science department. It's like, this semester, you have to teach assembly language. Right? And I don't know why, right? People just don't like that class in general. But I started the class off that semester with, hey, here is a recently discovered buffer overflow vulnerability in some open source software. Let's figure out how to exploit it. And you have to know assembly to do it. And you then become so thirsty to learn more. Why can't we ingrain those kinds of principles into everything we teach? I've seen it from a different perspective, which is as somebody that's trying to hire a large cybersecurity workforce when I was a CTO at Symantec. In that case, you really get a sense of how in demand cybersecurity skill sets are. People would show up with 10 resumes, and it's like point to you on this list of places that they're considering going, and almost with an attitude, it's like, talk to me. Sell me. Like, I mean, that's the reality that we face in today's market. But also in the context of RSA Conference. I've been the program chair there for 15 years. And we've tried to do a lot to bring in students and get them excited about security. And non-traditional students that would typically be a cybersecurity professional, people that have studied liberal arts, for example, and tell them that this is a home for you too. So I think this is a massive topic. Thanks so much for hosting the panel on it, and looking forward to the discussion.
Yeah, thank you. I think, so all of you all have mentioned, because we're going to transition to, I think it's important to talk about some of these shared pain points, right? So we have representation here from the government, from civil society, from corporate America, from the private sector. And I think what is so interesting about cyber is everything in cyber is so interconnected, and so are the pain points. So it doesn't matter if you're in government, you're experiencing the same pain points that the private sector is having, especially as it relates to developing the cyber workforce. And so I want us to talk about some of those pain points. I'm gonna step out first and say what everybody thinks we're gonna talk about, which is we're gonna have a pipeline problem. I really hate when people say we have a pipeline problem. I've worked on the Hill and I worked at the White House, and I would always say, well, what have you been doing to build the pipes? Like, it's not enough to say we don't have people flowing through. How are you laying down the foundation? As Craig said, like, are you talking about kids, about cyber education, so that they can see themselves in these positions, right? No child wants to be an astronaut until they know space exists. And so when do we start having these conversations and introduce in this industry? And so the pipeline problem is my pain point, because I feel like a lot of people just haven't done the work to introduce the industry. What about y'all? And if the pipeline problem is yours, you can like jump on that too. I'm open to that.
I was gonna say you took my pain point. No, I think the only thing I'll add is it's actually true. So I hear a lot of people say like, oh, if we had, especially when it comes to diversity, oh, if recruiting will give us a more diverse pipeline, we will have a more diverse team. And usually my counter argument to it is like, we're all industry leaders here, or we've been in the industry for quite a while. We should know at least a couple of organizations that we know are trying to close that opportunity divide when it comes to cybersecurity roles and opportunities. Why don't we go out and proactively partner with them, right? So I think talent is everywhere. It's just the opportunities are not making it where the talent is, instead of expecting the talent to come to us, right? So that is a pain point. I think the only thing I'll add from a what we see pain point standpoint is similar to what Camille was referring to, is security is such a broad field. There's some technical aspects of it, there's some non-technical aspects of it. And I find like a lot of the security training and guides for how do you get started in the industry is very focused on learning how to hack. Yes. Where in reality, yeah, there are people that dedicate themselves to do that and they're really good at it, but we need a whole bunch of people to learn how to defend as well and convince other people that systems need to be protected. So you're not going to be writing necessarily assembly code or reverse engineering a binary to get to there, but you're going to have to convince hundreds of people to work on something. And that's a skill set in itself.
I think that goes to Hugh's point too, in terms of we need people everywhere, right? Like I'm a liberal arts attorney, but I spend a lot of time explaining very complex cyber issues to members of Congress and to people at the White House and in different parts of the administration. And I know Camille is an attorney as well. So as we elaborate on that, I think, do y'all think there's a little bit of elitism that happens in the cybersecurity space in terms of the idea that people need to have a technical background? I find a lot of the times we talk about things and we make them harder than they have to be. We were just having a conversation about acronyms. I think it's a competition at this point.
Where nobody wins.
Where no one wins. Yeah. So, I mean, what are some of the other pain points? Camille?
I think a pain point across the industry is we are so focused on stopping the current bleeding that we don't make long-term investments. And that kind of piggybacks off what you guys are talking about. If we are not investing in making sure there are diverse leaders, if we are making sure that we are grooming middle management who can rise up the ranks, if we are not focused on the education pipeline, if we are not focused on broad awareness so that folks even understand that the opportunity exists to become a cyber professional and understands that it's multidisciplinary and that those legal skills or your training skills or your marketing skills or your psychology skills are necessary in this space and valuable, and that quite frankly the technical aspects we can teach you to the extent that you need them to do your job, right? If we're not investing across that spectrum, we will never see the pipeline that we're talking about. And so rather than just like, let's put out an internship that might help people get a job, which leads to another pain point. Even after an internship, if you need 5-year experience to get an entry-level job, then the pipeline is broken. There's like a huge gap that people are trying to jump over to try to get to the next stage. Then that doesn't actually create a fulsome pipeline. It is a cycle. You don't see any leaders who look like you. You didn't hear about it when you were in grade school. There aren't any support mechanisms to help you get from the start to the end. You're just not going to thrive.
Yeah, I think that's right.
And I don't think it's going to happen, to your point, Camille, by accident, unless we do something proactive. Right? In schools, for example, people don't even realize that this is a career path, that this is something that could be a profession that I can grow in, that I can thrive in. They don't understand. And I think that there's a massive gap between the opportunity and the self-satisfaction that you get by being in cyber, whether you're communicating it to the entirety of the company in terms that they can understand, which is a critical skill that most highly technical people don't have, right, and is much needed, or it's going into the bits and the bytes and taking apart the binary and figuring out where the holes are. Folks, when they are planning their go forward, they don't think about security as an option. Like I've got 5 young kids, and they recently had to draw, what is it that they want to be when they grow up? One of them, firefighter, standard. Another one was a lawyer, which I thought was very impressive, very great. It's very, very, very exciting. One of them wanted to be a Christmas tree when he grew up, which,
I'm okay with that.
Limited.
It's better than being a lawyer, probably.
Wow. Oh, geez. From the lawyers. Okay, I won't repeat that. But I didn't see anybody, and I'm evangelizing it all the time at home. I didn't see anybody saying, "Oh, geez, well, I really want to be a cybersecurity person and put away the bad guys." So even in our own home, I'm not doing a great job of it. We need to figure out how to make it on the lists of things when you are in a school, whether it's middle school, high school, college, that you consider at least it's intriguing. Yeah. It's like, what's that? What's that next?
I like that. I think that is really good transition for us to also talk about what are the bright spots, right? Because if we sat here and we talked about the pain points, I think we could catalog for days and still not come up with some of them. And I know, Craig, you've been very active in terms of not just the cyber recruitment, but also exposure. So as we're talking about this, I wanted you to highlight some of the work that you've been doing to empower people that are actually making sure that we can get some career day cyber answers.
Well, for me, the big challenge, given my whole of society perspective, is how do you get everyone to start pulling together in the same direction regarding cyber. Frankly, the vision is that we need a new greatest generation, including a lot of people focused on this kind of thing. The hard part is talking people into working together, to getting people to pull together. For example, I work with groups like Aspen Digital and the 92nd Street Y, having suggested we could use a cyber summit sometime, which would really be a good milestone along these lines. But beyond that, I'm identifying with help a lot of the groups who are addressing these specific issues, starting in high school, sometimes below that, and then going beyond it. For example, one of the groups centered here in New York that does a great job is Girls Who Code, and I'm helping them focus some of their work on cyber. And then a group notoriously good at this, seriously, is the Girl Scouts of America, helping out at that level. On the other hand, since I work with a lot of vets and military spouses, we're working with a group called Vets in Tech, and so far they've trained around 2,000 vets and military spouses, placed or got promoted about 92% of them. So the idea is to just keep working on this, trying to promote the idea of cyber civil defense, that we really are all in this together. We need to protect ourselves. Now, this is an advertising or marketing campaign, Don Draper kind of stuff. And I don't know if I'm the right guy because it requires social skills and have you met me? But I figure I can only do what I can do, and because a nerd's got to do what a nerd's got to do.
Well, I will say it was very strategic for you to have us here because there were toddlers all in the lobby this morning.
Yes.
And I heard a mom explaining what we were doing, and she said they're talking about how to keep our phones and our computers safe. And I was like, okay, Craig, you were like, when you say 360, you mean 360. Because now we're getting toddlers into the conversation, which I appreciate.
Well, so far, the youngest individual I've worked with in this regard is the 7-year-old who's gotten the Girl Scout Brownie merit badges. And let's say someone in a certain office has asked for a resume to be sent in. Because we're figuring that if you're 7, you could pass a background check. Probably.
She should still be good at that age.
I have a 5-year-old niece who won't be able to. She's gotten radicalized, we think.
Well, we'll see. Maybe in the Intel space. Maybe we'll.
Excellent.
Yeah. So what about that? So I think it's important. So what are some other bright spots? Who has some good programming? I'm looking at Camille because you are in the process of really landscaping what needs to be done. The Office of the National Cyber Director has taken on the task of creating the first workforce strategy, and very openly you reached out to the community to say, send us your comments, tell us what you are doing in terms of recruitment, education, tell us everything that is working, what problems you're having. So have you seen some bright spots?
Yeah, I mean, first I'll talk a little bit about the strategy. Director Inglis has tasked me to lead an interagency, whole of nation effort to write a cyber workforce strategy that addresses the federal cyber workforce, the national cyber workforce, education and training, and then digital awareness writ large. How do we address all the things we were talking about? How do we really raise the collective level of cyber awareness so that we're having more conversations with our toddlers about how their phones can be secure, but also how are we empowering security professionals, the few that need to be security engineers and highly technical, the many which are everyone in a cyber adjacent or cyber informed profession, and then really the collective, right? How do you make sure your entire organization, the entire population really is thinking about cyber? And we want to make sure that it is truly whole of nation. So while there is an interagency body that is really driving towards like putting pen to paper, we opened up an RFI, got 146 responses from a variety of organizations providing their feedback, their assessment of the challenge space, their assessment of the opportunities. There are some really interesting programs, some of which you've heard, going on in industry organizations and grassroots organizations that can really help inform what we do not only in the federal government, but how we support private industry and civil society as they also get behind this effort. And we had the cybersecurity apprenticeship sprint that was announced at our summit that catalyzed this effort to start a strategy development. And that closed yesterday, and we had 2,000 organizations want to learn more, 194 new cybersecurity registered apprenticeship programs, over 7,000 apprenticeships hired during our 120-day sprint, with 1,000 of them being private sector, 27% people of color, 28% women, and DoD really invested having the largest apprenticeship program. I mean, that is a real testament to the need for folks to enter into organizations, to have the training, for organizations to figure out how to pull in new talent into their organization. So there's a lot of good work going on. We're hoping to harness that. We're hoping folks stay engaged. The RFI wasn't the only opportunity. We have been working with universities to hold convenings, to have discussions around what we're hearing and how we continue to refine that and use the federal resources to empower and support industry. There's more to come. And so there's a lot of good work that is starting. We just need to make sure we're all moving in the same direction and making both the short-term, medium-term, and long-term investments.
I like that. All right, what do you have, Hugh? Do you have some examples? These are tough to beat because Camille, those numbers, when you said those numbers about the apprenticeship, I'm like, I hope you all are going to put that in a press release and get that out, and I hope everyone here is going to retweet and share because that's amazing. That is, and also for those that to focus on apprenticeships, that means people want these jobs, right? Like these are people that are trying to reskill, they're trying to enter into this workforce, and I love that you all are making a path for them.
And I agree. So I just talk for a minute about what we've been doing at RSA Conference. So many of you have probably been there over the years. It's the largest cybersecurity event. And what we've tried to do, and I want to say this has started 10 years ago, is to bring in very talented students from around the country that weren't necessarily studying computer science, but if you asked the head of the math department, the head of the comms department, the head of the, and ask them who are the best students at this place. We would actively recruit those people and say, look, come to San Francisco, it's gonna be great, a whole week. We set up dinners with cybersecurity luminaries, right? So the R, S, and the A, and the algorithm, and everybody in between. And we try and expose them as fulsomely and directly as we can into what this space really means. What are the problems? What are the opportunities? What does it mean at the coal face? Like, for example, communications. The fact that the attacker continues to evolve, the way that they communicate to us, the way that they try and deceive us with phone calls, for example, now instead of emails. And the success rate in getting those folks that weren't headed towards a cybersecurity career, but were headed towards great success in whatever they did, choosing cyber has been immense. And then in the last 5 years, we've started bringing in thousands and thousands of students, not at the top of their class, not at the top of their class, but from around the country, so that they can get the scaled view of what cyber is and feels like. And we've got a program for them to interact with a wide variety of people, and us to reveal what I think, again, is the greatest hidden secret of security, is that it is fun. You will like this, actually. All right. You will get emotional reward from doing it. You will also get very financially rewarded by doing it, especially today in the private sector, given where we are. And most people don't know that. It sounds like it's something boring when you just talk to somebody about it. I used to travel all the time. I think one year I clocked 500,000 actual miles, not premier qualifying miles or anything like that, on a plane. And I'd remember just sitting next to a random person next to me on the plane, and you have this perfunctory conversation at the beginning. It's like, hey, what do you do? It's like, oh, I'm a chemist. I'm like, whoa, that's great. Tell me about that. And then it would go the other way. And it's like, what do you do? Well, I'm in cybersecurity. And then you see them start to reach in a bag for a book. It's like, hey, I've been waiting so long to read this book. And it's probably going to consume me the entire flight. And I'm like, but it's starting to change. People have seen this in the headlines. You know, it's starting to become a more mainstream topic. Anything that we can do on scale, whether it's PSAs or our own version of Smokey the Bear that we start, kind of pushing out on the world, to tell people that this is cool, it's exciting, it's interesting, and it matters. I think you'll have people just coming to us instead of us having the problem of hunting them down.
Yeah, which I think, we're coming off of October, which was Cybersecurity Awareness Month, and I love the slogan this year, which was "See Yourself in Cyber." I thought that was so important because I think that's what we have to show people, right? Like, I know Craig's organization and the team here at Aspen, recently I've been to the University of Mississippi talking about what cyber looks like. I've been to Southern University, which is a HBCU in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And people, it means something when they have someone show up with this accent that sounds like them, or show up as a Black woman that looks like them. And just talk about your experience. And the first question I always get is like, so you're like, you must be really good at math. I'm like, absolutely not. I also don't do it in public. I don't do that. But these are the things that I am good at, and these are the things that I enjoy, and this is the space. We're in a place now, y'all, where Kendrick Lamar is making deepfake videos. Like, this is helping, this is marketing. Like, I see some younger folks down there that are like, yeah, we watch those videos too.
Yeah.
So what do you think? What are some of the bright spots?
I agree with everything that's been said. I think it's become more mainstream. Similar story. So I used to work for Hulu prior to Datadog, and every time I'll have to go to the airport and I'll get picked up from our office. I live in LA. It's usually like, oh, I have a content pitch or a content idea to pitch to you. I'm like, I don't do that. And 99.9% of the time, I said, hey, I just run security and IT, right? And it's like, oh, okay, fine. And the ride will be the quietest ride ever, except for this one guy that was like, oh, actually, my show is about cyber, and my first episode is about ransomware. So we talked about it during the way, and I kept saying, like, listen, I don't buy content, I don't do any of that, but that sounds pretty cool, and I gave him some pointers. That was right after one of the seasons of Mr. Robot came out, so it became pretty popular. So it's become more mainstream. I think, some bright spots, and Craig alluded to it, I've done work with the Girl Scouts of America before, and I like the fact of that representation. So we had an event, I brought the CIO of 20th Century Fox, and she talked to the Girl Scouts, and I had a couple engineers on my team do that. And personally, I get involved in the Latino community, in a couple of nonprofits that are meant for like getting people into tech, different aspects of tech, security being one of them. Because I do agree with the fact that if you don't see it, you can't imagine it. So, us that have privilege enough to be in the position that we are, going back and say, hey, it is possible for you to do it. But there are also like many options for you to choose from, right? Like, my role is a role. It doesn't need, you need to go for that path, but there are so many different options here. It is cool to work on it. Or you can be say you're in tech, you can be a software developer and care about security and be a great product developer, and you're making the best friend of the security team because you're security focused. So there are many paths here in this field.
Yeah. And so we're going to open it up for questions. And, oh, yay, hands went up immediately. Yes, we'll go ahead and open up for questions because I don't want us to run out of time.
Hi, so I'm the reporter from SC Media, and thanks to you all for sharing. I have a question in regard to how recession will impact the cybersecurity workforce. Well, there are a lot of people saying cybersecurity is a relatively recession-proof industry. I've seen a lot of tech companies are laying off workers. So I wonder, does recession has an impact on cybersecurity workforce? And if so, how does it reshape the workforce?
So the question for our online audience is, how does recession impact the cybersecurity industry?
Maybe I can start and then pass it down. Cybercrime just thrives in times of uncertainty. Right? We've seen it happen over and over and over again. And if you look at many of the security requirements at companies today, they're non-negotiable. Like they've been escalated up either to the board as a compensating control for a risk that's at the board level, or they've been regulated and mandated to the point where you can't actually continue your business as usual, even if that business as usual is shrinking, without having these cyber controls. And so I think we're at a point, which is not a great thing, but because we have such a deficit in cybersecurity workers and talent, I haven't seen among the portfolio companies that we have at Crosspoint Capital, I haven't seen anything that would indicate that those jobs are number one on the chopping block for companies, and in companies where they've had to do it because they've had to scale their whole organization down, I've seen those folks quickly pick up alternate jobs just because the open racks survive an economic downturn. But
yeah, no, I agree. I think in the private sector, at least for what we're seeing, is we're still getting candidates that still have 3 other offers that we're competing against. Maybe what we've seen is a decrease of, I used to have 5 other offers, now I have 3, but it's still very competitive. So I think it's mostly recession proof, and I think companies that have to decide to cut some of the security workforce is because they have to do it, right? Like there's survival aspects to it from the business standpoint, and sure enough, they pick up another job quickly.
Yeah. Other questions? Sure.
Hi, my name is Sandra Khalil. I'm with All Tech is Human, and I'm also studying cyber policy at NYU. Thank you so much for this conversation. I'm currently doing research on cyber workforce development, and one of the ideas that my partner and I were thinking about was not only standardizing the cyber education to make it more of a licensing board, the way we would standardize a medical doctor, engineer, lawyer, but we're also thinking about how to weave cyber into a more vocational type of programming so that cyber operators in critical infrastructure specifically are equipped with the knowledge at the intersection of cybersecurity and industrial manufacturing. So I'm wondering if the panel has any thoughts on that and any challenges you might foresee.
That's a good question. So how do we start to incorporate the cyber workforce and cyber skills into more vocational aspects as well?
So I definitely think there's an opportunity for vocational training in cyber. I mean, there are a number of different models and a number of different ways that that can happen. You could definitely do it. I think the argument against licensing in cybersecurity is that the pace of innovation, the pace of change is too quick for the licensing. And so you will run into an issue with how have you guaranteed that people keep up with the needs of today. That said, for lawyers, we have a duty of care. You gotta know what you're talking about before you go talk to somebody. And so there are other opportunities, I think, to kind of keep that pace. But you'll probably hear lots of pushback on the licensing thing in the near term. Particularly because infrastructure is so different at different organizations. The regulatory regime is changing quite rapidly. It's a pretty complicated space.
You will need to get recertified almost on a yearly basis.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know what happens when you go over time, but we are over time. And so I know we have more questions, but we're going to be here this afternoon, and we're happy to keep chatting about these. But I wanted to thank everybody for joining us. I think this is a very important topic, and thank you all for sharing.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us. Really.
Next up, to help us explore everything from location data privacy to reproductive data security to the future of facial recognition, please welcome FTC Commissioner Alvaro Bedoya, Alexandra Givens, President and CEO of the Center for Democracy and Technology, and New Jersey Attorney General Matthew Platkin. They're joined by Kashmir Hill of the New York Times.
He's getting mic'd.
I haven't opened this. So
Thank you. You're going to be over here. Hello. Sorry, one of our panelists is getting mic'd back there. So we're a little out of order. But I am Kashmir Hill. I write about privacy and technology at the New York Times. The panelists actually have a lot in common. It's a panel of lawyers. Alvaro and Alex were co-workers for quite a long time. Both worked on legislative issues with the Judiciary Committee in the Senate. Alvaro founded the Georgetown Institute of Technology and Privacy.
That would be Alex.
That's me.
Alex founded it. Alvaro.
Privacy Center.
Alvaro
we try to make it as confusing as possible as our goal. Yes.
So worked there together. And Matt Platkin recently was confirmed as the Attorney General of New Jersey. Started at the beginning of this year. Alvaro fairly recently confirmed as an FTC commissioner. And we're all interested in the topic of the panel, consumer rights, privacy. And so I just want to start off by asking the three of you what is kind of at the top of your agenda as the most pressing issue right now in this kind of very large sphere of consumer rights and privacy. And I'm going to start with Alvaro.
Sure. It's wonderful to be here with you and with the folks from Aspen Digital. I'll give an answer that may be a little counterintuitive given our shared interest in face recognition technology. I spend a lot of time worrying about and trying to get a handle on the relationship between social media and teenage mental health. I think this is an issue that people from my corner of progressive tech policy, the world I came from and academia, have spent too little time thinking about this. And while there's some hyperbole, we now have 8 years of peer-reviewed social science research arguing that not only through correlation but causation, there's a problematic relationship between prolonged use of social media and clinical anxiety, clinical depression, suicidal ideation, thoughts of self-harm. And the two things that I have, together with my team, zeroed in on as potentially helping us get a handle on this relationship. The first is establishing through statute, ideally through statute, and there's a bill in Congress to do this, a bill just passed in California to do this, to establish a best interest of the child standard that applies to tech companies, to force them to use non-public information that they are always the first to learn about, the first to be privy to, and hold their systems up to that standard to make sure they're not harming children and teenagers. And the second is, there was just a discussion in the last panel about the law lagging behind technology, and I think sometimes we give a little too much credit to technology, and I think recent events suggest that maybe the law is a pretty good thing to have in place before technology, but the point I'd like to make is, not only does, yes, the law sometimes lag behind technology, but expertise lags behind both, and expertise does not always follow. And so, speaking of the Federal Trade Commission, for decades we've sought to protect consumers in part through the help of economists. So we have dozens of economists who can measure what we allege to be consumer harm down to the cent, right? Thanks to a number of folks that we know and call colleagues and friends, we have had technologists at the Federal Trade Commission for maybe a decade plus. And so now if there's a tech issue, a thorny, complex issue, I have a bunch of technologists I can ask, what the heck's going on here? I'm just a lawyer, you tell me what's going on here. But we do not yet have psychologists at the Commission, nor do most tech regulators and enforcers in the space. And it should come as no surprise that in an attention economy where the unit of value is the amount of time we spend online staring at the screen, that the harms are going to be psychological in nature and related to mental health. And I'm eager to make sure we have the expertise in place to grapple with that, understand with that, and address it.
So you'll be pushing the FTC to hire more psychologists, have them on staff to work on these issues?
In fact, it's already part of the strategic plan. There's a 5-year strategic plan in place from 2002 to 2022 to 2026, and part of it is to explore bringing on staff psychologists with a particular focus on child psychologists, youth development experts to do that.
And you would like technology companies to be measuring this internally, have some kind of standard they're supposed to meet, that their product is basically healthy for children.
So sorry, did I interrupt?
No.
No. So I wouldn't call it a secret. It's actually all public. They're already doing that. So in the same way as the NSA was one of the nation's lead employers of mathematics PhDs, if you go on LinkedIn and you look at public information around who companies are hiring, today they are hiring dozens upon dozens upon dozens, actually no, hundreds of PhD psychologists, both to design their platforms to be as sticky as possible, and also to evaluate and address harm. And so all I want is for enforcers and regulators to have the same skill sets internal to their work as tech companies already are using today, both to keep us online and to assess the harms that come from that activity. So what we need is to catch up.
And then how does that fall under FTC kind of jurisdiction?
Sure. So another thing that I was speaking about with the Attorney General is a lot of people say, oh, well, you have old laws, they don't really apply to this, and that's not true. We, both in New Jersey, all states, and the federal government, we have a law, and the federal government, we've had it since 1938, that prohibits unfair and deceptive trade practices. Doesn't include the word privacy, doesn't include the word cybersecurity, but those words still have meaning today: unfairness, deception. And the test for deception is: did you tell someone obviously simplifying? Did you say you were going to do something and not do it in a way that harmed people, or did you materially omit information about your practices, things that you knew about how your platform functioned, and still let people use the platform despite that? So that's one way this conduct in theory could be reached. And when it comes to unfairness, you have substantial injury. It doesn't just mean people being sad, but critically, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about clinical anxiety, clinical depression, suicidal ideation. There's not a single person in this room, I think, who would say, oh, that's not a substantial injury. But then you need to prove it's not reasonably avoidable. You need to prove also that it's not outweighed by other harms. And so, yes, we have old laws, but it's not like people in 1938 weren't quite smart. And they purposefully set out laws that would allow us to protect the American people for generations to come.
Fascinating. Okay, Alex, I'm going to move on to you. What is kind of your top issue right now that you're looking at, hoping to do something about?
Sure. So I run an organization focused on consumer rights and democracy in the digital age. So there's a lot on the list. I think one of the issues that I think is worth calling out here is the intersection of privacy and civil rights. And I think for a lot of people, when they come to this issue for the first time, you think of privacy and it's an individual's ability to control what information is shared from them with the outside world. But in reality, in a moment where we can't really control what information is shared about us with the outside world, there's a whole other set of harms, which is what inferences are being made about you and how are the breadcrumbs of information that we leave across the internet in the course of our daily lives being used in a way that can dramatically impact economic opportunity, people's ability to express and explore themselves online. You know, we are seeing, many people are, of course, are familiar with the notion of redlining, right, which is discrimination based on the history of your zip code. Now there are so many more data points than just a zip code that can be used to tailor ads to a particular audience, to evaluate who is eligible for a job. There are an increasing number of vendors and tools that are purporting to use machine learning to come up with the ideal profile of a job candidate, for example. Qualifications for a loan, tenant screening algorithms, for example, all of which are comparing individuals to a much broader data set and inferring, kind of, does this person have the right traits to match what we are selecting for in this instance? And all of that is leading to very real-world harm. I think a lot of times privacy harm can feel abstract. Discriminatory uses of data is not abstract. That is a real-world harm that we need to grapple with. So that's why both my organization, the CDT, and a wide range of civil rights organizations, Alvaro in his former career before joining the commission, are really so focused on making sure that civil rights is a central part of the privacy conversation, including in privacy legislation and also in best practices for companies. And we've seen leadership from the Biden administration on this recently. The White House recently released its blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights, trying to articulate a number of these harms and what companies can be doing to address them. I think it's a critical piece of the conversation.
And so is your focus primarily on the way that companies, the private sector, is using data, or all of the above, government and companies?
All of the above. So we do a lot of work on government surveillance as well, and so that is also hugely important. I know we're going to talk about face recognition later on the panel. But largely in the commercial sector, I think it's hugely important. And we need a combination of solutions, right? Legislation should provide the backstop, make sure that people are equipped with tools to defend themselves and give the enforcers something to use. But also companies really need to be out ahead of the curve on this, and I think some are trying to be. Really, auditing their products for what some of the discriminatory impacts might be, making sure they're doing so on a continual basis, not just at the design phase, but at the implementation phase. And as a general matter, we need to make sure that the public and consumer advocates are aware of these risks so that they can try to step in to protect people as well.
So as an organization, in terms of what CDT is trying to do on the issue, is it primarily public education and kind of pushing for legislation, or are there other things that you're trying to do?
Yeah, so legislation, talking to the enforcement agencies. One of the important tricks of different enforcement agencies is not only that they can bring actions, but also that they can issue guidance. They can give speeches to audiences, and they tend to listen when the regulators speak. So we try to make sure that they are playing that role as well. There's also a lot to do, this is to Alvaro's earlier point, on equipping the government to even be identifying these cases and knowing to look out for these harms. So one of the things that really matters right now is ensuring that the civil rights-focused agencies, whether that's the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the Department of Justice, their state and local counterparts, know about these harms, have the in-house capacity to actually be looking for these cases and bringing them where they need to, and as I said, issuing that guidance to industry as well.
Okay, and then I'm going to go to you, Matthew. What is the top of your list right now in terms of biggest problem that your office wants to address?
Well, first of all, let me just say, Aspen, thank you for having me. I feel like a trailblazer being a New Jersey Attorney General speaking at the 92nd Street Y in New York City, so this is a really incredible moment. But this is basically everything that's been said. I mean, to be honest with you, I'll give you sort of a general answer and then a specific. Generally, I am, and as a state, we are very concerned about companies putting out terms of services or privacy policies that they then blatantly don't adhere to. And as has been said, we may have old laws, but that is just a deceptive business practice that has not been legal in the state of New Jersey and in most states and under the federal law for a very long time. And so most of our investigations that have produced significant outcomes are, not all, but many of them are based on that theory. And so we see it in all kinds of conduct. Obviously, we see it in the data privacy context, and I'll talk specifically in a second about one example of that. But we also see it in the rise of bias incidents and what companies like Facebook have said they're going to do to moderate the content on their platforms and prevent hate groups from spreading actions in ways that the government cannot because of First Amendment protections. But once they say they're going to do it, they have to do it. We see it in a whole range of contexts. And so in the data privacy context, we've certainly seen it. And actually, we're looking, and this is public, we're looking at Instagram and TikTok for targeting youth and using similar theories that I just talked about. And the impacts you mentioned are very scary. And I'm very proud that it's a bipartisan collection of AGs that are looking at that. That's not an issue that has broken down along partisan lines. So I think generally people are concerned about that. But data privacy, it's the same thing. I mean, we just had a settlement last week, earlier this week rather, very significant settlement with Google over their data tracking policy. What they were saying to their consumers was just not what they were actually doing.
In terms of location tracking.
Yeah, exactly. And then in a very specific context, in a very real sense, and to your point where things can seem abstract when we're talking about technology and data, and the average resident of my state does not understand what's going on in their phone. That's true pretty much everywhere. But we're seeing it in a real way right now when it comes to reproductive health. And post Dobbs, there is both a very real fear by providers and people who are taking advantage of legal reproductive health care services in states like New Jersey, that their data is going to be used against them. It's going to be obtained by other investigative agencies, and potentially they could be found to have liability. Now, under New Jersey law, they're protected. But I still have a lot of concerns about what tech companies, big and small, are doing with that data. Everything from the apps on the stores, as well as what Google and Apple are doing as it relates to their own data tracking and those who make their apps available through their platforms. And so those are very much unanswered questions right now. And we were talking about this backstage. We're doing a lot. We have a lot of tools. But this is an area that I've seen, because we, on top of everything else, we license the medical providers in the state. So I know the fears that they've had because I've spoken to them. And it's very much came to a head. Obviously, no one was necessarily, Dobbs was, I guess, to some degree foreseeable, but no one was really expecting that decision, a year or two ago. And they've had to adjust very quickly in real time.
And the concern is not as much the reproductive health privacy of New Jersey residents, but people who would be coming from out of state to get abortions in New Jersey.
Look, I think it could be both. I think anyone who's providing these services or taking advantage of them has concerns about where their data is being stored, if they do come across state lines, who could potentially get access to it. Remember, a state like New Jersey, we're a state that a lot of people pass through. It's very easy to travel to our state. We have some of the strongest reproductive health care protections in the country, which I'm very proud of. And we have a strike force that brought together all of our civil and criminal authorities to ensure that those laws are protected. And the governor signed laws that significantly restricted what data could ever possibly be shared, even to another state seeking that information, whether it be from healthcare providers or from a state or governmental agency. But there's still a lot of gaps in terms of what the companies themselves have done, and even what they're saying about what they have done, both for us as regulators and enforcement agencies, but also for the providers and the public. We're talking about some of the most sensitive and difficult moments in people's lives. And now you add a layer of uncertainty onto that as to if I'm taking advantage of a legal service in a state that I know I'm allowed to do it, could somebody through a phone that's in my pocket or from a period tracking app or any other, or data that my doctor is going to get, is that going to go somewhere that I'm not going to have control over? These are things that they might not even tell their parents or their spouses or their partners about. But they're putting that trust in companies that frankly don't have a great track record when it comes to this issue. And so it's a very real sense, and I think it sort of grounds when we're talking about data privacy, and this is true, as you said, whether it's algorithmic bias or any of the issues we're talking about. They're real issues in people's lives. And that's where, as an attorney general, and my counterparts across the state and in the federal government, we have an obligation to use our laws to protect our residents. Just because it's new technology doesn't mean certain practices that were illegal if you did it by phone or by letter or by advertisement on a billboard is now legal if you do it on a social media platform or an app.
I mean, theoretically, in terms of the way that the AG's office would get involved in a case like that, I mean, would it be there's some kind of information request happens over state lines from another law enforcement agency? Would the AG's office get involved in some way at that level, or is it more just regulating what providers in New Jersey, what information they would make available?
Yeah, I mean, we could get involved in a number of ways, and sometimes we might not know. I mean, if one of the reasons why the laws were signed is because if, let's say, another state were to subpoena records, it wouldn't necessarily get on our radar if it was to a third party. But we get involved in a lot of ways. I mean, we're in the business of suing people a lot of the time, so we have investigative powers, and we bring lawsuits as it relates to data breaches, and that's not just because it's what we want to do. I mean, we prefer that it didn't happen, but we are tasked, and I am tasked in New Jersey with enforcing our laws. And we've used our tools in that sense, but we also, whether it be through the regulatory process or by promoting good policies or just good hygiene from the industry. I mean, I would much rather, it's A, much less resources, and B, much more productive when we're working together to change conduct in a way that benefits the residents of our state. I'd much rather do that than have to file a litigation and get 40 other states to go along with us. That's much harder, and frankly, I think not the best use of resources and not the best outcomes for the companies either. And so we have a lot of interaction with industry, and they've been at times very cooperative, and then other times they haven't been, and then it's resulted in us having to take enforcement actions.
I think within the privacy sphere, we've talked for a long time about how there's so much medical data that is unprotected because, a lot of people think, oh, HIPAA protects everything medical related, not realizing that it applies very specifically to medical providers, and that there's now so much reproductive health data, medical data that is kind of flowing through third parties that are not medical providers, and so it's not provided by HIPAA. And Dobbs has really brought that kind of long-going conversation into very sharp focus. And so Alex, I am curious, I know this is something that your organization has thought about a lot, but at this moment, how are you thinking about that, the protection of medical data that's increasingly flowing outside of the kind of medical establishment that's regulated by HIPAA?
Yeah, it's a great point. And I think one thing, again, there needs to be consumer education because people think that stuff is protected, that it is not. As we stand here today, there is not a single federal law that protects consumer privacy and the types of commercial sources of information that we're talking about. Instead, we have to rely on a patchwork of laws and the consumer protection provisions, either that states or the Federal Trade Commission can enforce. So we need a much more sophisticated conversation around privacy legislation and making sure that there are baseline expectations for how data can be protected. The other piece of this, of course, is asking the companies. I mean, to the point that you were making, I think this really has been a wake-up call for many consumers about just how vulnerable their information is. That your phone probably knows more about you than any single person in your family at any given time, and that information can be highly revealing. I think one of the elements of the Dobbs decision that has made this such a sharp moment is realizing that people have to worry not only about law enforcement access to that data, but also the potential of lawsuits and pursuit from bounty hunters in certain states as well. And so, to be honest, whether one actually expects to be in the market for reproductive healthcare services or not, I think many people are realizing, hey, that there's a lot going on here. So one of the other areas that we're focusing on is really spending time with the companies about how they can better improve their data practices in that regard. And the answer here, if they do not want to be handing over or faced with the uncomfortable scenario of law enforcement subpoenaing them for their customers' most sensitive information, is minimization. Don't have that data in the first place. So there's a lot more companies can be doing to reduce the amount of data that they have, to reduce how long they hold it for, of course to think about who they're sharing it with, where they're selling it to. And underpinning all of this, of course, is the market of data brokers, kind of this additional realm in the ecosystem that are there buying pockets of information from all of these different providers and aggregating them to create profiles for people that law enforcement can then come and access without having to get a warrant or follow, traditional criminal procedure. So the companies do have a really important role to play here. I think this is a wake-up call moment where their customers are looking to them with strong expectations that they're going to follow through.
I think after...
Jump in with one very quick thing. I wanted to flag a lawsuit that the Federal Trade Commission filed a month or two ago. It was a bipartisan vote against a company called Kochava. And what we allege is that they broke the law by selling detailed information about their users, geolocation information, and giving it away online to prospective customers. And in doing so, gave away information about people's trips to reproductive service centers, addiction treatment centers, churches. And so we are trying to, as many other law enforcers are across the country, we are using the tools at our disposal to try to address this. But absolutely, more legislation would be helpful.
And were they giving out specific identified information, or this was kind of
so there's some nuance
aggregated?
To it. My understanding, and I don't want to get it wrong, but the complaint, my recollection of what the complaint alleges is there was pseudonymous identifiers, but they were persistent identifiers. And so, if I don't call you Cash, but I call you, some other name, but I always call you that name,
right.
That functions as an identifier, like a nickname, right? If I call you K, right? That might serve the same function. And so that is, I think that was part of the kind of fact pattern in that case.
And after the Dobbs leak, really, there was a call for women to delete their period tracking apps. There was a lot of concern about how this data might be used. Have you seen that data being used yet? Kind of what's the most concerning data you've seen happen so far since the ruling, since kind of state laws have started changing?
So I will say I was actually very worried by the period tracking app news stories. They served an important function for raising consumer awareness, right? You should always be smart about the apps you're using, what their terms of services are, what promises they're making to you about how they'll use that data or not use it, so that enforcers can come after them if they don't live up to those promises. But one of the things that made me worry is that people, if that was presented as the fix, delete that period tracking app and you are good to go, wow, is that some misinformation for what the actual threat model looks like, right? If you think about, so there have already been cases brought prosecuting pregnant people for their pregnancy outcomes. And this includes before Dobbs, when pregnant women have been prosecuted for taking drugs during their pregnancy that resulted in the miscarriage of the fetus, for example, or for people taking self-medication abortion outside of the statutory limits that were permitted in states, even under Roe. And in those prosecutions, the information that's being used is internet search history, the private conversations that people are having with their best friends via text message in their time of need. And so it is these mainstream uses, right? Ones that you can't delete that function on your phone. That's the whole reason you have it, right? This is a story about a lot more in terms of the vulnerability, and it's a lot more than individual users can control. So yes, users need to be smart. There are great resources online about how to do that. But also, we need these minimum protections, and we need the companies to step up to protect their customers.
For a long time, talking about privacy issues, at kind of the end of every story I wrote, somebody would say, we need more laws to protect privacy. We need a federal privacy law, and it has not happened for about the decade or so I've been covering this. Though there have been interesting state laws, some that were passed very early on. I think probably the most important one is the Biometric Information Privacy Act in Illinois that was passed in 2008, before most tech companies we're using any kind of biometric facial recognition. There is yet again a privacy law kind of at the federal level, hovering, might or might not move forward. Alex, I was wondering if you can fill us in on where it is now, if you think it's likely to move forward or not.
Yeah, so you gave a great setup. People have wanted this for a very long time. There are not many issues in the world today, in the United States, where you have Democrats calling for it, Republicans calling for it, consumers calling for it, businesses calling for it because they know that they want a baseline standard for user trust and some guidance about what the rules of the road are going to be. So the conditions are ripe. There is a piece of legislation, the one that you're referencing here is the American Data Privacy Protection Act, sometimes known as the ADPPA. And it recently passed this summer out of the House Energy and Commerce Committee by a bipartisan vote of 53-2. There are, again, not many issues that are getting that type of bipartisan buy-in. So one of the things I think is most exciting about that bill is that it really does move the ball forward substantially in how we think about privacy. The traditional framework for a long time was one focused on notice and consent. So if the company told you they were going to do something with their data, even if it is on page 57 of the terms of service, which even I, a privacy lawyer, do not read, they could get away with it, right? Because they've told you and you've consented by using their service.
Right.
The ADPPA takes the really important, just evolutionary step of saying that doesn't work. Users do not have choice in that scenario. That is not the way to regulate. Instead, we need baseline protections, rules of the road. It also has civil rights language in there to the point that I mentioned earlier. It has a private right of action for users to be able to enforce their rights. So there's really good stuff in there. The question is how we get it across the finish line in what is a difficult political climate right now. The main issue for this bill that is holding it up right now is that part of the grand bargain is that it does preempt some state laws. It doesn't preempt BIPA, but it does.
How did BIPA manage to carve its way out of that?
It's been the law for long enough now that people understand it. They recognize that protection. Companies are complying with it. So, but it does have a preemptive effect on California's recently passed privacy law, which is a challenge because obviously California was an innovator in that space. There's a whole weedy conversation to be had around that. I think for many of us consumer advocates, we think that the protections of the federal bill are stronger than what's in the California law. And also, number one, it allows the California enforcers to keep enforcing and kind of keeping their function. And also, we need to protect people not just in California, but around the whole country. But we will see what happens with it.
Sitting in the New Jersey Attorney General's office, how much does this matter, the kind of the federal privacy conversation? How would it impact you if that law passed? Do you want something like that, or do you feel like you have the tools you need right now at your level to enforce these rights?
It matters a lot. Chairman Pallone, Frank Pallone, is New Jersey congressman, chairs the committee at least for a couple more months that the bill passed through, and I've spoken to him about it, and I know how hard he's worked to get it through. And those numbers you don't hear very often in terms of bipartisan support. There's certainly I think a healthy debate amongst AGs in various states about the preemption question, and that I assume will shake it out. But the federal law is a very significant step forward, and giving us the tools to enforce is a step forward. From my perspective, and this is true for every time we pass a law, I say this, but particularly in this space where there's such a dearth of experienced investigators and lawyers in public sector doing this work, it's really important that some of you folks and those come into government and work on these issues. Because I'll tell you from us, if we don't have the tools to enforce the law, then it's just a nice press release. And so any law we're tasked with enforcing, and it's true from the federal agencies or in state attorney general, which play such a critical role, we are aggressively building out our data privacy team. We already have one of the best in the country, I would argue, and we are expanding that rapidly. And I also co-chair a new center set up by the National Association of Attorneys General on cyber and technology. And one of the pushes that I feel very strongly is, we need to be providing state AGs resources, technologist resources that are hard to get into state government, so that as we're building these cases, we're not pursuing cases that really shouldn't be pursued and wasting government resources and wasting companies' time when we can just work out an issue, but B, that when we need to pursue an enforcement action and when we have those tools, that we have an obligation to our residents to be able to put them to work.
What about sitting in the FTC? And I know you probably have feelings about privacy being a bipartisan issue and yet not being able to get a law passed on it at the federal level. But with or without a privacy law at the federal level, how does it impact what the FTC is able to do?
So, like I was saying earlier, we're doing absolutely everything possible that we can using the authority we have, and it is a broad authority. We also have a rulemaking authority that Congress gave us in a couple decades ago that we are exploring whether we can use and should use to to address some of the issues that have been discussed during this panel. But frankly, for the Commission, what would be most helpful is resources. And the interesting thing about the Federal Trade Commission, it's the oldest consumer protection agency in the country. I would argue it's the preeminent one. And so when Congress passes a law, they say, oh, FTC, you enforce it. And they'll pass a law about, great laws, right? Laws about, ticket resales, laws about kids' privacy. But they'll just add on a thing that says FTC shall enforce it. And yet our staffing is lower than it was in the 1980s. And so, and in the 1970s, absolutely. That for me is the key issue. The law that Congress is considering is terrific. It's got everything we've discussed: civil rights, biometrics, kids' privacy, kids' information. They have strong provisions there, and we'll use them. But for me, my main concern is making sure that if Congress tells us to do something, they give us the resources to do it.
I am curious, you bring up biometrics. I'm obsessed with facial recognition technology because I wrote the story at the New York Times about Clearview AI, which had scraped the internet of billions of faces, create a facial recognition app that could identify just about anyone. It was selling it to law enforcement. And I wanted to ask you about it, Matthew, because when that story came out, the then Attorney General of New Jersey kind of put a moratorium on the use of Clearview AI and launched some kind of, fact-finding investigation into how facial recognition was being used in New Jersey. And I just wanted an update on what's going on with that.
So Clearview is still not operational. The moratorium is still in effect in New Jersey, and it's been almost 3 years. Earlier this year, we launched actually a public process for soliciting input on facial recognition technology from stakeholders, and that process is still ongoing. So nothing new publicly to report, but this goes to sort of, I think, a broader issue. I mean, law enforcement, a lot of these issues come to the head with respect to law enforcement. And, as the chief law enforcement officer, obviously there are times when new investigative tools are very helpful. But there's also the competing concern about individuals' privacy, the same way they had privacy expectations in their home, and there's bodies of case law about all of this that is still, there's still a work in progress to catch up to some of this information. But as it relates to facial recognition technology specifically, Clearview is still not allowed in New Jersey, and we are going through a pretty robust process to evaluate what the right safeguards are.
We're going to do a lightning session here because we're running out of time, but I wanted to end our panel with kind of something brighter, like a reason for hope. And I'm just wondering if, privacy, digital rights have been an issue since the internet kind of became mainstream, used by society. What have you seen in the last decade or so that gives you hope about our giving people more rights on the internet, protecting people's privacy? What are the bright spots, if you could name one quickly? And I'll start down here and then come this way.
I think its public attitudes have changed dramatically just over the last decade in terms of what people's expectations are for how their information will be used. And I think that's why it's being reflected in bipartisan attorneys general taking action and bipartisan members of the Congress taking action. And I think that gives me hope that even in a polarized, factionalized world, this is an issue that is gaining some steam because the public is demanding it.
I agree. I think that's exactly right. We've managed to go at least an hour without mentioning the name Elon Musk. I'm going to quickly do it here. Which is to say, much as the past few weeks have helped raise awareness about the business case for content moderation, why content moderation matters and why it is a business risk if you do not pay attention to it, very much the same thing is happening with privacy. So you now see companies leaning into their privacy identity, marketing themselves on privacy because of where the consumer interests lie. And that really matters. We need to keep pushing that energy forward.
Speaking on law enforcement, fun fact is up until recently, name the surveillance technology, wiretapping, geolocation tracking. Up until recently, literally never in American history did the people of a city or a state or the federal government say, no, you cannot use that technology. And on the law enforcement side, which I do not have jurisdiction over, I was heartened when people found out how prevalent warrantless use of face recognition was. And in many cities, some states, they took decisive action, in some cases to put a moratorium on it, in some cases to regulate it, but that has never happened before for law enforcement surveillance technology. And whatever, this is separate from my views about it commercially, but it tells me that people have woken up to what's at stake here, and they're making sure that laws reflect their views here.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Joining us now for a conversation about how the Federal Bureau of Investigation is handling cyber threats, please welcome the FBI's Deputy Director, Paul Abate, joined by Aruna Vishwanatha, Senior Reporter at the Wall Street Journal.
We in the right place here?
So it's great to have you here today with us to talk about cyber threats and ransomware. And I thought maybe we would just start there. It's been a year and a half since the Colonial Pipeline attack that really seemed to seep into the American consciousness for the first time with long gas lines. And FBI Director Wray talked about that as sort of a very, very much a moment of transition for the broader country to become engaged on this problem. What has happened since then at the FBI?
Well, first, thank you, Aruna, for joining me here, and thanks to Aspen Institute for inviting us back, and thanks for everybody for being here. We've only seen the problem continue to get worse, actually. When we look back to Colonial and everything that happened over the last couple of years, even with all the efforts we've made, though I think there's been amazing progress in terms of bringing people together across the private sector, and within government, it's a highly profitable enterprise, and it's for criminals and criminal organizations to go after. So we've seen a higher volume of ransomware attacks, and the financial losses are only increasing as well. And it's something that we're going to have to come even closer together on and continue to work relentlessly at to counter it and prevent victims from being harmed.
You're saying that it's only increasing. Is that because more different criminal groups are getting access to the same kind of ransomware and deploying it, or are we just seeing more variants of ransomware being used by the same people, or what do you think accounts for this increase?
There's always new variants. It's really an infinite game in some ways, because we're doing our work to stop it, to meet the threat, and to hold those behind it accountable. And then on the other side, we have many of the same actors, those that we haven't been able to take off the playing field. They're still working at it. They're working every day to evolve and adapt just like we are, and they're finding new ways, they're finding new vulnerabilities to come after both government and the private sector. So again, it's something we're going to have to continue to focus on and work hard at to put down.
I thought we'd talk for a little bit about a case study recently where the FBI did come in to try to help a victim. There's the attack on the Los Angeles school district right before school started over Labor Day weekend. The FBI came in to help them. The superintendent said they refused to pay ransom, and some of the school district's data did end up online. Can you kind of walk us through what the FBI did there and how what you determined about that breach?
Yeah. Well, the first thing is this is not something that we want to happen. We're all about prevention first and foremost, and we're working together each and every day, 24/7, to prevent attacks like that from happening. But when they do, we respond, and I think this is a really good example, again, on the partnership and the process and the response there. And it shows the work we do with partners on the front line. We were able to, because of the relationship we had with the Los Angeles Unified School District in advance of this attack, we were able to, they called us right away, our office in Los Angeles, and we were able to get the key people, agents, analysts, computer scientists, and others out there, within hours on the scene, same day, to stand behind and beside the victim and to work with them to help determine what happened, the extent of the damage, the attribution, what was the variant, who's behind it. That was all done very quickly. And then I think helping victims is one of the most important things that I believe the confidence and the reassurance that the personnel, our personnel, along with partners, brings to a situation like that. It brings a steady calm to the situation, and it really helps victims recover and get through that. So I think that's a shining example of how we come together on the response aspect of it, though we're working hard every minute of every day to make sure something like that doesn't happen. And then further, we're learning from that. So, the techniques, the tools that the bad guys are using there, the intelligence that we were able to glean from that, we're able to roll it back out. We issued a cybersecurity bulletin almost immediately, jointly with DHS and CISA, to inform the wider education and academic sector, to put everyone out there in the best position to protect themselves on defense.
Can you talk about what you determined about who was behind that breach, and were you able to recover the data, or did you not have to do that in this instance because they had everything backed up?
Well, most importantly, the school district was able, because of everyone coming together, and that's inclusive of the private sector partners as well, they were able to get back online nearly immediately and able to avoid having to cancel school. This happened, as you recall, over the holiday weekend. So we were able to work, in that time period in advance of the schools reopening and ensure that everyone was able to get back to school and continue their studies.
So there is this tension when you're talking about cybersecurity at the FBI, when on the one hand you want to be able to stop an attack before it happens, on the other hand you maybe want to have part of the attack happen so that you can identify who's behind it and then prosecute them. How do you determine sort of which way to lean? Because obviously traditionally your interest is more in having people to prosecute and investigate and charge, but here you want to stop the attack from happening. How do you think through this?
I'm going to disagree with you. We never want any part of an attack to happen, right? We want to prevent harm. That's the number one thing that we do. And secondly, our goal is not to arrest people. That's not the thing. We believe that's an important component of the overall framework that we operate in, to take criminal cyber actors off the field, to hurt them so that they're not able. But we also realize we're not going to be able to arrest our way out of the the challenges that we face here in volume. So that's just one tool, one technique that we bring to bear. And sometimes we do sacrifice the opportunity to arrest somebody or bring criminal charges for the greater good, for the victim, to protect the victim from the confidentiality standpoint, and also to prevent further harm. That's how we approach in the context of any response we're making when an attack has happened. It's all about preventing further harm to the immediate victim and any others, and then moving forward and restoring them to full function, and then moving forward from there. If we can secondarily, the goal is to investigate, attribute, determine who perpetrated a given attack, and then hold them accountable, and we relentlessly do that, but that is not the first and foremost thing in any given event.
Okay, right. So your first goal is always, let's see if we can stop it, and then
Yes.
sort of third or fourth is, if we can identify who is behind it, can we
Yes.
try to prosecute them?
And we want to do all that. And I think, together, partnership with the private sector and our other government partners, I think we've seen tremendous progress and advancement based on hard lessons learned, particularly over the past couple of years. And we're going to have to work at it, though, continuously.
You've also been deploying FBI agent teams overseas to help other
Yes.
countries deal with cyber incidents from time to time. Can you talk to us about how you decide which ones to try to tackle? And I think you can talk a little bit about the case of Albania.
Yes.
You deployed a team there recently, and they were able to help attribute an attack to the Iranian government, I think.
I'm really glad you brought this up because it's an extension of the type of work we do here, but reaching out globally. And again, it gets back to the partnership. So when it comes to working with, serving, and protecting allies and those who want to work with us, and most importantly, they're reaching out for help. That's the key thing. When we're working alongside an international partner, that country has to reach out and ask us for help and welcome us in. We've had, numerous examples of this, all of which I can't cite. Again, much like working with the private sector, in a lot of instances, we're doing this in a protective, covert, confidential way to support other countries, allies who have been victimized, and again, help them recover, prevent further harm, use that intelligence to protect people and entities and organizations across the world. And then we're looking to attribute, identify those responsible, and then work together to go out, and hopefully bring them to justice and prevent them from doing further criminal acts in the future. But that's all on display with Albania, and that's all out in the public realm. That country not too long ago suffered a cyber attack that shut down pretty much all of their government systems and services. It was a widespread, very effective attack via cyber means on the country as a whole. They asked for our help. We went in. We sent our cyber action, one of our cyber action team, and again, experts, analysts, agents, technicians, and computer scientists over there, and worked alongside partners from the Albanian government and again, private sector, very importantly, to help with the response, the resolution, the remediation, and the attribution. And one of the key outcomes here was we were able to identify and attribute the attack to the government of Iran, and then subsequently and very quickly via that we were able to, through our government and in partnership with other allies across the world, issue a very strong statement attributing this attack to Iran and holding them accountable in that regard.
Did you determine what the motivation was for that attack?
The motivation behind that attack was, ideological. Albania had been hosting a conference, or planning to host a conference there by an opposition group to the government of Iran, and it was a malicious attack to strike at the government of Albania for support in some ways to those who oppose the government of Iran.
Got it. So this was a topic of discussion on earlier panels, but I wanted to get your perspective from the FBI's vantage point. What impact has the war in Ukraine had on the proliferation of ransomware in the US, on the potential for cyber attacks? We're 9 months in. We didn't really see the kinds of attacks we maybe had anticipated we might see in the US. What have you learned watching what's been happening at this point?
Yeah, I think there's a number of takeaways from what we've seen there. As you mentioned, in some ways there were expectations that there might be a much severe, broader range of the use of cyber, as an offensive weapon and that didn't really materialize. But the good, that's a good news story in some ways, because I think what it reflects is a few things. One, taking lessons learned, because even for years in advance of the invasion of Ukraine, the country of Ukraine had been under attack and had suffered a number of attacks launched by the Russian government and components thereof from a cyber perspective, and a lot of damage had been done within the context of a number of those. But there were lessons learned from that by Ukraine, and by those of us who are allies and have partnered with Ukraine. And we see those lessons learned taken and applied in this context, and really in the preparation, not just in the context of hostilities, but overall. So I think the application of lessons learned, the preparation, and the readiness to meet those attacks really kept things down to a lower level than one might have expected. And then I think also key here with Ukraine, it really shows the importance of the private sector on defense, because some key private sector companies, U.S. companies, stepped in and taking the intelligence that they gleaned from their business and operations and work and presence in Ukraine, were able to take that information and intel and turn it around and share it with the government of Ukraine and others, and put them in a really good position to protect themselves from what was coming at them. And again, I think it just highlights the critical nature of the role that private sector has in all of this. And it's an instance where those private sector companies really stepped up big time and helped in the context of a war, essentially. Something we really haven't seen before.
Sorry, in terms of both adding intel to the intelligence picture and proactively defending against the potential foes.
Yes, taking the information intelligence that private sector company is seeing on their network out there, what they have visibility into, given the infrastructure that they own, and then turning it around and sharing it with a country, in this case Ukraine, and putting them in a position to better defend themselves.
And I also wanted to get your take on another topic that was discussed earlier today, sort of cultivating the cyber workforce. The FBI obviously needs a large pool of cyber talent. There was a recent report in ProPublica where some former agents were sort of faulting the FBI a bit with having a culture that's not that conducive to recruiting and retaining kind of a more technical, technically trained workforce. What is the FBI doing to try to develop that? That's pretty different from the traditional agent pool.
This is a big time challenge for all of us in government, and we're investing a lot in this to reach out. I think with the FBI, we're fortunate in big ways, because even with all the criticism and everything we faced, we still have a great brand, and people are attracted to come to the FBI because of the work that we do, the people they get to work with there, the mission first and foremost of keeping the country safe and protecting people. That's built in. We've had to adjust, I think, and not rely on that solely. And I think if you go back historically, we realized we can't be complacent in anything that we do, whether that's recruiting agents, analysts, or the type of individuals we now need in this space with the technical skills to carry out the work in the cyber realm. So we are still constrained in many ways, like every government agency is, in terms of pay relative to private sector, but we still have the mission and we still have the brand. We do rely heavily on that, but we're much more forward-leaning in terms of going out now, getting in front of people in universities, colleges, business, private sector, and working hard to bring people in to the FBI, and particularly those people with the right skills and technical skills that we need to do this important work.
Is there any sense that in the future the FBI might sort of change the requirements in order to try to retain and recruit that kind of talent versus the more traditional agents that you've gone for?
We're very focused on that. Each and every week I meet with our human resources division and branch, and we were just talking about that yesterday. How do we approach this differently? What can we do better to recruit and retain? And part of it is financial. We have certain authorities within the agency, and we have relied on that to be able to pay retention bonuses and leverage mechanisms like that to keep people. But it's still, in the competitive environment we're in, that only goes so far. So that's one thing, but we're looking across the board. So, much like the private sector and our, government colleagues, we think about the new face of work, flexibility, mobility, things like that. And I think, the Bureau, we're very, as you all know, traditional, hierarchical organizations that some might say is set in its ways. But I will tell you all on the inside, we have become much more open-minded in terms of the way people work in the Bureau. And, that's another component of keeping people on board, letting them work from different places. Now, there are security considerations and limitations with this as well. We deal with classified information and sensitive information, so that does present, constraints and parameters in terms of where we can do that work and how we can do it. So we need to stay within that framework to protect our people and our information. But we're thinking always of ways that we can do things better to better keep people and to bring people in to the organization.
And in our, we only have 30 seconds left, but in our final moments, I'd ask you to sort of reflect on looking out over the next year. Give us a hope, like one prediction or hope that you hope to see a year from now on the cyber front.
Well, we want to have zero crime, but we're realistic. We know that that's not possible. Look, I think we have to stay on the track we're on. What I see in cyber, and this applies in other disciplines that we operate in as well, everybody's coming together more closely and in ways we've never seen before, and that's within government and the interagency, both intelligence and law enforcement, and the private sector as well. I think this space in cyber requires really, we talk about collaboration, but this requires hyper collaboration. We have to work even harder to bring everything together, the information, the intelligence, and the operational activity, both offensive and defensive, that we're doing. And again, we've seen tremendous advancement in that across the board. So we're going to look to continue that progress, bring everyone closer together, having the opportunity to be here in a forum like this, in the public-private sector environment is one component of that. We're going to keep working hard on that, and I just want to see us continue to make progress. And we're going to work hard also, to be as preventative, always striving to be 100%, but recognizing the realities of the world as well. And then when people violate that and they commit crimes, we are going to go after them relentlessly. We're going to hunt them down wherever they are in the world, and we're going to bring them to justice right here in the United States, and we're going to do that together. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you all for a great morning. I'm Garrett Graff, I'm the director of the Cyber Initiative at Aspen Digital. I want to give you some lunch instructions today. So we have a fun lunch breakout session for discussions up ahead. Please go directly to the breakout room where you want to participate in the discussion. All 4 rooms have hot lunch in the room. The lunch is the same in every room. And don't stop in the lobby. That's not actually the lunch, that's the coffee break. So there are 4 lunch discussions for you today. 4 Scouts, people-focused lunch is behind the registration desk back in the lobby as you came in. Recorded Futures lunch on Intel collaboration is the immediate right outside the theater, sort of adjacent here over in the WAG room. And then PwC's transparency lunch and Paladin's infrastructure lunch are out past the coffee, left down the hallway. So please go directly to your room, grab lunch, and settle in for a great conversation. We've got a lot more ahead the rest of the Aspen Cyber Summit.
Our program is about to begin. Please take your seats.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you had a great lunch, and thanks so much for joining us for this afternoon's program. It is my pleasure. So my name is Hugh Thompson. I'm a member of the Aspen Cyber Security Group, and this next topic is such a critical one. The attacks against OT and critical infrastructure have continued to grow, both in frequency and severity. And so we have an excellent discussion for you now, moderated by the incredible Vivian Schiller, Executive Director of Aspen Digital. Vivian.
Thank you. My publicist, ladies and gentlemen. As you said, we have a really interesting and important topic today. So as many of you remember very well, was a year and a half ago that the Colonial Pipeline ransomware attacked and really revealed the vulnerability of our infrastructure. Notably, it was also the first time that the public viscerally felt the impact of a ransomware attack on their day-to-day lives in the form, as you know, of long lines for gas. I don't think it really had, this is the first time, ransomware and cybersecurity breaches probably penetrated the consciousness of many. It also shined a really, really bright light on the need for collaboration between government entities and private industry to communicate and to cooperate. So on this panel, and I'm going to invite my panelists out now, we're going to talk about what we've learned since then and what we should worry about next. So we are incredibly thrilled to have just the right people to have that conversation. Immediately to my left is Alan Armstrong, President and CEO of Williams, the energy infrastructure company that serves 30% of the U.S. natural gas volumes, and David Bukowski, Transportation Security Administrator, a role that he's held since 2017, leading a workforce of over 60,000 employees responsible for security operations at highways, railroads, mass transit systems, and pipelines. So I just want to be really clear here. We have the regulator and the regulated sitting here on stage.
Both smiling.
Yes, smiling peaceably. I warned them that I was going to quote from Ghostbusters by saying, it's like cats and dogs living together. So very much looking forward to this conversation. David, I'm going to start with, sorry, I'm going on first name basis with everybody. Hope that's okay. So I'm sure I'm not alone in thinking, okay, airports, TSA, got it. That's how most of us usually experience TSA. And by the way, we're going to come back at the end to a very important airport TSA question, but I'm going to hold that.
Okay.
Airports, railroads, highways, mass transit, all of those things have something in common. Pipelines?
Pipelines. So TSA was formed in the Department of Transportation back in 2001. I was telling the luncheon audience that we were formed by law 69 days after 9/11. So you think of how quickly that occurred in the whole scheme of government process. And essentially what Secretary Norman Etta did at the time, the Secretary of Transportation, is he looked across all of his DOT modal administrators, so this would, except for the FAA, and basically took all the security functions from them, and then looked at the FAA and took all their security functions, moved it over to TSA. TSA was home ported in the Department of Transportation for our first 2 years. And so that's the reason why when you look at the DOT safety agencies now, there's an exact mirror in TSA of the authorities on the security side.
Yeah. Although pipelines, of course, don't have humans traveling through them, so it's certainly a different
But they have
kind of
product.
They certainly have a product,
Right.
which gets us to you. So what is it like for the pipeline industry to be considered, a part of TSA's remit and regulated by TSA? How's that working out for you?
Yeah, well, certainly, the pipeline industry is regulated today in a lot of different branches of the government. And I would say that this has been as constructive of an effort as I have ever seen between government and industry to actually bring impact to making sure that we are doing everything we can to keep our industry safe. And so I would just tell you, when this first started, all of us in the industry kind of went, oh boy, here we go. This is really going to be rough and ineffective. But it's been highly effective. It's been very collaborative. And I hope that, the questions that come out of this is how can we take that same model to other areas of regulation of our industry as well, because it's really been a journey that didn't start out, perfectly smooth, but I would just tell you, thanks to, and I hate to do this because it is the regulator, it's like telling the head of your comp committee how smart he is, but,
yeah.
but
that can be effective.
but seriously, it's been very much Administrator Pekoski's leadership that has said, hey, we're going to listen. We both have things to learn from both sides, and he has really brought that culture to an organization that was there first to regulate and enforce, and not always in the posture of listening and trying to do that effectively. But it's been remarkable to me how quickly he's brought that culture into that organization.
I do want to come back to Colonial Pipeline in a minute, but this really does beg a question, because if we're talking about this, that's a very strong statement that you made, how well this has worked out. Mm-hmm. And indeed, how important it would be for that same kind of relationship and effectiveness to be applied to others. So you mentioned some of them, but what are the hallmarks of what made it effective? You mentioned listening, which is always a good thing, but what else from both of your perspectives?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I would say what's made it effective is the desire on both our parts to learn. When we initially rolled out some very prescriptive cybersecurity requirements for the pipeline sector right after the Colonial Pipeline incident, we knew that we were rolling things out that were more prescriptive than we generally would like to be, but we needed to get some baseline improvement in the overall cybersecurity of that very critical sector in the country. But we heard loud and clear from the industry that, hey, we'd really like to do this a different way. Candidly, so did we. I mean, we always wanted to get to the position where, rather than being incredibly prescriptive in our regulatory processes, we got to be more outcome focused. And one of the things that has always been clear to us is that our private sector partners, the regulated parties that are under our remit, already have cybersecurity procedures in place. And what we didn't want to see happen was for them to just cancel out everything they were doing and put in what we had prescribed. Right. Additionally, and it's been raised a couple of times in the sessions this morning, this is a rapidly developing field. And so we wanted to provide some flexibility in the regulatory regime so that we didn't have to reissue a new regulation every time a technology changed or every time a company found a much better way to achieve those security outcomes that we put out together. It was a very collaborative approach. The other thing that I think is critical on this is thanks to the great work that the Department of Homeland Security had done for many years in the National Programs and Protection Directorate, and then that soon became the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, we saw this manifested a lot during the COVID-19 responses. They determined a way to identify the national critical functions. And that tool has been very helpful to us to then say, hey, within the pipeline sector, you have 3,000 companies in the US pipeline sector. Do you need to have prescriptive, even though outcome-based requirements across 3,000 companies? The answer, in our view, was no. And so out of the 3,000, we ended up covering in our security directives fewer than 100 because we felt, along with CISA, that these were the most critical to the smooth functioning of that critical infrastructure sector.
Great. So let's talk a little bit about the legacy of Colonial Pipeline. As you mentioned, this is a fast-moving space, and a year and a half is, in dog years, may as well be a decade and a half of changes. So is there anything, first of all, is there anything we know now about the attack that we didn't know in the immediate aftermath? And what has been what has changed in the aftermath of Colonial Pipeline?
Well, I'm not going to speak for Colonial Pipeline on this, but I will say that the learnings that were made available were very important to understand within the pipeline industry that there's IT controls, so your SCADA systems, the broad systems that remotely control the pipeline operations, and systems that are scheduling, your customers scheduling, and the IT. And then there's operational technology at the local level where you have programmable logic controllers that operate the local pieces of equipment and the local control on the facilities. Both of those things have to be protected. And in the case of Colonial, it was more at the broader system level, but there really wasn't knowledge when that attack was first made. They didn't really know to what degree of controls they had infiltrated on that, and so they acted out of abundance of caution in their activities on that. And so I would just say that, I don't think the industry saw that as an extremely sophisticated attack by any stretch of the imagination. And there's certainly been more sophisticated attempts since then. So I would just say we learned it wasn't very sophisticated, but if you don't have a plan in place to determine how far it's gone and where it is, that is one of the things that I think the industry learned, which is to be extremely well prepared so that you can learn very quickly how far it's been infiltrated in your control systems.
So how's it? I want to come to you in a second, but I just want a quick follow-up on that. So after it happened in your company, what was your immediate action in terms of trying to examine your own systems?
Well, the first thing we wanted to do was, as quickly as possible, learn from the incident, learn what had occurred. And I would say that is one of the things over the last 2 years that we've made a lot of great progress on across the industry, is that the speed of intelligence has to improve, and it has improved. And so the critical intelligence about what happened there's been a lot of other critical pieces of intelligence that the NSA and those organizations have shared, CISA have shared, that have been very effective at us defending ourselves. But I would say the first thing you have to do is actually learn from it. And in this case, we didn't really have, if you think about it, we didn't have the protocols in place for sharing information across the industry at all at that point in time. And so that's one of the things that's been established that's much more effective today.
Together with the TSA, presumably.
Yes, right.
Yeah, and I would agree wholeheartedly with what Alan just said. One of the things that when Colonial first happened, we put 4 requirements in place immediately. One was to report cyber incidents to CISA, not to TSA, to report to CISA, because one of the things that we're trying to do within the executive branch is, rather than having 5 or 6 federal agencies all calling that CEO in the midst of an event, to have one lead and then have all the reporting go to one location. So
And
the
that was
company,
CISA.
That was CISA, because we view CISA as the clearinghouse for cybersecurity information within the executive branch. So I think that was very effective. So it was reporting, establishing a cyber point of contact that's available 7/24. So when there was an incident, we had somebody that we could call reliably to speak to that incident. The other was to do a vulnerability assessment and then to have a contingency plan to be able to respond. So that planning piece is absolutely critically important going forward. A couple of other things that we saw too, and one of the things that we did very uniquely with pipeline cybersecurity and then rail cybersecurity and now aviation cybersecurity, those requirements have not yet been issued, but we will have some cybersecurity requirements for the aviation sector in the not too distant future, was to invite the chief executive officers of those most critical companies, in this case, in all three of those cases, into the White House for a top secret briefing on the threat, because we felt it was very important. This was enabled by the National Security Council. It was very important for the CEOs to see the why. Why were we reacting the way we were, and why we needed their support in reallocating resources and priorities within their companies to build cybersecurity resilience within that sector. Those meetings, I think, were incredibly helpful for all of us, because in addition to getting the top secret level, which is not typically what occurs, the top secret level briefing, to understand not just what we're dealing with today, but where things might be in the not too distant future. And then to have within a relatively small group of very senior people, senior government officials and the most senior people in these private sector companies, is to have the opportunity to have a dialogue in a skiff so that we could, frankly exchange perspectives and then figure out the way forward.
And what was the impact on them? I mean, they were getting classified, highly classified information about the threats. It must have had a visceral impact on them.
It did, but it was an impact. My reaction to it was, wow, we should be doing this all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, most of the critical infrastructure in the country is owned and operated by the private sector. The private sector should be aware of the extent of the threat that they're facing, so that they can look at the vulnerability consequence and determine the risk that they're undertaking. So I thought that was incredibly effective to do. Plus, it just, to me, in any relationship that you have, what's foundational to the relationship is trust. And I always endeavor, and Alan as a leader in his sector has endeavored, to build a trusting relationship so that we can exchange views on things in a very frank way. We're not dancing around each other, and then find the best way for the country really going forward.
So you were in some of these top secret briefings, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
And how surprising was the information that you
Well, it was very targeted and very specific, and I think previously we were used to getting information that frankly wasn't all that actionable.
Yeah.
But if you really, something that I think people should really think about when they think about critical infrastructure and cybersecurity and our defense is the speed of information. If you think about intelligence that's done at the military level, trying to understand other weaponry systems of our enemies, and that's done in a time frame where you can plan for, because you're not immediately going to necessarily be at war with those weapon systems. In the cyber world, if it's out there and being developed it is likely going to be used in the very near time frame. They're not waiting for a war to be applying that. And so we have to make sure, we have to think about the speed of intelligence and being able to bring it to the actionable level much faster than we think about typical intelligence and defense.
So one of the big changes, certainly from in the last year and a half, that I'm sure you are well aware of, is that ransomware attackers have really become more aggressive, more sophisticated, more ubiquitous. They're making more money. How are you thinking about reducing that risk?
Well, reducing the risk by precisely what we're doing is trying to build resilience within the sector. And I'm in a different position than a lot of other sector risk management agencies, because I do have the authority in law to issue security directives when we deem an emergency situation exists that we need to take very quick action on. All those security directives on the surface transportation side eventually result in a rulemaking, and our goal, as we've discussed amongst us in roundtable discussions with the industry, is to continue to modify our security directive to the point that when we issue the final rule, that the last security directive and the final rule look very, very much like each other. The other thing that's a critical feature of this is, when you do an outcome based, performance-based regulation, and it's unusual to do those in the government. One of the things you want to be able to see is, hey, show me objectively the achievement of those objectives. And with our latest security directive, that's really what we're looking for. And we're not saying to any of the regulated parties, hey, this is what you need to report specifically. It's just you need to propose some regime where you can say, hey, here are a series of objective measures that determine whether or not we've achieved the outcomes. Because really what we want to be able to do across all the critical infrastructure in the country is to see the increase in resiliency across, and then step back as this is going on and say, hey, where are we most vulnerable, and where do we need to put additional effort in to get, because across the critical infrastructure there are a lot of interdependencies too, and really understanding those interdependencies. And if you see that you're dependent on another critical infrastructure sector and yet its resilience building is not where it needs to be, to put more attention into that.
As I mentioned in the open, one of the unique things about the Colonial Pipeline attack is the fact that, everyday Americans, I never know what that expression means, but felt this viscerally in many places, which usually a ransomware attack sort of flies below the radar for the public because it's a business-related issue, doesn't affect the consumer. How did that impact your response? I mean, did that create rising political pressure? Did it affect you in any way in terms of how you needed to address, communicate, and resolve some of the outstanding issues?
I would say, it's very positive, because I think too often people take their daily benefits that they have in their daily life that come from critical infrastructure and just completely take it for granted. And if you think about a gasoline pipeline like Colonial Pipeline that transports both gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel, most of those pipelines, in fact, Colonial has very large storage terminals on the end of it, and so the impact is not immediate. In the natural gas industry, where you have pipelines that go directly to the power generations, and about 40% of our nation's power generation today is coming off the natural gas grid, and talking about interdependence, we don't have that storage capability with sitting right there at the market the way you do in a gas. So our industry, I would say, is even more susceptible to that immediate impact, and people would recognize it in a more wholesome way than the fact that you were inconvenienced by not being able to pick up your gasoline at the speed and pace that you normally. So it's very important, I think, from a public perspective, for people to really recognize how lucky we are to have such a stable power grid, such a stable set of critical infrastructure that we have in the U.S. here. And it's clear to me that if people could, if opponents could scare us into believing that how vulnerable that is, and all the things we take for granted, that would be powerful. Yeah. And so I think we have to take those moments and use them to really alert the public and alert the political systems that those are critical infrastructure.
Right. So a crisis is too good to waste.
Yeah. And it creates a mandate, right? I work for the American public, and the American public demanded that there be more reliability in this particular aspect of critical infrastructure. And you're right, it was mostly at gasoline stations to fuel cars, but it was also starting to impact airports and jet fuel. And so flights could potentially have been canceled. And I think that caused a lot of people to think of, oh wow, this just doesn't affect me and my own personal car. This affects me and my ability to travel around the country.
Right, right. So here we are again, a year and a half later. What keeps you up most at night?
Well, probably the things that we've learned have been on the operational, or what we call OT, so the control system, and probably making sure that the people that we have operating this critical infrastructure, that not only are controls safe, but we are so reliant on the essential workers that we have operating that we've got to make sure that we're doing the vetting for those people. And that feels very intrusive to an organization that has always been off the radar screen and hasn't ever had any of that kind of attention placed on it in terms of the security of the workforce. And so, but that's an area that we as an industry have got to continue to press on, whether we like it or not, and whether it's popular or not. We've got to continue to make progress on that front.
What keeps me up at night is not a lot of things, because I need all the sleep I can get.
I feel ya.
But it's when I think of the risk, we still have risk across our critical infrastructure. We're bringing down the risk thanks to the great efforts of Alan, his team, and across that pipeline sector, and now across the rail sector, and soon across the aviation sector. But the risk is still very much there, and the geopolitical situation around the globe is still very challenging overall. So I worry about the risk, and then attendant to that is should something happen, and I always need to think this way, right? I'm a Coast Guard officer. Our motto was Semper Paratus, always ready. I'm always thinking about, are we ready if something happens, to how we're going to respond to it. And that's why we want to do a series of tabletop exercises and continue to work to make sure that in the executive branch we've got our processes right, and that from the companies view us as working to support them to get back on their feet and recover.
Yeah. Presumably across your whole portfolio, not
across
just pipelines.
The whole portfolio.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
So we'll have time for maybe just one or two questions, but before we do that, I cannot have the administrator of the TSA on stage and not ask you, and feel free to break news. We got no problem with that. When can we bring the liquids on board?
Yeah, really good question. So I would tell you that we're introducing a lot of new technology in our screening process. The technology improves significantly three things. It improves our ability to detect, it improves the efficiency overall, and it improves the passenger experience. And I think the passenger experience piece is very, very important. We are looking at some changes that would affect mostly our trusted traveler population, so the global entry and pre-check holders. No announcements here, but we do have more technology, and we are looking at some of those things. So
before Christmas?
No.
I'm a journalist. I can't help it. Okay, we have time, like literally, for we'll do one. We may have one question, and maybe we can get to a second one, depending how short it is. I'm looking, and I see over here. Over here. Yes. Why don't you shout it and I'll repeat it?
Hi, I'm Hallie Zimmerman. I'm with Northrop Grumman in cyber policy. And I really appreciate you all talking about your experience with the Colonial Pipeline and how the speed of information needs to be faster. I resonate with that very much so in the policy sense. So my question is, what do you think can be done to improve the speed of policy regulation creation in order to protect critical infrastructure for future events?
So the question from a representative from Northrop Grumman is, what can be done to speed the policy and regulation in order to protect future events? I would like to take that on. I think that's for you.
I'll take that on. I would submit as Exhibit A, TSA. I mean, we have speed. Our vision is an agile security agency empowered by a professional workforce that works closely with its partners to ensure security of the transportation system. Our authority, as I mentioned, gives us in an emergency the ability to issue directives to close a vulnerability that we see. That's a really, really good model in my view, and it's followed up on the surface side with a full notice and comment rulemaking process. So there is a process for notice and comment. I think it's fundamental to that, though, that the regulating agency work very closely with the regulated parties to determine what the best approach would be. And I think, thanks to Alan and his team and the other partners that we have that are regulated in the pipeline sector, we've really gotten a large way to that point. I am really, really happy with where we are at this point, and I just really appreciate the partnership. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, we're going to have to end it there. So Administrator David Pekoski, Alan Armstrong, thank you so much. We will await further word. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Thank you
Thanks.
so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So you're stuck with me for the next panel, who will be, who I invite now to the stage, if they can please join us. Okay. We're going to shift gears here now. Oops, excuse me. To talk about, hello, welcome, thank you. To talk about information disorder related to the election. So I should just mention briefly that, I will sit down, mention briefly that at the Aspen Institute, the cybersecurity group, the Aspen Cyber Security Group, which you've heard about, does a lot of work streams on different relevant topics. And sometimes those work streams become so large that they spin out into a separate project. And that's what happened with us about, a while ago now, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Coming out of the cybersecurity group, we created something called the Aspen Commission on Information Disorder, which brought together a high-level group of experts, two of whom are with us. I'm sure I didn't know you then. You probably would have been with us as well, to create a set of recommendations around the crisis of mis and disinformation. So this is now, we consider this part of, as it should be, part of the broader cyber remit. So just to set this up a little bit, and then I'm going to be quiet because we have three incredible panelists. So as you all know, we had the midterm elections last week, and there was good news and bad news, I would say. The good news is that some of our worst fears about what might happen around mis and disinformation around the midterms didn't materialize, at least not yet. There's still some noise in Arizona and in other places. Trump is raging, but Carrie Lake only said that there might have been some possible maladministration. And so, that's actually, compared to some other language we've heard, not so terrible. The bad news, obviously, is the problem has not gone away by a long shot. We have the US presidential election coming up in 2 years. We have elections coming up all over the world in Poland, UK, Turkey, Spain, host of country, foreign influence operations. What started with the Russians is now a broader playbook, and the platforms certainly haven't cracked the content moderation code. So this is why this is incredibly critical still, and will continue to be even more so to talk about. We have with us Rick Ferguson, Vice President of Security Intelligence at Forescout, also Special Advisor to Europol's European Cyber Crime Center. Next, we have Yasmin Green, who is the CEO of Jigsaw, which is, as you know, a unit within Google that looks at threats to open societies. She leads an interdisciplinary team that researches and develops technical solutions to a range of global security challenges, certainly particularly around mis and disinformation and how that impacts extremism. And probably the man who needs no introduction to this group, but I will introduce him anyway. Chris Krebs, founding partner of the Krebs-Stamos Group. By the way, we have both Krebs and Stamos in the house today, which is unusual.
Violation of corporate
I know, exactly. He is also, I have to say, the Senior Newmark Fellow of Cybersecurity Policy at Aspen Digital, and might have been the first director of CISA, as you all know, where he pioneered, relevant to this conversation, rumor control, which was designed to counter misinformation. Okay, so first let's take a quick look at the midterm. So, not so bad. Information integrity held up. Yasmin, I'm looking at you.
I think it's right, and I kind of don't like to represent big tech on the stage ever, but given that Jigsaw, it does sit inside one of the large technology companies, I won't go as far as to say that content moderation worked or was fully effective, but we do a lot of work over at Jigsaw on the ethnographic side. So we spend time with people doing research that kind of factors in everything to do with their lives and all of their internet usage, and then we kind of drill down from there. And so we have a panel of people who are very interested in conspiracies and disinformation. And so the interesting thing from our research was that election deniers really felt it. They felt the efficacy of platforms moderation. We heard from many of the people that we spoke to that too much of their stuff is being removed, and they had to leave the major platforms and go to alternatives. So Rumble, Parler, Truth Social, which is really good. I mean, the challenge is that there is an alternative ecosystem that is that's thriving, still not at the tipping point that it is of equal scale to the mainstream platforms. But the reason to be worried about those guys is that they explicitly don't have counter misinformation policies. That's part of their shtick is that they don't acknowledge that as part of their moderation. Effective to that point. The other one obviously was that right before the midterms, Elon Musk kind of took over Twitter, and there was a lot of concern, not just about Twitter as a surface for the spread of election lies, but also that would spill over to other platforms that surface content from Twitter. So that was a big relief.
Well, we'll come back to Twitter, but that story is still playing out, as we know, minute to minute.
Check my phone.
So you feel like content moderation largely worked and pushed them to the edges where the conspiracy theorists are largely talking to each other. Yeah. Chris, so that's the private sector. What do you think the role of government, your former agency, and others was in?
Well, so 22, I think, was a lot like 20. And in fact, I felt there was a significant amount of validation and verification of that 2020 was, in fact, a safe and secure election, because we didn't really see anything, right? It was, as I said in 2020, or I'm sorry, a senior government official said, it was just another Tuesday on the internet. And it was fairly unremarkable. I think the biggest challenge the government had at all levels, so from federal down to local administration, was the mistakes that happen, or glitches or errors or whatever that happens in the administration. I mean, anytime you have technology, you have to price in some degree of just things going wrong. And that's why election administrators have adopted over the last several decades a concept known as software independence, where software hardware cannot be a single point of failure in the administration of elections. The greatest example of that was in Maricopa County on election day, where there was an error with the setting on on the printers, where the weight of the paper that was inserted in the machine, it was not calibrated properly, and so the printers couldn't heat up the paper to then put the ink on where it would set and be dark enough for the tabulators to read. So because it wasn't dark enough, you take the ballot, the voted ballot, you'd put it into the tabulator, and it would kick it back out because it wasn't the markings, the timing marks on the side were not dark enough. Okay, so this completely took off in some of the disinformation and election denialist corners of the internet, saying, look, they're doing it again, which is also, by the way, like entirely bereft of any logic, particularly when you have the ballot box, the drop box watchers that we saw early on in the election said, haha, we caught them last time, and they're so dumb they're going to go do the same thing with their ballot mules, and so we're going to watch them, we're going to catch them this time. So it never happened the first time, but they thought their strategy would be, hey, we'll catch them again doing this. So it didn't work. Anyway, back to the printers. So that then took off as, see, Maricopa County is trying to steal the election again. But the thing is, like I said, software independence, hardware, software, there are multiple different ways still to vote. You could drop it in the box, door 3. You could go to another vote center. It did not disrupt the actual ability to cast a vote. And that's the area that I think the electorate has been conditioned for, is that there will be something wrong. Anything that goes wrong should be immediately viewed with skepticism and suspicion as evidence of fraud, as evidence of a stolen election. Never mind the fact that over years and years of review, nothing has been verified because, frankly, nothing has happened behind the scenes. So, again, I think government did a good job. Again, election administrators in administering the election. Security services did a good job keeping an eye out, interfering, or disrupting operations coming here, and then communicating. I think that's the key, is you can do all the stuff in the background, but you have to continue to communicate on what is happening and what the electorate, what the population should be thinking about as information is teed up and served to them.
And yet the conspiracy theorists have also in some ways been effective communicators. Rick, you have made the point when we were talking that the whole narrative around the notion of the steal has sort of just now become infused through the conversation.
Yeah, the narrative has changed from what it was in 2020, right?
Right.
In 2020, the narrative was stop the steal. This is something new that's happening. Right. We're in a position of power. We can stop this happening. We must react. We must rebel. We must do something about it. Whereas if you look at how it was being messaged this time around, it was actually expect the steal. Like
Right.
it's become a foundational belief of that underlies any of the either deliberate disinformation or the received misinformation around election activities in the US, that the steal in and of itself is a reality. So we don't have to prove that to you anymore.
Yeah, yeah.
What
Right.
we have to do is we have to, G you up to take action based on this belief that we've already instilled in you. And to me, that's actually potentially more dangerous, because it means the groundwork is laid. And you've got to remember as well, I guess, that this is an in-between election. So when like the Carrie Lake thing happens, and then you see known, not bad actors, but known sort of bot accounts on Twitter, for example, are all tweeting in unison, do not concede, and then that's getting picked up by regular accounts of do not concede. You can fully expect that kind of inauthentic behavior to be magnified by orders of magnitude in 2 years' time. This is like just another practice run, right? But it's based on the fact that the narrative has changed.
So another disinformation or information disorder commission member, Kate Starbird, who's with the University of Washington, in the wake of the 2020 election, coined a phrase or a way to describe this activity of priming the pump and setting the expectation as participatory disinformation, where you have a set of elite influencers and then the base. And what the elites do is set the expectation that there is going to be some kind of shenanigans or hijinks. And so you're looking then, you're expecting it, and boom, that thing looks weird. I don't understand it. It's got to be evidence of a stolen election. So then it goes up to the influencers amplify, and it turns into this magnifying ecosystem of information that has only, to your point of, it's now set, it's calcified. It's all kind of metastasized around this concept. And so it was that much quicker of a trigger finger in 22. Because last time they had to build up to it. And I still think with 2020 there was an element of A/B testing on the narratives that were working. And I think you're still seeing that now, but it was a lot of foreign interference at the beginning with Italian spy satellites, Spanish server farms, Chinese coming in through the thermostats. But technically that's kind of hard to grasp and grok. And moreover, like Lou Dobbs couldn't explain it, so it was never going to really get that traction on the news outlets. And instead, they made that pivot in December to more domestic-oriented frames that actually resonated within a tribalist sort of sense of, oh, the Democrats always commit fraud. They always have the machine working and committing ballot trafficking or whatever they're calling it now. And then that moves forward to 22. Right, they continue to improve, and I think you'll continue to see that sort of refinement of the messaging. Now, what was different this time around, though, with 22, in addition to being kind of the midterm, is that you didn't have the pinnacle. You have to have that voice at the top,
right?
The voice of God, that's really kind of pushing the message. Instead, it was really decentralized and distributed.
Isn't it God Emperor now?
Yeah.
Right. Sorry, you're right. And that, I think, kind of undercut for now.
Yeah.
For now.
Yeah. He's one of the. Yeah,
It's for me. What you're saying underscores that clear difference between disinformation and misinformation, right? When something has been received and is simply repeated because people believe in it, that act of repeating, that's the misinformation part, right?
Which brings up a point for probably later discussion of, technically I think that's right, but I think those terms have lost all meaning in the current information environment.
And Yasmin, what tactics, so we're basically talking a little bit about sort of the psyops in a way, but what other tactics are you seeing at Jigsaw that you're tracking about the way these kind of influence operations have changed and evolved?
Well, just to build on the conversation so far, I think the fact that there wasn't a stop the steal this time removed some of that mobilization potential from, that you didn't have that existential, urgent, but you definitely have the mobilization capacity that's built up, to Chris's point, that if there were somebody at the pinnacle who were able to command that base to take action, it's definitely there. So we've had researchers attend a bunch of convenings of true believers over the last year, and there was one in October of a conference called The Great Reawakening. You can find out about it on I think it's like timetofreeamerica.com.
Don't.
And it's
Don't find out
but like
about
I
it.
mean,
Don't navigate there.
the lineup is just, you know, like several years ago it sounds fantastical that you'd have like election denial and health you know, like discredited medical health professionals and religious leaders, and they all have their own angle on the disinformation that they are peddling. And by the way, there was a ton of, you know, medical cures for sale, merch to rally the base, stickers, t-shirts, banners, also coins like for protection against 5G, and just like anything you can imagine selling was like on, you know, so this is a community that are there now for social connection, for capital T truth, and they are not going away, right? They have a lot of connection, of identity, of actual assembly. So what's interesting, I'd say, in terms of looking forward, it is the intersectionality of all of the conspiracy beliefs and disinformation narrative, and then the fact that we will be seeing other platforms play a much more prominent role in the distribution and the mobilization of movements.
And it cuts to the quick as well, because the question, having spent, you know, a career in cybercrime related stuff, one of the questions that you always ask when it comes to online crime is, what's the motivation?
Mm-hmm.
Like, why will people carry out these activities? And one of the big ones is obviously monetization.
Mm-hmm.
How do I extract an income from these activities? And for disaster trolls, for disinformation operations, where conspiracy theorists, a lot of it is about monetizing the belief or the credulity of other people. And you see people selling merch, selling books, the coins that you speak of. In fact, that's where I got my tinfoil hat from.
Yeah.
Good job.
Right? Power, influence, and money.
Yeah.
Those are the kind of the nasty
And
triad.
boy, are there a lot of credulous people out there. It's just, it's astonishing.
Well, they told me it would work.
Yeah, and.
So just one kind of like thing I think that's worth pointing out, though, is I struggle sometimes with really understanding the reach of the community. How vibrant is it? Growing? Is it contracting? Has it, you know, stopped? It's hard to measure, right? You can measure the activity online, but it's hard to measure the population itself. I will say this: the American voter stood up and said, "We're done, at least for now." If you look at the statewide races, governor, secretary of state, and a handful of other ones, you saw that there was some kind of caloric deficit where we're just like, we're done. I can't deal with this chaos anymore. I think you saw that in the Senate, and I think you saw that in the House as well. But there has been some element of maybe the fever is starting to break a little bit. I'm not entirely confident that's a longer term prognostication, but something's different right now than it was, I think, a week and a half ago.
Okay, so that's in the United States. Let's turn our attention for a minute outside the United States, because we know there are some very significant elections coming up. In fact, Rick, you also talk about, you know, make the good point that there are a lot of elections coming up in Africa where there's sort of a proxy war going on there for influence between the Chinese and the Russians.
Yep.
And other key elections around the world.
I mean, that's basically it. That we need to keep in mind that election interference is not something which is restricted to the U.S.
Right.
I mean, you know, I was living in the UK, unfortunately, when they had the Brexit referendum. Yeah. I had been living outside the UK for over 4 years prior to that. When I came back, in all honesty, I didn't recognize the place. I didn't recognize the quality of discourse that people were having, or even the subjects that they were interested in. So insidious was the influence of disinformation over time, to the point where I left again, actually. I no longer live there. So it's not a phenomenon that's restricted to the US. So bearing that in mind, looking at what's happening between now and the next US presidential, where will people be trying to exert influence? What will that influence be? And how will they be honing their skills? Well, next year, in a swathe of African countries, there are general elections. And that's a resource-rich environment where countries like China and Russia are vying for influence. And within Europe, we have elections in Spain, we have I'll count Turkey in there as well. Turkey has an election next year, which is hugely strategically important given geopolitical situation right now. And the country where I live right now, Poland, which is right on the border of the current conflict, we have an election there next year as well. And Russians in particular have form, obviously, in Poland, historical form, and they have expertise with those populations. Chinese less so, actually. Statistics and measurements say that Chinese propaganda has been significantly less successful in Poland, but we definitely need to watch for Russian interference in places other than here, not just because of the effect it has, but because of the fact that it does allow them to test and refine tactics and techniques.
I mean, look, the global south is a huge blind spot, I think, not necessarily in the elements of the research community, but I think more broadly, particularly at the platforms, the ability to invest in these different regions. I mean, you look at, in part, what's happening at Twitter, for example, and some of the eradication of staff that focus on non-monetizable markets, and they're just cleaning a house and also reducing the service. So I think this is a huge area going forward, but also I kind of the point you make about Russia's success versus China's success. I mean, right, the tactics are different, the outcomes are different, and what worries me is the longer term implication of the Chinese Communist Party improvement of their techniques. They're still quite rudimentary, but they are starting to kind of follow this Russification model that's more overt, that's more engaging online. And if you combine that with some of their historical corruption techniques, I mean, just the report last week out of Canada on some of the influence operations of members of the parliament, I guess, there have been aspects of that here in the United States at local levels, at community level.
Just briefly, what is it that happened, and just for people that don't know, in Canada?
Chinese intelligence services, essentially corrupting officials, government officials, to align with policy positions. I mean, this is the great Rob Joyce quote from the RSA conference in 2019. Russia's the hurricane and China's climate change. It's really how you have to think about the way they've operationalized their information operations. So I think for sure right now in Europe, Russia is active. They have always been active since the beginning of the modern era. But China is absolutely investing, and they will look, by the way, as there is whatever happens in the escalation between China and Taiwan, they will look to split the EU. They will look to split NATO. It takes one member in the EU, right, to break the unanimous. That's not going to be hard. They peel one off. That's their game plan. That's how they can do it. They can invest in those capabilities. This is part of the Belt and Road strategy as well, of debt traps and other investment techniques. So I think it's the longer term play. It's much more insidious. It's much harder to play defense against because of the scale of it.
And that's another election, 2024, Taiwan.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
So that's it's not a one and done event, and it's something which is continuously refined and honed and has unforeseen outcomes.
Right.
Yasmin, you've been doing a lot of work at Jigsaw. You've been running these large-scale experiments around pre-bunking that have been effective. So talk to us a little bit about that. That's been in Eastern Europe, right?
Yeah. It connects to the conversation we're just having, because when you think about, misinformation is the language around this whole challenge is not helpful. With a word like misinformation, when I say it, you may have assumptions about what I believe to be misinformation versus somebody who is has the same political or ideological beliefs as you or opposite ones, etc. But when you look at the types of misinformation that are the most harmful, which are the ones that we should and do prioritize addressing, they do tend to have some common attributes. And one of those attributes is scapegoating and fear-mongering. And in a polarized society, which this is one, but the UK, this happened around Brexit, and I think is the most dangerous type of misinformation to really have purchase in a country, is where minority groups, or underrepresented groups, or any group that is not the one with the one that's represented by the elite, when they are presented as a security threat or otherwise a threat to your well-being or safety, then then the stakes are really, really high. So in the US, if Stop the Steal really does lose its gloss, then what we can expect is that victimhood mentality around your election was stolen and the vote was stolen will shift to a victimhood around something else. One likely candidate is immigrants and other, and if not taking your jobs, then posing a threat to you. And that's, was actually the concern that we had in Central and Eastern Europe following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We were interested in thinking about the likely disinformation tropes that were going to take hold. And we kind of consulted broadly, and one of the ones was around refugees. So, Rick is more expert and actually has lived experience of this particular topic, but in Poland, they opened the borders to Ukrainian refugees after the war. You yourself took in 3 families, right? It wasn't a government, the government said they can come in and they can have free schooling and free transport and free healthcare, but didn't expand the infrastructure at all to make that happen. It was just dependent on people to, the generosity of the country became an NGO. But it's obvious what happens if you don't, if there is no expansion of infrastructure, and eventually, the new waves of refugees may not have the same amount of resources as the first ones because they didn't have the instinct to leave immediately. They don't have a place to go next. They may not be able to work or command the same livelihood. So there was obviously going to be a challenge we anticipated with sentiment towards refugees, and looking at how the Kremlin in particular had been so effective in the case of the Syrian refugee crisis in Europe of really stoking fear and undermining European leaders based on the fact that they had let these Syrians in. We decided that we were going to try to get ahead of that disinformation using a tool called pre-bunking. So I don't know how many of you are familiar with that term. You certainly are familiar with the term debunking, I guess, which is about trying to correct a false claim after the fact. Pre-bunking is about trying to precede the bunk. And so the question is, how do you get ahead of a narrative that hasn't happened, that hasn't taken hold yet? And it's because actually when it comes to disinformation, and especially in the categories that we care most about, it's the same tropes that are, it's like, just like you think about the movies that your favorite, whether it's like Star Wars or Romeo and Juliet, or there's only so many storylines and they're repeated. And the same is true with if, during the development of the COVID vaccine, any expert in the anti-vax movement could have told you and did tell you if you asked them, it was going to be my body, my choice, big pharma, vaccine injury. It's just the same things. Same with, but we do a lot of work on radicalization, and we speak to a lot of people who have been part of violent white supremacist groups, and there are very many different types of violent white supremacist groups, but all of them on the on-ramp have the pseudoscience of race. It's just, they depend on these tropes, and on one hand it can feel a bit like, this is just happening to us, like these tropes again and again on elections, on health, and there's no recourse for us, but actually it's the predictability of the misinformation that can be its undoing. Because if you can anticipate it, then you can mitigate it. And Chris is nodding because he kind of was like the first to deploy this in one of the many firsts of his inaugural CISA administration was trying to arm people to make them resilient to manipulation. And so in Europe, in Central and Eastern Europe, Poland, Czech Republic, and Slovakia, we've just launched a big video campaign that aims to pre-bunk refugee hate and misinformation. Pre-bunking has 3 components. One is an alert that there's going to be an attempt to manipulate you. We don't like that. That gets our shields up. The second is to microdose you with the misinformation, and the third is to emphatically...
The second is what?
To microdose you. So what is it? What is the narrative you're going to hear about Ukrainian refugees? And in this case, that that you're not safe, or in Poland, like they're going to take, there's no apartments available for normal Poles because the Ukrainians have taken them all. And then to explain why that's false and why it is true that you are the subject of an attack to manipulate you. So that preceding part is really important. It's very different like after you've walked through like a rough neighborhood for me to tell you that was a rough neighborhood. It's much more effective for me to tell you before. So the preceding is really important. And one of the benefits that that has is it separates the speech from the speaker. I feel like a lot of the time, a lot of the challenge that major platforms have is that, you know, if like the president is the person who's saying, you know, making a false claim, and you want to, you know, and then you want to show up and fact check the president, there's a lot of extra baggage and equities involved in that outside of just the underlying claim.
Wait,
but,
what?
Yeah.
That happens?
That explains it.
The reason we've done a bunch of research with academics and a bunch of like in American University and Bristol and Cambridge, showing the efficacy of this across different, efficacy in terms of people's ability to spot the manipulation attempt that's being tried on them, efficacy in terms of how much they report trusting the source or their willingness to spread it. I would just say that it's one example of what it looks like to go on the offense with tackling disinformation.
Yeah. And it's something we've seen actually quite a lot in the military campaign in Ukraine, like pre-bunking of Russian disinformation about things that they may or may not do.
That's a great example. So the Russian,
have been saying up front, hey, the Russians are going to say this, or they're going to do this.
They're going to say that the Ukrainians attacked so they can retaliate. But
yeah.
It's a great example.
And there was some, probably some underlying exquisite intelligence, but nonetheless, on the point about like CISA and rumor control, we didn't necessarily originate that, right? We stole that shamelessly from FEMA. You mentioned the disaster trolls that come in after hurricanes and say, you're going to get public assistance. This is how you register for it. They take your personal information. They apply. They get the money. So we just did it better, right? That's the difference. But the key here is that the pre-bunking is dependent upon identifying the areas of risk, the potential areas that could be exploited. We spent 2.5 to 3 years scenario building. But here's the thing, to your point of tropes, we probably had 20, 30 different scenarios where someone could exploit or claim something went wrong. Once you get past 10, they all look the same, or at least the response is 85% similar across.
It has to be at the level of
ensuing.
narratives. It can't be individual claims because there are too many and you can't anticipate them. Actually, the origin of the social psychology and the theory around pre-bunking was actually during the Cold War, when Americans would be captured, the military members would be captured in Korea, and as prisoners of war, they'd be brainwashed. They'd go in thinking that they're for the Americans, and then they'd switch sides. And so the American military decided that they need to send troops abroad in Vietnam with mental armor as well as physical armor. So it's been around for quite some time.
Oddly enough, and I'm sure there's some additional threat researchers out there that know how the Russians work, when they talk about information operations, it's split into technical operations, so on-network type activity, and then psychological operations, which is trying to get the human response. And so a lot of what I think we're worried about right now from an information operation perspective of Russia, perhaps expanding cyber operations outside of Ukraine, is that they could go after critical national infrastructure and just make something wobble enough to create panic in society. And that is part of it. It's not about necessarily fully disrupting the technical infrastructure or the infrastructure delivery. It's about creating havoc and panic. Just think about in the wake of Colonial Pipeline, right? So that was out. I live in DC, couldn't get gas for about 4 or 5 days. But when you saw the reactions throughout the Southeast, people literally filling up, garbage bags with gasoline. People in the state of Florida that are not serviced by Colonial Pipeline. They have barges come in. And don't make a Florida joke. You were about to. But nonetheless, it shows you the power of the tropes, of the narratives, and the things that happen.
It's psychological pre-positioning in conjunction with actions on objectives, right? Those two things working together. Do the pre-positioning, lay the groundwork, make something that looks a little bit sketchy happen, and you've already laid the groundwork for panic to occur as a result of that.
Okay, so we've segued our conversation seamlessly with this conversation about what we can do to fortify ourselves, fortify the public around future elections and misinformation. We talk about pre-bunking. Rick, you talk a little bit about you're particularly interested in regulatory mechanisms in the DSA. So what do you think needs to happen there?
Yeah, so that, I mean, the timing is
What's
perfect
happening?
because actually the EU Digital Services Act has been officially adopted today, the DSA.
That's why we planned this summit.
You did perfect. You did a perfect job. It actually, I wrote the date down so I can get it exactly right. It enters into force on the 17th of February 24. That's when it will actually be fully in force. But the timelines start now for making preparations. So the first thing that will happen is platforms and search engines will have to report their user count. And that allows them to be segregated into whether they count as very large publishers or very large search engines or smaller ones. And the exigencies on them are different according to that. And obviously the exigencies are higher on the very large ones. And it's things like it outright bans, which I think is way overdue, because they get me all the time. It outright bans dark patterns. And if you're not familiar with what dark patterns are, they're basically website design strategies to make you do the wrong thing. You know, with the cookie pop-up boxes or the granting permission to access your stuff or follow you around the web, that you will always notice that the button that you don't want to click is the one that's highlighted in the brightest color to try and get you to click it. That's dark patterns. So the DSA outlaws those, for example. Whatever website you're designing, no more of that. But it also places obligations on organizations for co-regulatory activities. There's a lot of the DSA that would not pass in the US a First Amendment sniff test. It just wouldn't be acceptable. But the co-regulatory aspect of it, I think, is something that could be and should be widely adopted here, where government and industry work together, where there are annual assessments and also mitigations are worked on with government oversight, where industry participates in the writing of codes of conduct with government oversight that they will then adhere to, where there are independent annual audits of compliance with codes of conduct and results of assessments. And one of the most important things for me, germane to this conversation, is that the DSA mandates multi-stakeholder consultation where there may be systemic risk across interested parties, for example, social networks, let's say. So it obligates the Twitters and Facebooks of the world to work together to identify systemic risk and to do something about it. And the cool thing, which we saw with GDPR, is that when legislation and regulation is so wide-ranging, it does have knock-on effects outside of the EU because it's aimed at anyone who makes their services available in the EU. And it's easier, it's least friction for a company like Facebook to have a global policy rather than do something different in the EU to the rest of the world. So it's a positive.
So, Chris, solutions. I've heard you talk a lot about transparency, sort of really the election administration, which you pioneered about it, really opening it up, sort of an open book on all of the challenges that.
So a couple things here. First, leaders have to lead. We have to get out of this mindset of, what's the harm in humoring him for a little bit and going on? No, it's unacceptable. We have to have more officials stand up. There have been a handful of GOP members, Dan Crenshaw is one example, that said, no, this is all garbage. The election wasn't stolen. We just didn't deliver solutions for the voters. So leaders have to lead. The second is continued investment in election infrastructure to take away any of the riskier bits. And that's the touch screens that store the vote down on removable media, the DRE equipment that Louisiana and Texas, Indiana, Tennessee, and a few others. Risk-based investment, get rid of them, and then supplement on top with post-election pre-certification audits. I think the third thing is continue to invest in election officials in their ability to communicate. 4 years ago, they were completely out of the spotlight. Now they're the spotlight, and they need help in strategic messaging communication. Stephen Richer in Maricopa County has really been great at being an open book and talking about how elections work. And then fourth and finally, civics education. That was one of our recommendations in the Information Disorder Report. That was one of the Cyberspace Solarium Commission recommendations. There's a piece of legislation on the Senate, Senators Coons and Cornyn, that if we can get that through, I think it'll be a great starting investment. And I'm not talking about educating us on civics, but it's our kids, because that's where you can really influence it the greatest effect.
I will add a fifth as we go to the floor for, unfortunately, one question. which is journalism, more
Yes.
local news, more sustainable local news, fill those news deserts. We have time for one question. Can we see? I can't see anything. So
there's one right there.
If the mic runners, okay, here we go, right here, okay.
That's the guy that I put in the audience, by the way.
Yeah. There we go.
Thank you. My question would be kind of on expanding education in civics, and I do a lot of work, a student at Boston University, do a lot of research into political literacy, and one of the biggest challenges that I'm finding in interviewing people is it's really difficult sometimes to have conversations with people and have them not feel condescended to or talked down to when it comes to especially people in the southern part of the United States that really, truly, unfortunately, fell victim to a lot of misinformation in the campaign. So my question to all of you, and this is not just the US, on a wider scale, is how do we begin to have those conversations and debunk and pre-bunk without making people feel talked down to or condescended to?
We have only 1 minute to answer that question. So, Chris, you're closest to the South in the United States.
I'm born and raised in Atlanta. My parents are both from Alabama, so I'm pretty familiar with this. I suck at this because it requires a ton of empathy, and I have zero empathy right now. I have none. Like, I'm still struggling with PTSD from 2020, so I'm not the most empathetic person. But look, I mean, that's part of it. You got to meet them where they are, understand that they may be operating from a different experience base than you, and educate. But you also have to recognize you're not going to reach everybody. And that was kind of one of our keys with rumor control, was not, the people that were already in the fever swamp, we were not going to get to them. We wanted to get the people that were on the fence and hopefully wouldn't fall in.
Yeah, great. Well, I'm afraid, thank you, that's a great question, but that's all the time we have. So, Chris, Yasmin, Rick, thank you so much, and off we go.
To keep things on schedule, we're going to skip our scheduled break. We're going to move right into a deep dive with U.S. intelligence agencies. To help us understand how intelligence agencies are working together and with the private sector, we are joined by Morgan Adamski, Director of the NSA's Cybersecurity Collaboration Center, Andrew Boyd, Director of the Center for Cyber Intelligence at the CIA, Laura Galante, Cyber Executive and Director of the Cyber Threat Intelligence Integration Center at the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, and Brian Vorndran, Assistant Director of the FBI's Cyber Division. Leading them in conversation, please welcome again Dina Temple-Raston, host and executive producer of the Click Here podcast and senior correspondent at The Record by Recorded Future.
Good afternoon. We have a very unusual panel here today because we'll be focusing on the role of the intelligence community in addressing cyber threats, but we rarely get real practitioners to come out into the light and the open to talk to us about what they're doing and how it fits together. And to a certain extent, it feels to me as a former counterterrorism person that we're kind of at the same point of inflection in cyber that we were in counterterrorism in 2003. In which there was a new kind of coordination, people knew how to work together in a different way, and it all coalesced to be much more effective. So I wanted to talk about that evolution in the intelligence space when it comes to cyber, and I wanted to start with you, Laura. If you could talk a little bit about where we are, how it's developed, and then I'll go to each of you and talk a little bit more about your mission space.
Thanks, Dina. So this is a big question. How has cyber intelligence evolved? Maybe we'll start it a little bit where you did, which was back in the early 2000s. We'll do sort of a 2 decade. So let me try to cover that waterfront quickly. Here's how I like to think of it. So when you go back to kind of this initial era of where cyber intelligence was becoming a term, where intelligence was starting to be a concept that we were using to track and get behind the forensics of a cyber attack, of exploitation events, of other network operations, you really start to think back to kind of the mid mid-2000s. And back in the late 90s, there had been Moonlight Maze, some of the Russian operations that had been exposed. But by the mid-2000s and even up to, I'll just say, kind of the first big era's end, 2010 to 2012, you were seeing the PLA in China going after intellectual property theft in a way that was so open, it was so deep, and the targets and the victims were so numerous that intelligence was the concept that security firms, that intelligence analysts were starting to use as they put together what these hacking groups looked like in cyberspace. And unlike in terrorism, where you didn't have faces and events that you could put in the public's eye to the same degree, what you had in cyber at that time was infrastructure, IP addresses, malware, those who remember Poison Ivy from back in the day, specific tools that started to become the hallmarks of how we tracked these groups. All right, so to fast forward from there, this is when intelligence is sort of beginning to draw the confines of the space of what actors are behind network operations. Then we move into sort of let's say the kind of modern era that spurs a lot of the different elements of the IC that are represented on stage here, right? So cyber's getting tracked in all these different ways through all these different agencies. But then by about 2015, 2016, 2017, you're seeing a maturation both in industry and in government where tracking threat groups, whether it's the SVR, the GRU, Iranian actors, criminal actors, is now becoming something that's more synthesized, right? You're seeing the blog post in the exposure paper, and you're tracking that in the same way back on the government space. And intelligence is now the interoperable piece between how threats are being tracked on the private side and how they're also being tracked and how they're being experienced in government. And without going too deep into that, the era we are now sort of entering today is a space where we're not just tracking right hand, left hand on these different threats that are happening on private infrastructure, on public infrastructure, on government infrastructure. But now the question is, how does, Brian had put this the other day in a nice way, how does a virtuous cycle of taking intelligence behind cyber operations feed incident response? How does incident response data feed cyber intelligence? How does product on the security side benefit from the intelligence you're getting as you track these groups? And that's not a new problem, but it's one that I think we are starting to really refine across the group here with the work that we're doing. So I'll stop there as just kind of initial
It's
defining.
a new response. I mean, it's good to look at this as a new coordinated response, right? We've thought about it in more of a holistic way. Is that the right way to think about it?
Yeah, and I think it's the dynamism of the response, not to get too buzzwordish on this, right? But how do you do this with speed? How do you do it in an automated way? How do you take, maybe to pitch to Morgan next on this, like how do you take some of the work that NSA is doing out with the a bunch of different commercial companies in the DIB and elsewhere, and take the dividends of what they're seeing from their own infrastructure, from their own endpoints, and make sure that's fed back into intelligence, into classified systems as well, and then back out to the companies to say, can you deploy something larger? Can you get us a collective defense approach quickly, in an automated way, in a fast way? So how do we improve that dynamism around intelligence and response?
Let me ask the question just slightly differently at a sort of more ground level in the sense, Morgan. So does it start with you find something and you call the companies, or the companies call you and you say, yeah, we're seeing something?
So yeah, how I would describe it really is it's a new operating model, right? So when we talk about how we're doing operational collaboration with our private sector partners, what it looks like is really just everybody bringing their understanding and their data to the table and being honest about it. In terms of, I don't know what I'm looking at, this is what I'm seeing, like, is this significant? Is this something that I should care about? Is this something that you, the National Security Agency, is tracking? Is it a nation state actor, right? And we're able to have that conversation in an open environment. And from a national security agency perspective, right, I'll follow the evolution from Laura. 10 years ago, we would produce these exquisite classified intelligence reports. We would disseminate them out to our interagency partners. Some of that information would have technical indicators. We would create a tear line. We'd give it to our partners and say, go forth and do good. But we can't answer any questions because we're going to hang out here in a skiff behind a fence line.
Right.
That's not really helpful, right? We need to be able to engage in those conversations with the technical expertise and the insights if we're the originators of the information. And so what I would say is that fast forward to where we are now, right? NSA, October 2019, decided to stand up its cybersecurity directorate, where we really brought together our foreign intelligence and our mission assurance, our cybersecurity mission together. We now are at a point with the Cybersecurity Collaboration Center where we are engaging 24/7 in a completely unclassified environment with over 300 partners every single day on the big nation state actors, right? 2 years ago, that wasn't occurring, when we stood up the center, that wasn't occurring at all. Right. We also have a physical facility that sits outside the fence line. If anyone's been to NSA headquarters, you drive up 295 and you see these 12-foot fence, and you see these guards and gates and guns. That doesn't scream collaboration. And so
it whispers it, though.
Yeah, it whispers it in a non-creepy way. But what I would offer is, we wanted a space where people wanted to bring their data voluntarily to engage in that bi-directionally, mutually beneficial conversation, because that's how we connect the dots. Right? It can't just be me taking intelligence and throwing it over the fence and saying good luck. That's not how we're going to really tackle these hard problems.
And do you have a number that you're hoping to get to? You say 300 now.
Yeah. So here's the deal. To me, it's not about quantity. It's about quality, right? If I can work with companies that have the broadest reach, that can protect the most customers worldwide, that's who I need to be sharing intelligence with, because they're the ones that can action it, right? Obviously, from an NSA perspective, we want to help those small, medium-sized defense industrial-based customers, because as a part of the Department of Defense, that is our mandate. But again, it really is, how do we take that exquisite intelligence, our technical expertise, put it in the hands of the people who can look at their apertures, understand their networks and their customers, and empower them to action it in a way that really just provides this broad collective defense.
Okay, and so if we're sort of following the steps of this, are you better to talk to next, Andrew, or are you, Brian?
Sure,
in
I'm
terms of how
happy to
this
talk.
works? Okay, please.
So as far as mission sets go, we don't do that. We don't have a public-facing mission. I am the public-facing part of the Center for Cyber Intelligence. But we do strategic analysis and operations, intelligence collection operations to feed that analytic cycle so that the policy folks in OD&I and at the National Security Council and our other partners in the intelligence community can do their mission, be it disruptive activities against cyber threat actors or whatnot. We're in a unique position in CIA. We're a traditionally just strategic analysis and a human intelligence organization, but CCI straddles both. We are both human intelligence collectors and technical collectors, and it's a very unique position in the community wherein we're collecting intelligence on these ransomware actors that we've been talking about all day today, and that nexus between those ransomware actors, some of them are really just criminals, but a lot of them had a dotted line org chart relationship to foreign intelligence actors, be it China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and others that are an existential threat to national security in the United States. So that's not all that different than any other mission set that CIA has, wherein we do strategic analysis on a whole variety of subjects, collect intelligence to feed that. What makes us different is the technologists that reside in my organization and the interagency partnerships. I have a number of FBI folks embedded with us, NSA folks, et cetera, where we can feed that cycle. You and I talked earlier today about the parallels between what we're doing in cyberspace and that existential threat with where we were on counterterrorism in the early 2000s. And frankly, it was kind of a mess. We did not have a community approach to counterterrorism until, maybe not quite the mid-2000s before that, but it took a while. And I think we're farther along with that, and evidenced by the folks sitting here and some of the other interagency partners that are part of this. But it didn't happen organically. We had to have a lot of really strong leadership within the community, a really strong understanding of the strengths of NSA, the strengths of OD&I, the strengths of FBI, and the other members of the community. And this has been mentioned several times today, the critical difference between the counterterrorism fight and where we are in cyber is the private sector has to be part of this. Because they own all the infrastructure, and the gravest threats, frankly, are against the private sector in the United States. That is different, and thank God for NSA and CISA that have these public-facing partnerships, because we have relationships with the private sector, but they're kind of behind closed doors.
Right.
and we're not positioned in CIA to do what NSA is doing with Morgan's team or with what CISA is doing. But we certainly feed that virtuous cycle that Brian has referred to on the intelligence picture.
Did you ever think that you'd be saying that the NSA can be more open-facing than you can?
No, they 10 years ago that was not the case, but there was a lot of visionary leadership at the NSA that which Morgan's been part of that evolution. And I'm just thankful as a taxpayer and a IC member that that's what's happening. So.
Right. And I'll get to you in half a second. I interviewed General Nakasone a couple of weeks ago, and he at the Council on Foreign Relations, and he was talking about how it took a while culturally to understand that you can be more open with the information, and it doesn't need to be classified. Parts of it need to be classified, but some of the stuff that can be very helpful to people to stop these attacks doesn't have to be classified.
Yeah, and again, when we talk about the types of information that our private sector counterparts are really concerned about or they need to be able to better understand the threat, we're talking about technical artifacts, right? When we talk about technical artifacts, typically they're internet facing, they're out there. Most of our private sector partners already know about them. What they really want to know is, what are the ones that I need to care about? What's coming from a nation state actor? Give me context, give me prioritization, tell me what I need to worry about on any given day, and then help me remediate it. And so it is that really signal to the noise is what we say, tons of noise on a network. Right. We want to help you try to focus on what you should care about, because those are the ones that are the most sophisticated and most concerning.
So for example, the thing that is in your network, it's not just you. We're seeing it across your entire sector. That kind of context?
Yeah, absolutely. And we do that with our friends at FBI as well, because they have such unique insights from a lot of the things that they're doing and what they have historically been out there talking to our private sector partners. And so we're able to benefit from their lessons learned in a lot of this engagement.
Which is a perfect way to get to you, Brian. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. What I'll do is I'll give you a straight answer on it. And I would just ask for those of you listening to understand that with each element of my answer or my response, intelligence is blended in at every step, whether that's through our domestic government partners, through domestic private sector partners, or global government partners, or global private sector partners. We're often asked, hey, will you collaborate with a private sector partner in Romania or somewhere else if it means disrupting an adversary? And the absolute answer to that is yes. And you don't have to look much further back than Sodna Kibi with Bitdefender, which has been publicly announced. But from an FBI perspective—
Explain Bitdefender, sorry.
I'll get to that. From a mission perspective, right, and you heard our deputy director mention this earlier today, we really in cyber are not your grandparents' FBI, right? So we look at our role as imposing costs through joint sequenced operations with any one of our partners here, international partners, private sector, domestic, international, to change the calculus, the risk calculus for our adversary. And that is actually executed in 4 specific ways by the FBI. Number 1 is what I refer to as taking players off the field. And some of you have heard me speak. I always use this analogy, right? Like, I don't like Tom Brady because he always beats my team, but I respect Tom Brady. And if I was playing Tom Brady, I would want to get him off the field, right, to have a chance to beat him, right? Well, we have to investigate, attribute, punish. We are not going to arrest or indict our way out of the process, but that is a role that the FBI will always fulfill and will always resource. Just some data, since the start of 2021, we've extradited 21 foreign cyber adversaries to the United States. We're tracking 5 more for extradition and about 24 that are currently incarcerated overseas. So it's not a zero-sum game where we're not making progress. We are making progress to remove those criminals from the field. Second is we have very unique domestic intelligence authorities that are complementary to NSA and to CIA's. And it should be the taxpayer expectation that we use those authorities not only to inform our public and private sector partners, but to inform operational opportunities based on adversaries beyond on U.S. infrastructure. And that's very, very important for us and something we put a lot of time into, which leads me to number 3. The third is we are moving more aggressively into the CNO, CNE space, both reactive, think removing malware from domestic infrastructure, but proactive domestically where Cyber Command fills those authorities' roles internationally. The question is why? Well, 2 reasons. Number 1, because the Bureau is the only organization right now that has the authorities to do that work on domestic infrastructure. And 2, we think we need to be a closer near peer with CIA and NSA in that space to inform the virtuous cycle that we talked about. And last is, we do need to provide Ritz-Carlton level customer service to everybody up here, but most importantly to victims of cybercrime in the United States. We're 110, 115 years old, victim-centered organization. We take that very, very personally and offering those services to those companies to help them in a time of need, but also to derive the intelligence that we need to feed NSA, to feed CIA, to feed CISA is very, very important. So when we look at this cycle and the blend of intelligence through our traditional authorities as the lead domestic threat response agency in cyber, that's how I would answer that question about feeding that cycle.
And just to put more of a point on that, SolarWinds was using a domestic server, right? So they needed you or the FBI to take a look at that. Wasn't it a GoDaddy server for SolarWinds?
Let me answer that question this way.
Okay.
I think when we look at the SolarWinds compromise, right, and I'm quite sure that Laura, Andy, and Morgan would say the same thing. The best thing that happened in SolarWinds was how the victim responded. And the victim responded with immediate transparency to every one of us, with a full view of the forensics and the intelligence behind what had happened, so that we could all collectively marshal our authorities and our capabilities to deal with the problem set. And as I've matured in my role, and again, I'm quite sure Laura, Andy, and Morgan would say the same thing, what you see is the organizations that do suffer these very public intrusions, the ones that fare the best are the ones that stand up with broad shoulders and say, hey, I'm going to share immediately and transparently because this is in America's best interest, and that's why I'm going to do what I'm going to do. We see that with SolarWinds. We saw that with Kaseya. We saw that with LA Unified School District, like people really, really leaning in and taking a leadership role to fight back.
Right. And also in the case of SolarWinds, you had two victims. One, FireEye First, that had a lot of the forensics to understand what it was right away, right? So that helped too. So what I'm trying to carefully do here is try to get you guys to go to specific examples as much as we can do that, and you feel comfortable doing that. So can you talk a little bit in practice about specific examples where you were able to coalesce all these different abilities that you have to make us stronger?
I can start, and so what I would talk about, just because it's in the recent past, and I just want to reference my notes here so I don't get anything wrong. But in July of this year, there was a public unsealing of 3 indictments against Iranian nationals, and while that serves as the platform for us to deliver messaging, and when I say us, that is us, plus multiple other countries and multiple other agencies, that the Iranian actors, the Iranian nationals, right, affiliated with IRGC, likely operating on their own accord for profit, broad targeting through ransomware activity against the United States, Australia, UK, Canada, and Iran.
Sorry, IRGC, just for people who might not follow.
Affiliated with government of Iran, right?
Okay.
And so what you see is people essentially moonlighting for profit, right? But tremendous indiscriminate targeting in the United States, broad U.S. critical infrastructure, even children's hospitals here. And so while we see the unsealing of the indictments publicly, it leads to a whole host of other activities, both domestically and internationally. And I'll just mention one thing before I kick it to Morgan to talk about the cybersecurity advisory. But if you saw Director Wray's public announcement of those unsealings, he has a very critical line in there in his announcement. It's a video that says, and other actions we can't talk about publicly. But I think the message of that statement is the coordination that's going on between this group and others to impose strategic cost on our adversaries through both overt and covert means, and it's very, very powerful. But if it's okay, I'll kick it to Morgan to talk about the cybersecurity advisory.
Let me ask you just one follow-up, and that would be, so because there have been so many of these arrests or indictments, is there a feeling now then that this idea of name and shame, which was something that was with the PLA originally, have we decided as a country that's working, that actually stops some of this from happening?
What I would say is we need to change the decision analysis, the decision calculus of our adversary. And we're learning more and more over time about how to do that. And so when you look across the US government, right, you have Cyber Command with specific authorities, CIA, NSA, Treasury, FBI, state. We have all these different authorities and different capabilities, and really the question is, what levers do we need to pull right now to impose maximum costs on our adversaries or to change their analysis? So it's really not a question about name and shame. It's how do we identify strategic, impactful, disruptive objectives, and what levers do we pull to get there?
So sorry, go
Yeah,
ahead.
no, and I would just offer, right, there are different levers for different adversaries, right? Not every lever is going to work against every adversary. You have to really understand what is their hot button issue or what is the thing that's going to make them the most mad. So I think it's awesome to see that we are literally now really comprehending all of the levers we are able to pull and how we can work together, and we're able to use that. So just to talk a little about Brian, he obviously referenced a lot of the activity around the Iranian cyber actors. I think the one thing that I would pull back and offer is this. There's been a lot of discussion about SolarWinds, Log4j, Hafnium, all the incidents that have occurred within the past year or so. But one of the things that is most difficult as we talk about operational collaboration or public-private partnerships or intelligence sharing is, what does that look like when it's not a crisis, right? What does it look like on the day-to-day? And a lot of what that focus is what are the key advanced persistent threats, APTs, nation-state actors, unknown malicious activity that we're trying to characterize? What are those key things that we're concerned about because they're targeting critical infrastructure? And that is a conversation that has to happen first between the intelligence community, the US government, and private sector partners, right? We have to understand what are our joint priorities. We're then able to determine what are the key topics that we need to, what do we need to dig deep in? What do we need to have deep analytical exchange? So a lot of these cybersecurity advisories, like the Iran one that Brian mentioned, right? We are having these in-depth analytical exchanges with private sector partners who are tracking these same groups, who have the same capabilities and apertures to understand what's happening on their customers' networks. And we are having conversations to build that comprehensive threat picture, which is what Laura talked about, right? Is that we are literally bringing all of our different pieces and insights together. And those insights are the ones that are coming out in cybersecurity advisories. Okay. Obviously we don't have DHS CISA on the stage here, but they're a key component of that. If you now look at cybersecurity advisories, there are multiple seals. That's not just because we want to print more paper and put a bunch of seals at the top. It is because that many people are contributing to those analytical products, to include our industry members. Mm-hmm. And I think that really speaks volumes to how we are building this operating model to understanding the threat, putting out the best mitigation guidance that we can, and kind of moving forward.
If we're talking about Morgan's priorities and how those are with corporations, maybe you can answer this, Laura, or companies. Are the priorities really out of sync that much? I would imagine that they couldn't, maybe they are slightly, but are they massively out of sync where you have to make a sale, I guess, and say this is why this should be your priority?
I think there's a couple different ways to see the prioritization that the commercial sector has in government. First is, when we say commercial sector, I actually come from the private side, so I do chuckle a little bit inside when we say industry, because back in the commercial side, no one says industry, sort of as this outside of government sense, right? So I think it really boils down to what sector is trying to solve what problem, right? We'll take Russia, Ukraine, since everyone's lived through it and continues to live through this so often. When you think back to February 24th, the re-invasion, and the couple months leading up to that, cybersecurity vendors, Brian's partners, Morgan's partners, Andy's partners, they were well attuned to the Russian APT groups who were likely going to be and were part of a lot of that initial activity. But were satellite communication providers thinking about this? Were other entities that live in the critical infrastructure space that aren't frequently the touch points for security companies or for defense companies or even for energy companies, were they as attuned? They were not. And again, we know CISA is sort of missing in this conversation, but they were a big piece in broadcasting out the need for prioritization around Russian APT groups and critical infrastructure targeting. But to get to the little more tactical example around satellite communications, what Russia, Ukraine provided wasn't just this sort of toddler soccer ball match prioritization of how does everyone join in for collective defense. What it did is it gave this joint approach that we keep talking about here, and we're talking about successes, but we're all still refining it, right? This is an evolution. It gave us a chance to work those muscles and work them at a tactical level, whether it was sharing malware, whether it was sharing relationships, whether it was finding new partners. I won't steal Andy's part, but I'm sure you added quite a few new folks that you weren't talking to, prior to Ukraine, right?
To hire new people to do those.
And probably need more.
Yeah.
But how we started to build out a collective intelligence approach because of the prioritization and clarity of that was something that we're still, benefiting from and finessing here.
I wonder, Brian, if you want to talk a little bit about something that we seem to be writing about all the time, which is ransomware, and how sort of that fits in with what you're doing in this.
Yeah, so again, my priorities, again, big nation-state competition, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea occupy the bulk of our time. But after Colonial Pipeline, I know there's a long discussion earlier with TSA about that, but after Colonial Pipeline, the National Security Council asked us to add that to our bucket of priorities. Again, I'm not going to be in the disruptive space on ransomware attacks, but where we are is on the intelligence collection space, either human intelligence collection, technical collection, partnering with NSA on that technical collection, the strategic analysis that goes into that, and then utilizing some of our other private sector partnerships to help inform that discussion so that we can have that virtuous cycle where we can disrupt that ransomware chain. Cryptocurrency, we're in that space as well, analyzing how those cryptocurrency networks work. The ransomware actors, unless they're 100% state-sponsored, they want to get paid. And the only real mechanism that ransomware actors get paid these days is through cryptocurrency, and being in that space where we can collect intelligence on how they're using cryptocurrency and whether there is a way for FBI to disrupt that, or, as Laura was indicating, our international partners. We have global partnerships in every capital you can imagine across the globe, and either us or FBI, provide information to those teams. It's different in every country who has the lead on certain issues. But when we can't disrupt it from the U.S. government perspective, we enable our foreign partners to do so.
Got it. So if you were to boil down what's different, each of you going down the line, what's different now than a year ago? If you were to boil it down, what would it be? Maybe I'll start with you, Laura. Sorry, is that?
I thought it was going to come to me.
No, I know. I was like, Morgan gets this one first. Look, I've been in my role since May, so I'm going to cheat a little bit and say, look, I've only got 6 months under my belt in doing this. But I'll tell you, having come back to the intelligence community after 10 years out, what struck me first and foremost was, my initial impression was, there are so many more people doing cyber writ large across the IC, and not just the IC, but HHS, EPA. The interagency writ large has a really strong and I think tight and deep community on cyber. And we talk about workforce, and I'm sure everyone on the stage would take good applications from folks out there who want to come into the government and work on this problem set. But we do have a really tight community that can focus and that is pretty agile. And coming from the private side, where agility is, your number one strength in a lot of ways to meet customer needs, what have you, I find that the number of agencies that can jump on a problem, and not just in a crisis, to Morgan's point, but to jump on hard problems like ransomware, right? And say, look, that might not be my priority every day of the week. It might not be my strategic priority in 5 years, but I'm willing to go and put resources on to try to think through how my agency's authorities and work and people can be applied to this problem for X reason, right? And that kind of problem solving and thought process across the interagency is something that has really been exciting, frankly, to see and to come back to. And I think we've got a lot more to do, but that germination of kind of the spirit around how we do intelligence better in this space across the government is something that I think we're really building here.
Okay. How about you, Brian? You've been quiet.
I'll give you one thought internal to the FBI and then one thought about cyber writ large. So internal to the FBI, with the mission and the strategy that I described in my opening response, that was really kicked off in September of 2020, and I think the Bureau is rightfully very proud of its history, right? And that is a law enforcement history. Post 9/11, it's also law enforcement intelligence. But obviously moving into the space of how do we apply unique authorities for the Bureau, specific capabilities for the Bureau in tandem with, again, government, domestic, international, private, domestic, international partners for maximum impact? That's a huge cultural shift, right? And I'm just really proud of our people for wrapping their hearts and mind around that and trying to become part of the solution. So that's the internal thought. The external thought is that I've been in my job for 18 months, 19 months about, and even during that time, you've seen a maturation of process. Not only process amongst us, but certainly if CISA was up here, they would tell you the same thing. Certainly Cyber Command would tell you the same thing. An evaluation of when those authorities should be applied as part of that deconfliction or coordination process for maximum impact. But then also, how do we effectively integrate with the private sector and understand their equities and respect their equities, whether victim or not, but also bring them into a fold and allow them to be brought into a fold in a way that they're amenable to, that allows them to be part of the solution in a way that they feel good about, rather than saying, hey, this is what we need from you. Right. So it's a much more collaborative, process-driven environment that I do credit just maturation of the industry, including the government, but also people's hearts and minds being in the right place.
Right, and the threat has changed a little bit too. If I can have the two of you just talk quickly, because I do want to get to questions, because most people don't get to talk to you.
Okay, I'll be very quick. So just to pivot off of what Brian talked about from a culture perspective, right? The pandemic gave us one good thing. It forced a lot of the National Security Agency to operate in an unclassified environment to communicate with our workforce that was home. We were able to take those processes in that environment and really pivot to being able to leverage that to share with our private sector partners. So the culture shift from an intelligence community perspective to getting us to share more of our information directly has been significant for us in the last year. Secondly, we've really started to figure out what works. It's not perfect, to Laura's point, but we've started to see a lot of success on, Brian has been phenomenal because he's gone out to the field offices and he said, here's what NSA is doing. We'll tell you probably the first time the field offices were like, what do you mean NSA is doing that? But they now are tipping us directly when they have information to help in our operations. It's phenomenal in terms of how we just have the information going back and forth. And then lastly, really our industry partners are a force multiplier in the fight. Right? We already have a deficit in the workforce, and we've got to be able to band together, use the technical expertise that is inherent both in the US government and in the private sector to really get after these threats in a way we've never done it before, while we continue to build that workforce for the future.
And quickly, sorry.
So, what's changed in the year for us is the Russian invasion of Ukraine. That's changed everything. The force buildup that was happening exactly a year ago when we decided as a government to start using intelligence as a weapon, so to speak, to convince our allies and to convince, frankly, the American public that this is a real thing, a real existential crisis, and that's a hard place for us to be in the intel community. We don't like to share classified material with the press, but we did. And I think it was a brilliant leadership decision that was made at the NSC. Secondly, from an analytic perspective, kind of reevaluating what did we get wrong, what did we get right and why, and what are our assumptions? We've talked about this a bit earlier, and Mika talked about this earlier. So we as in the analytic community are kind of going through that, like our expectations different now? And then secondly, how we partner, or thirdly, how we partner in this really large community, our bilateral partnerships, our Five Eyes partnerships, and throughout the US government to work on this problem set. And then finally, and this was discussed earlier as well, just the enormity of the cyber landscape, the hacktivist community, the IT sector that got involved in the fight, both on the Russian side and on the Ukrainian side, and what does that mean from an intelligence collection perspective, also from a cyber defense perspective on the US end, and how we can frankly turn those relationships into an additive thing for conflicts in the future. And I think we're going to be doing a retrospective on the Ukraine crisis for quite some time. The history of it is being written now, but I think several years from now, we will all look back on this as sort of a pivot point in international relations and how the intelligence community feeds into that.
Right, I agree. maybe we have a time for two quick questions. I would also say that one of the things that's going on as you bring up the lights, someone can raise their hands if someone has a question. Anybody? While you're thinking of that question, I'd say I also think the other thing is the audience has changed, right? That now the people that you're talking to and collaborating with have a greater understanding than they may have had even a year ago, and a more understanding of the threat. And certainly we're seeing that of the average person who didn't care about cyber before, but now their schools are getting hacked, so they have to care. Somebody have a question right back there? Just wait for the microphone, please, just so everybody can hear you.
Hi, when you talk about technical information sharing, how do you decide what level of context is appropriate to provide with that technical, whether it be IOCs or any other sort of technical information, with the private sector so that they can use that information more actionably?
So for us in particular, this has been the beauty of the relationship, is that by us sharing information directly with a lot of our partners, they give us feedback and say, hey, this is not the type of data I need, or this is the type of information I need, or can you put this in a different format? So that feedback has actually enabled us to produce more valuable information for them. What I will tell you that we have learned over the past year is, specifically being able to tie it to an APT group, our specific nation state actor, is critical, because that provides context. It doesn't have to be, this individual on the keyboard, it's this APT group. A lot of companies that we work with, especially in the defense industrial base, have specific playbooks for how they deal with specific APT actors, and so that context helps. And again, we've had a lot of success recently on being able to share that type of information at a very low classification.
Other question? Yes, right here. Oh, sorry, right there. Thank you. Sorry, it's hard to see.
Thank you. Hello. So coming from a small country, Greece, and with a small country with a limited budget, actually, what would you suggest is the key area in which countries like Greece with limited budgets should focus on in order to have a sustainable cyber security, an enforced sustainable cyber security? Thank you.
I'll take the first crack at it. I'll channel my inner CISA in my answer to you. Listen, I think it comes down to fundamentals, right? Whether that's MFA, air gap backups, these types of things. Those fundamentals, I'd probably rattle off a list of 7 or 8, but those are the difference makers, right? And when you look at the compromises that all of us hear about, they all come back to a traditional set of vectors, and the most fundamental way to protect against those vectors is those foundational security principles.
Anybody want to add to that?
I think just to add one piece to what Brian rightfully said there was, the question is build versus buy, and where do you want to accept risk, particularly on the buy piece? And there's risk on the build piece too, right? But that calculation, and I think sharing how countries like Greece and other countries with a more limited budget who want to get the fundamentals right and want to learn from other countries on how they have made those risk decisions, I think those lessons shared is something where there's a variety of forums that are starting to get those lessons out, but that's a place where I think we could generally start to share more, right? On this sort of joint capacity building. We haven't figured it out yet fully in the US government either, but how we start to think through best practices together, think through what interoperability looks like between sharing APT groups, between sharing forensics that we're seeing, between private sector sharing with our government. Those are all lessons that I think will be really applicable as more and more governments build out their programs.
So I can just
quickly, yeah.
And we talked about Albania earlier. I mean, I do think from a U.S. government perspective, we learned some lessons there. Is every one of our embassies overseas prepared for a situation like that? And I think the answer was no. And back to our counterterrorism examples, every embassy on the globe knows what to do in a counterterrorism situation. Everybody has their points of contact in the foreign governments there, be it military, intelligence, or diplomats. We do not have the muscle memory on that yet when it comes to a cyber crisis. We're getting there, but we're using existing representatives in all our embassies to sort of build that. But that has been a focus for some folks on my team is to educate our embassies overseas as to what to do in a crisis like that so that we can help our allies. And again, this isn't a Greece example, it's an Albania example, but to help our allies either prepare so that they don't have an incident like that, but in the event of an incident, they have an appropriate response.
And you talked about a virtuous cycle. Actually, the four of you coming out and talking about this adds to the virtuous cycle. I think that if people understand how this works together, I think it'll bring more people to you to talk about it. And so thank you very much for being here, and please join me in thanking Morgan, Andrew, Laura, and John.
Before we introduce the next panel, we'd like to take one more opportunity to thank our sponsors: Forescout, The Record by Recorded Future, PwC, Paladin, Broadcom Software, and McKinsey & Company. And while I have you, you can be the first to learn the dates for the 2023 Aspen Cyber Summit by going to aspencybersummit.org and signing up for our mailing list. Next up, here to explore how the concept of cyber resilience has evolved, please welcome Adam Bromwich, Vice President of R&D at Symantec by Broadcom Software, Valerie Cofield, Chief Strategy Officer at CISA, Sean Joyce, Principal at PwC and former Deputy Director of the FBI, and Iranga Kahangama, Assistant Secretary for Cyber, Infrastructure, Risk, and Resilience at the Department of Homeland Security. Joining us again is Aspen Digital's Jeff Green.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's great to be back out here. We have the most creatively described named panel. We put a lot of thought into those two words, so I hope everyone is enjoying it. But what we're going to talk about today is not a new topic in cyber, the concept of resilience. But what we want to get into is whether the understanding has changed and whether organizations need to prepare differently based on some recent events. Colonial Pipeline has come up several times today. TSA Administrator Pekoski and Alan Armstrong talked about it. But the big takeaway from that for a lot of us was the idea of an operational technology system, the pipeline, being taken down purely because of an information technology or ransomware attack. And so what we want to get into is whether we need to be thinking differently about the concept of resilience more than just backups and servers. If the trigger for shutting down crucial systems is not an actual intrusion, but it is merely the potential compromise of it. So we've got a great panel to talk about it. I'm going to start with Sean, because hope you won't be offended to say that Sean's been doing this a long time. He's seen it from a lot of different hats. And I'd like to hear from you how the concept of resilience has evolved in the different hats you've worn. Where is it today? The clients you work with, are they understanding that the environment has changed, and how are you discussing this with them?
Yeah, I think resilience right now is probably a term that we're all hearing every day, whether it's online or in any type of media form. But I think it has really taken on an importance, and I think the inflection point has really been ransomware and the types of industries that it has affected. So you've heard Colonial Pipeline, JBS, and when it affects people's daily lives is when I think people start paying attention. So when we used to talk about resilience with companies, it was more related to what's my disaster recovery plan, right? Or what's my business continuity plan, right? And now I think companies are looking at what's my crisis management plan? What's my business continuity plan? What's my disaster recovery plan? What is my cyber resilience plan? What is my physical security plan? And what is my third-party supply chain sort of plan as we go forward? And how to bring those components together, I think, is extremely challenging. We've worked with dozens of companies on resilience. I would say we're in still the first inning, right? I think companies are struggling with, I think they're realizing that it takes on all of these different functions within a company. I think they're struggling with how do we actually weave these components together. And so what we've been telling companies is all those 6 different areas that I mentioned, what's your checklist to make that work? And then what are the commonalities in each of those checklists? How do you bring that together? And how do you kind of overlay that with a governance structure? I think historically companies have had a very, very siloed approach. And I think, all day I would argue to everyone out there that we've heard about resilience all day. Whether it's the workforce, whether we're talking about sort of a national resilience, which many countries like the UK has put out their national resilience strategy, right? And it goes all the way down to the human level. And I think we've got to come together. We see in the financial services where there is now like a resilience officer, and we've seen some of the major banks actually designate an individual. But I think we've got to realize we're not resilient right now, right? We are doing some things well. I think you heard previously from some of the folks on stage that we are making great progress, but I still think there's a long way to go.
So if the universe of cyber incidents that can lead to a major operational impact is much greater than maybe we thought on the Thursday or the Friday morning of Colonial, practically what does that mean for critical infrastructure, for governments, other entities? Like, how should they be assessing the potential? I don't know, Val, if that you guys put a lot of work into the performance goals recently. Was that part of that?
Yeah, and we're really excited that we were able to release our cross-sector cybersecurity performance goals recently. And one thing that we've seen a prevalence of, when you think about ransomware, is how much it's impacted the state and local communities as well as small and medium-sized businesses. So really our focus for our cybersecurity performance goals is really to be able to talk to those communities and help them. If you go to our cyber performance goals, and you can get to them from CISA.gov, they're worksheets that assess and give you an idea of cost, impact, and complexity of, so let's say you're starting from the ground up and you don't have a lot of resources yet devoted to cybersecurity. We have a checklist. We can show you on these worksheets about where you should focus your time and effort if you don't have a lot of resources, but you want to have the greatest impact. And so we're really cognizant, because I think that's where we've seen, there's just been a growing rash of, sadly, incidents, ransomware incidents against healthcare institutions, the educational system. There's been countless school districts that have been subjects of ransomware attacks. So we're really focused on how do we help those communities that are resource constrained but are rich target areas for cyber criminals.
I think you raise a great point. On those cybersecurity performance goals, I think it is, right, we think about the cyber poverty line, and I think about those companies that actually can afford the investment and the companies that can't. Most companies in the United States are below that poverty line. And I think CISA, with these goals, really brings that focus, like you did on the ransomware tools, that I think has been, I've had several smaller companies say what a benefit that brings them to allow them to focus on some of the basics.
Aranga, you watched Colonial from a front seat at the White House. Did it change your thinking or your internal thinking, the White House or the agencies, as to when we need to flip over from a purely cyber incident to there's, oh my gosh, real world gas lines, from needing to message effectively that things are okay to planning the physical response, everything from like Jones Act waivers and things like that?
Yeah, I definitely think it was a bit of a turning point, not just for the administration or the government, but frankly in the U.S. how we viewed the convergence of those issues, right? I think in an increasingly connected digital world, whether your IT or your OT is connected or not, one can have an impact on the other, regardless of if they're connected. I think from what we saw at Colonial, and I think Colonial was an interesting turning point, and I would also say that the reinvasion of Ukraine by Russia was also a really big inflection point. from the government side, because I thought it brought home the fact that there are cyber risks. You need to be resilient towards the cyber and the physical consequences, but there's a geopolitical aspect of it that you can't avoid, right? Like Sean talked about seeing things in these separate buckets, and I think that's probably what people were doing, but now we've seen the bridge combine where it's cyber, or it's physical, geopolitical, or otherwise, having these demonstrable potential impacts on the actual operations of your networks. And so I think thinking through how you are able to be resilient to these from a cyber perspective is important, just because the cyber inflection point is often the common entity across all those issues, right? As we in DHS did the Shields Up campaign through CISA and went on these roadshows to talk to companies, making the connection between the geopolitical and the cyber, I thought was really important. The other thing that I think the department has done a really good job of, that CISA has been doing too, Congress recently mandated us to have these state and local cybersecurity grants. It's $1 billion over 4 years. So, I mean, government has money, it will give money, but I think if you actually dig into the details too, a lot of the requirements that we're putting on the money that goes to state and locals for cybersecurity has kind of specific requirements on what the governance board should look like. It has to include the state CISO or the state CIO. The entities and the agencies that are getting it need certain, governance mechanisms to make sure that those investments are done properly. And I think that all comes from a higher, sense of urgency on risk and resilience through the government's perspective.
So Adam, you've spent a career defending. You've seen it from a bunch of different perspectives, from building it to going with the customers. How has the transition we've talked about changed both how you're thinking about protecting customers today and how you design your future protections? Has it impacted it?
Well, look, it's been a very interesting evolution over that whole time period. I mean, when I started out in security, our product tagline was set it and forget it. It was 100% effective, right? And that was in the days of viruses, right? And very quickly, everyone realized that more than one security tool would be required. And over time, that pendulum swung, and I think it swung very far over to like almost complete DIY security today. So for an organization to protect themselves, they have to have a security team, they have to have a threat intel team, they have to have dozens of security products, they have to stitch all those products together. It's a huge effort, and I think that the resource required to be able to do that is significant, and too significant, I think, in many cases. So, I'm a big advocate of that pendulum swinging back to center, right? It's important for us to get the security experts in the security industry side together with the security experts in the private sector and in government all together. Now, near term, what we found really effective is just connecting those groups from an intelligence perspective. So when we now monitor activity happening at our customers, and if we see a hospital that looks like there's some living off the land activity going on, we reach out and connect with that hospital.
Can you explain living off the land?
Oh, sure. Living off the land is just, instead of using malware, attackers will use common tools that are sitting on a machine. Often tools that have very legitimate uses. So IT would use this tool to roll out software, for instance, or you might use like a remote access tool. The attackers use those tools. They don't custom craft malware nearly as often as they used to. So we look for that kind of activity. That's a really important thing for every organization to do, but not every organization can really afford to do that. So we look for it as well. Getting us connected with those organizations directly makes us far more effective. Now, longer term, I think there's an attack surface reduction effort that needs to happen. We work on technology that abandons the industry's one-size-fits-all security solution model. We really need to get off of that model, and we could have much more effective security if we can tailor that security to each individual organization. Today, we really dumb down security because we're afraid, essentially, if we call it a false positive, getting it wrong. So, great example I use is there are organizations out there that need to launch PowerShell out of a Word document. Most organizations do not ever do that. We cannot block that activity because there are some that do it. And so we've really dumbed it down, and it needs to be more tailored. And there's
definitely technological capability to do that. And so we've got to swing that pendulum more to the center, do more actual attack surface reduction, as well as more connection.
One thing I've wondered is if hypothetical, well, let's just say Colonial, had a tabletop exercise on Wednesday or Thursday, and the scenario was ransomware into their IT system, would the security team there have said, oh my God, we need to shut down the entire physical system? Or would they have thought or said, things are fine? So once it became a reality, did their perspective change? And Sean and Adam, I guess you guys probably work with, have you sensed the change? I think, Sean, you may even do some tabletops with companies. Have they gotten more realistic? Has their understanding changed? Or is there still when it's hypothetical, it's easier to say, I got it, boss, we're fine?
I think tabletops are a beginning, and I think tabletops are a great exercise for communication and for understanding the governance of a situation. Right now, when we're talking about resilience, I don't think tabletops come close to doing it, right? So when you're talking about resilience, I'm talking about end-to-end technical testing. So hey, if we are hit by a ransomware variant and they encrypt our data, let's walk through how we're actually going to restore that. Do we understand our network topology? Do we understand where the breakpoints are that we can limit the blast radius, right? And what I mean by that is what the ransomware can actually affect. Do the right people have authority to sort of what you're saying? Instead of, you shouldn't be, let me say this a different way, more mature companies are able to do it in a more precision-based manner than just quote unquote pulling the plug.
Adam, have you seen any changes like that?
No, I think I totally agree. I think that Colonial is a great example of where you have to kind of shut the whole thing down because you just don't know what the impact is. And I think this is actually in the guidelines as well from CISA, yeah, right? I mean, it's like you need to do these basics. You need to know, you need to segment your network. You need to have MFA, multi-factor authentication. I'm going to put a plug in. It should be FIDO2 as well. I think that's evolving. And you need to have an incident response plan, and you need to exercise that plan. It's not a fancy tool you need these basics.
Can I add to that too? I mean, that's one thing that we do highlight in our cybersecurity performance schools is the need for OT and IT to come together before an incident happens so that the OT operators know or have thought through what an impact on an IT system could have on that. And I think it's so crucial that the cybersecurity personnel in both of those groups meet before an incident happens, and it's really something that we do stress.
I mean, I'll say that we don't see a lot of OT attacks. We see the IT attacks affect the OT.
Yeah, the impact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, it doesn't mean they're not possible, but I think certainly for organizations that are starved for resources, they've got to close the gaps on the IT side first.
But I think there's a little bit of a knowledge gap there, though, right? Because a lot of folks, and you heard, I think, Alan talking earlier about, what is actually encompasses an OT system, and when you're talking about PLCs and what's in the IT system. However, I have been with several companies that didn't know the dashboards from their OT was actually the connection to their IT, right? So there is just a little bit of a knowledge gap, but I agree. I think there's a long way to go when you're talking about, manufacturing sectors, energy, utility, that can be done.
I think one thing we saw from Colonial too is both inside the government and in the company, it's not always the CISO or the other security individuals that are actually making decisions, right, in the end. Even from a policy perspective, as we were trying to tackle how the nation can be resilient to that type of attack, right, there was a healthy tension between the security side at the NSC and then the economic folks and political factors. So I think all these are kind of in play. I've seen it from the government side, but I feel like from the corporate side too, if you don't have the right governance models or mechanisms for, the C-suite or people beyond the CISO looking at security to make those decisions, like if they don't have confidence in the IT and OT separation or even the understanding of what that is, you still may pull the plug even if it's all good, so.
Sean, I want to pull on the thread you said yet when Adam said we haven't seen the OT side attacks. Thinking back to, when I got first sucked into cyber on Stuxnet, coming out of that, there was a lot of security researchers and others started really digging into operational technologies and trying to understand them, and we were certainly more focused on the threat of an OT attack. And to Adam's point of the pendulum swinging, do you think that with Colonial Pipeline and JBS Foods and the others, has the pendulum swung where that was oh, wait a minute, we actually don't need to learn all this esoteric PLC coding, we'll just make them worry about it? Is there a set of, whether criminal or nation state actors, who said, we're wasting our time working on figuring out the OT, we're just going to make them so scared they'll shut it down?
I don't think so.
That makes me feel better.
So when you've heard today, there is no question that Russia is very interested in sort of that OT side of things. And let's not just think of sort of what typical, I think the government, when we've been talking today, utilities, energy, OT is, right, manufacturing. When you think of smart cities, when you think of any IoT device, think of the Mirai botnet, right, for a distributed denial of service attack. So there have been OT attacks already that have been significant. So I just think it is, I would say they are not, especially from, right, 70% of, I think the attacks or greater are for criminal reasons, right, for monetary gain, right? That does not now, you're looking at, from a nation state perspective, they are certainly looking at sort of that OT side of things. There have been several, I use the stat, I would say roughly 7 out of 10 companies that I have dealt with on ransomware all pay the ransom. So what does that tell you about resilience? Right? So we have a long way to go. So I listen, I think I think the nation states are focusing on those things. If you've ever dealt with any company that's in logistics, if you go back to NotPetya, when you think of Maersk, Merck, yeah, right, and the effects that it had. So I think it has been a wake-up call for a lot of companies that maybe had a very streamlined security unit and understand, and that's where I talk about that cyber poverty line, right? What's happening right now all around, what are we all reading in the paper about what's every tech company doing and what's almost every company doing right now? We're hearing about layoffs, I think.
Yeah.
Right, so it's cost-cutting measures, right? And how are we looking at this? I keep saying, I don't go into a boardroom where they're not talking about digital transformation. So I would argue technology is the central nervous system of almost every company. So what are you doing to protect that? And are you making the same investment in that to make it the fabric of your company?
Adam, have you seen any changes in the trends or the trend lines from your threat intel teams over the past year, 2 years? Where is the focus going?
Yeah, well, certainly the focus got a lot more targeted in the last couple of years, right? Ransomware used to just kind of be going to anyone and everyone, and now it's highly targeted, right? So it's gotten more sophisticated in the sense that it's targeted. It's less sophisticated in the actual techniques. What we're seeing this past year is just an enormous increase in credential theft and a focus on credential theft. And I've been following this group Lapsus, which is really interesting. It's kind of come out that these are teenagers who are interested in breaking into companies, stealing source code and selling it for crypto and just amassing money. But in order to do that, they have to pretty much compromise the network of the target. And very large companies are being attacked. And they are using mostly social engineering techniques. Everything, even going onto forums and paying employees to sell their credentials to them so that they can log into the VPN and compromise a large corporation. These are not sophisticated attacks, but with huge impact.
Well, they're maybe psychologically sophisticated, not technologically.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Exactly.
Val, there's a little known part of CISA that also focuses on physical security. CISA, for the most part now, is talked about in the cyber context. Can you talk about how the cyber and the physical within CISA are working together to understand the broader threat picture?
Yeah, so What's been really great right now is that we are working on exactly that together with the NSC. So last week, the president wrote a letter that sort of finalized what we called the 9002B report, which was a requirement from the FY21 National Defense Authorization Act. And in that requirement, we were tasked, CISA was tasked to write this report on really looking at the sector risk management, our sector structure, right? Is it the right structure? And this is across all hazards risks, so not just cyber alone, but is this structure the right structure? If so, do we have the right agencies in charge of these sectors? So we're starting and we're embarking on this work together with all the other sector risk management agencies and with the Office of the National Cyber Director and with the NSC on really implementing these recommendations. And so it gives us a real opportunity to look at risk, again, across these sectors, and also to have a national understanding of what we all mean by risk, because I think that's been one of our challenges across, they're very divergent sectors, right? I mean, the maturity across each of these sectors is very different. The resources that each of these sectors has towards reducing their risk is also quite different. And so, this gives us an opportunity to be able to work together again with the offices that I mentioned, ONCD and NSC, and to work with these sectors to figure out how do we bridge those gaps? What can we do in the short term as we work to helping mature all of those sectors so that they can have a more of an indigenous analysis of their own risk and being able to help mitigate those. But there's quite a different scale of maturity across these sectors, and so really. And the need is now, the risk is immediate, and so we're really trying to figure out what do we do in the short, medium, and long term.
So when Ukraine suffered some cyber attacks 5-6 years ago, impacted their electric grid, the public reporting is they were able to get back up because they were able to go to physical manual controls. We're a cyber conference. Should we be talking about the need or the capacity to restart something physically and just ignore all the computers? Is that part of the resilience Sean was talking about? Aranga, is that something that you guys think about at the big policy level at THS?
It is. I think ultimately we are a mission and outcome-oriented agency, right, where we want to make sure that whether it's critical services, critical infrastructure, ultimately the end goal, right, is not to make sure computers are working, but that services are delivered, right, or that folks are getting what they need from those services. So I do think having that kind of end goal in mind has driven a lot of our internal thinking. And I think as a result, too, it's made us at DHS think more broadly about what Val said is a key phrase, all hazards risk. And so we've been doing a lot of thinking internally, not just about the cyber risk, but climate, the effects of climate, whether that's disaster management, which we obviously have a very strong history of doing through FEMA, but also those slow burning, slow moving climate type of risks that pose resilience issues as, water resources are depleted or other things. So I think those are all things that people should be thinking about. And I think we as a department are trying to kind of put our money where our mouth is in terms of having the government be able to better respond and be resilient as well. I think things that CISA and others put out, put the burden on companies to be resilient, but there is a bit of ownership that the government needs to have on our own ability to be resilient for how we provide services to these companies. So we've been doing internal thinking about how to mature and modernize our own response and resilience capabilities so that we can better respond to the cyber than physical incidents, right? Like the FEMA structure, for instance, is very well designed for hurricanes, but is it designed for a cyber physical event? Those are some of the questions we're kind of asking internally to be more modern and flexible in our own approach as we're making those asks of private sector.
Sean, when you go into those boardrooms, are you having that physical conversation as part of that broader resilience discussion?
We are, and I think it's important. I mean, where it really came to light, I think, and we're talking more sort of here, but I think the Ukraine-Russian war is the example where Russia is linking together kinetic strikes with cyber attacks. And then the second element that we're seeing that to me is like very unusual is we're seeing the crowdsourcing of private groups actually acting on behalf of a nation state. So everyone here, including myself, right, we support Ukraine and what's happening, and some of the companies here have done an amazing job. My question to everyone is, what do we do on the next one where it's not so black and white? So what is the role of a private company? Should they be intervening in a nation-state conflict? What's the process they're actually going through to do that? Are they actually going through the government, right? Because before, warfare was kinetic and basically done by our military. Now we're seeing a very unique circumstance, now one that's clear to all of us, right? And kudos to all of the companies that are helping, right? Look at Elon Musk, right? Microsoft, they've done fantastic work. What about a conflict that is not so clear-cut? And how are we describing that role? So I think we're in a sort of a unique time where there are no rules and kind of figuring out what that means.
It's the flip side. Sorry, go ahead, Veronica.
No, I was just going to add, I totally agree with that. I think with Russia, Ukraine too, you see the scramble that we did on the government side to do Shields Up was interesting. It's something that we're going to be able to better scale. But from the other side, I think we saw companies dealing with supply chain risks, for instance, but you had a situation where a lot of the companies in their supply chain were willingly moving out of Russia, right? And so for business continuity, you were dealing with that issue, but in a context where you were willing to move out of that conflict zone. That's not always going to be true with certain countries or regions or areas, right? Like if there is a geopolitical conflict and you need to operate in that kind of environment or have a more resilient supply chain, those are things that you need to be exercising now as a result of Russia.
Hypothetically, 2 countries in Asia.
Across the strait, yeah.
Yeah. Adam, the physical side, is that something that you talk about or should be talking about, or is it that's someone else's to-do list?
I mean, I wish. I mean, we're a cybersecurity company, so my kind of answer to that the 2015 attack, unfortunately the ship has sailed. The Ukrainian power grid was not affected by that attack because they had not computerized their systems. They had not gone to an OT model. They were still on old switches, and so they were able to recover from an attack which literally the attackers remoted into a Windows machine, and you could see, because there was a security camera on the machine, you can see them move to the off switch and click off, that was it, but they've modernized. That's not the case. So, everyone has modernized, everyone is on IT systems, and, they're doing full OT now. Going back to switches, I think, is a tall order. I think it's going to be very difficult. It's just too ingrained. The ship has sailed.
But I would argue, and I wish Chris Krebs was up here now, one of the reasons our election system is so secure is because it's archaic.
So diverse.
Okay, and there are 50 states that have 50 different ways of actually doing it, and with that diversity is strength.
There are counties within those states.
Absolutely, right? So you look at that, but I think we're way past the time of thinking of physical and cyber differently. Right? When you think of basic physical security, when you go into your companies, how many of you swipe your badges? That's digital. How many of your companies have cameras? It's digital, right? But you've got to look at that scenario analysis of, okay, if our cell phones go down, how are we going to communicate? I think that's a worthy question.
Val, did you bake in any of that, you personally, into the physical side, even into the planning and the checklists and the, I don't want to say checklist, it's a bad cyber word, into the structure of the performance goals?
So with the structure of the performance goals, it's really not, we don't take into account these physical countermeasures that we're talking about right now. I think it's something that we'll be discussing as we try to implement the recommendations from the 9002B report, because we'll have to look at risk, all hazards risks across the 16 critical infrastructure sectors, and how will we sector by sector, and also with the cross-sector risks, right? Because most incidents aren't just going to silo and just hit one sector. They're probably going to impact another sector as well. And so how do we look at those cross-sector risks, and what are the best ways to mitigate against those?
That's another panel on the cross-sector. So we have a few minutes left. Maybe we can try to get 2 questions in. So if, again, we're blind up here, if someone could help with a mic. And I'll repeat the question just so the folks online can hear it. Mike is en route. You have a question right up here.
In the blue.
Test. Oh, great.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Sarah Pawazek. I lead public interest cyber research at UC Berkeley. We're talking about this low-hanging fruit that can help companies improve their cybersecurity maturity. A lot of the ways they get that is by hiring proactive consultants. As a former consultant myself, a lot of the organizations that Valerie mentioned can't afford those sorts of services. So what else can we be doing, civil society, private sector, and the public sector, to help these low-resource organizations that are target-rich, like municipalities, like nonprofits? They can't afford to hire professional consultants. How can they continue to raise their cybersecurity maturity?
So the question was, when we're getting out of the range of big companies with large budgets, don't have the capacity to hire consultants, how do we help the municipalities, the nonprofits, the smaller organizations? Aranga, maybe you can start on the municipality piece with the grants, and then we can...
No, I'll double down on what I mentioned, so with a little more specificity too. So out of the infrastructure bill that the Congress passed, there's $1 billion over 4 years for state and local government entities to improve their cybersecurity. So I think on September 14th or 15th, the notice of funding went out. I think applications closed, I think yesterday, November 15th, if I'm not mistaken. And so I think there's a lot of work that can be done there, where we're giving out a lot of money in terms of actually having states identify how they will use it, how they will have a governance model where they can apply it. And I think the unique combination of getting that infusion of money and then looking at something like the performance goals are going to actually be really nicely married up. And then on the other side, I think the thing that Val hasn't touched yet is phase 2 of the cyber performance goals, which is the ones now are across all sectors, but the next version will be sector specific. So I think you could see this nice cross-cutting matrix where, you know, small and medium enterprises that maybe perhaps specialize in chemical or water or something like that will eventually have a very specific set of controls that they can hopefully afford to do and kind of benchmark budget and resources against.
Other thoughts, Bill?
Yeah, and so this was something that we thought about a lot, especially during the build up to the Russia-Ukraine crisis, is that we really wanted, through our Shields Up campaign, to be able to provide resources to companies that didn't have a lot. And so Sean had mentioned we have, if you go to our Shields Up website, we do have free tools. There were companies and organizations that came to us to say, hey, we want to offer this service. We want to provide it for free to small and medium-sized businesses. And so if you go to our website, you can see a list of those resources.
And through Aspen Digital, through the Aspen Cyber Program, Craig Newmark has sponsored, through Craig Newmark Philanthropies, a cyber civil defense project. He's put significant resources behind it. The goal isn't to push money to organizations, it is to identify exactly what you talked about. What are the force multipliers so these organizations can find ways to get assistance, whether it's individuals, small businesses, civil society, et cetera. Let's try to get one more question in if there's one in the crowd.
Hi, thank you. My name is Hallie Zimmerman, and I'm with Northrop Grumman. I am working on a research project that's might be a little specific, but looking at how to aggregate processes when it comes to compliance certifications. And I was wondering if anyone has perhaps dealt with that, and if you have any suggestions for maybe a digital transformation of compliance itself, the processes of compliance.
So I want to make sure I get the question right. It is aggregating different certifications as part of an overall security effort, as part of a compliance effort. Are you talking about individual certifications or the certifications that a company might have to comply with part of their regulatory?
Sure, as an example, like CMMC, that would be one.
Okay, so regulatory or other type of requirements. Any thoughts on that?
So I'll take it, since I think that's what we do for a living. So what we have done is we've actually spun up an instance, pick your hyperscaler, Azure, AWS, or GCP, and we're actually bringing in the data streams for all your different compliance requirements and actually generating reports from that individually, right? So I think, doing it the old way is extremely burdensome, right? And having that ability to, I think, leverage not only data analytics, but really what the cloud brings you as a company is doing that. So we are actually been piloting that in one company, and it's, I think, saved a lot of money. So I highly think there's a huge efficiency play there.
Any last questions? So lightning round for you folks. Yes, no, with a few words. We've talked about resilience. We've gone through a lot. The trend lines. Do you think that organizations are picking this up? Are we going in the right direction, or are we still muddling around trying to find our way? So let's start at Ranga and work down.
Oh, tough. I'll take the optimistic approach just because I feel like from the government perspective, we are ramping up a lot of the attention we want to play for this. So, hopefully it's being well received. But I think real life events have really brought these issues at home to home, and people are trying to take it more seriously.
Sean?
Resounding yes, just have a long way to go.
Val?
Yeah, I would say yes too, and I do think that sadly real life events have made this an issue for everyone.
Yeah, we heard that from Alan Armstrong, being brought in for a briefing, for seeing the potential invasion. It changes it when there is an actual bad thing out there.
Yeah, that's right. I think that the risk has always been there, actually. It's just that the recent events have made it clear to everybody that risk is there. And so I definitely think the trend line is up. I think there's, as we were talking earlier, there's a lot of organizations that have a lot of work to do.
So need to keep up the momentum.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah.
Great. Well, again, thanks everyone. Great panel, great discussion. Thanks for all the work you've done. Maybe we'll pick this up again next year.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you. So I get the pleasure of introducing our next group. We are going to have a lightning talk. We're going to peel back the curtain and show the voice of God. Ryan Merkley of Aspen Digital is the fantastic voice who has been introducing our panels and speakers for the day. So Ryan is going to come out. He's going to have a one-on-one with Sammy Corey, who is the head of the Canadian Center for Cybersecurity. So let me welcome out Ryan and Sammy.
Thanks, Jeff. All right. I did it. Dropped it. There we go. Hey, folks. Sammy, thanks for being here with us. Nice to be able to have a bit of a chat together. Also, we're the two Canadians, so we'll be representing the nation for this portion of your program. I'm not going to assume that everyone here is fluent in the cybersecurity infrastructure and defenses of the neighbor to the north. So maybe I'll just give you a second to maybe just paint the picture for the center which you lead and sort of where it fits in Canada's cyber defenses.
Sure. Thanks, Ryan, and thanks to Aspen for inviting me to be part of this great event today. So the Cyber Center that I lead, or the Canadian Center for Cybersecurity, the full name, is part of the Communications Security Establishment, which is sort of the NSA equivalent in Canada. We are sort of a information security, cybersecurity, and intelligence agency, so a bit of half-half. We do both. We are part of the Department of Defense up there, and in 2018, the government sort of brought together all of the cyber expertise across government into this one place called the Canadian Center for Cybersecurity, and we rebranded ourselves. So our public image is under the logo of Canadian Center for Cybersecurity, and gave us a mandate that is a national mandate, so it's not just defend government, but also critical infrastructure, small, medium businesses, and citizenry. So it's a full scope program that we have in the Cyber Center, and our partners would be, on the US side, our partners would be NSA and CISA.
Great. I want to pick up the threads that we've started today around ransomware. You, to your left, have a copy of the report, your threat assessment report. It's a document you all update every couple of years, with lots of research behind it. And in that report, one of the things you talked about is your concerns around companies that have been paying ransoms. And you note the stat that stuck out to me is that in one of the surveys that you reviewed, only 42% of companies who paid the ransoms actually even got their data back. And so what is your advice to companies who are facing this challenge, and how are you supporting them in that process?
Thanks. The document Ryan is referring to is called the National Cyber Threat Assessment, and it's a document that we put out every 2 years roughly that looks at the threat landscape in Canada and a projection in the next 2 years. Ransomware is recognized in this year's edition, which we released about 10 days ago, as the top threat that Canadian businesses will face. The challenge we have in Canada, and I suspect it's the same here in the US, is that ransomware continues to be underreported for whatever reason, and that's something that I and the team is trying to understand. Why is it that ransomware continues to be underreported? We don't have an official sort of government policy or government directive on payment of ransom. The recommendation is not to pay. And then ultimately, at the end of the day, it is a business decision. If a company wants to pay the ransom, it is a business decision. But know that in paying the ransom, there's a number of sort of fine print that they need to be aware of, and getting the data back is one of them. Dealing with a criminal organization is another one. As far as what are we doing to support them, we've launched a fairly large campaign last December, to bring attention to the ransomware issue. And it was the first time in my career at CSE, and I've been there 30 years now, it's my first time that I see 4 cabinet ministers pen a letter to businesses inviting them to pay attention to the problem, not inviting them, basically asking them, please pay attention to the problem. This is a serious thing. It was an open letter to businesses. Along with it, we published a playbook to help companies how to protect themselves from ransomware, but should they fall victims to ransomware, what can we do to help them sort of in the recovery phase of ransomware? And it's a playbook that has received very good positive feedback that's also on our website.
You mentioned it in your comments that a lot of them don't report it, and you also cite that in your report that you more broadly don't get the kinds of reports you wish you got about incidents. And it's come up around the room today, and others have asked folks to report. Why should businesses make that risk? Why should they get past the general counsel and talk to you? And what do you bring to bear if they do?
To give a sense of the scale of the problem, last year we received 304 reports of ransomware. Considering the size of Canada, considering the businesses in Canada, that is way underreported. And to try to tease out why is it. So we've been engaging with companies, and we get all sorts of, I would say, explanation to why is it that they don't report. Some of them say, my cyber insurance policy prevents me from talking to you. Some of them legal counsel is concerned about maybe misunderstanding our mandate as a pure cyber defense agency. We're not law enforcement. We're not a regulatory agency. But I think there is value in reporting, and that applies equally to Canada, to the States. By giving us visibility into the nature of the incidents, we can then understand what happened. We can understand maybe who did it. We can update our advice and guidance. We constantly publish advice and guidance. If we connect enough dots, we might identify a campaign that is launched maybe by a cyber criminal or a nation-state campaign targeting research labs or whatever. So there is absolutely value in us understanding what happened, understanding how it happened, but also connecting enough dots to start to paint a picture of what actually is going on.
And do you have examples where you've been able to do that, or are there situations where you've been able to step forward or paint that picture?
We've had a number of cases where in the early days of the pandemic, we've connected enough dots that we understood that, for example, there was a Russian-led campaign against COVID research labs, and then we participated with our international partners in calling out that activity to say this is unacceptable, this is crossing some red lines in terms of cyber norms. So that is an example of having enough connected dots to identify that there was a campaign. Beside that, I think we've seen a number of municipalities, unfortunately, being hit by ransomware. Knowing what is the strain of ransomware that has hit, we are able sometimes either to pass it on to law enforcement, or at CSE we do have some authorities to conduct active cyber operations and impose a cost on some of these cyber criminals. So again, that is the value. It's not something that we're going to publish and we're launching a campaign tomorrow or anything like that, but behind the scene we are fairly active in making sure that there is a cost to conducting these activities.
Yeah. I want to stay on this for just one more beat. In that same threat assessment, we talked about cryptocurrency and its relationship. And obviously, we had a panel earlier today where we talked about U.S. responses around issues around ransomware and cryptocurrency, and what the government in the U.S. is doing around those issues. I'm interested in how the Canadian position is and how it aligns with the work. I know you work closely with the U.S., but I want to give you a chance to talk about the Canadian position and perhaps how you're addressing that threat and how you're trying to advise Canadians and Canadian businesses on that.
In our National Cyber Threat Assessment, for the first time, we also have we identify as one of the 5 themes in the document emerging tech or disruptive technology, and more specifically digital assets, cryptocurrencies, and how it is a capability that has a double-edged sword. It is an evolution of maybe the financial market, but it's also used by cyber criminal. There is currently no prohibition or no mechanism in Canada to control cryptocurrencies or exchanges or mixers or any of that, but we are participating in the White House-led counter-ransomware initiative. So obviously, as one of the 36 countries around the table, we do work with our US colleagues to make sure that we're aligned in our thinking on how do we manage that space. I think eventually we will pay attention and maybe pass some regulation around that. There is currently regulation for, I would say, the standard money flow, illicit financing. Eventually we will get to the cryptocurrency itself.
Right. Let's change gears and talk a little bit about distributed work. There's a section also in your report where you talk about hybrid and distributed workplaces. We were all forced to work from home during the pandemic, including government offices. Many had to work from home. And that, as you note, really expanded the attack vector because the office was actually the home office network. And they're typically less secured, and also I have 42 devices connected to my home network, including my kids' Nintendo and like whatever IoT devices. And so, how are you thinking about that in terms of advising around cybersecurity and the increased threat of home working to cyber attacks?
I think hybrid work, remote work is here to stay, and it's going to be part of the future of work as we see it. We have, obviously, we have concern with bring your own devices and maintaining the security of those bring your own devices. So for us in the Canadian government, the position that we've taken is that it's a government issued device. It is VPN always on. We have enabled in some cases split tunneling, but I think we are seeing that there are some issues with the way departments have implemented split tunneling, so we're preparing some updated advice on how do you split tunnel. Also, we've seen folks take advantage of the VPN or at least trying to break into the VPN or circumvent the VPN. So for us, that's why the advice is VPN always on. We've seen cases of, our recommendation is actually to also move into hard tokens as opposed to just soft token like PKI certificates or things like that. So we continue to raise the bar on security for the work from home. It used to be that the perimeter of the building used to be enough, but now because the perimeter has been expanded, we have to look at what other things do we complement our security at home. Obviously, we don't want to touch your home IT and we don't want to control your routers, So how do we make sure that the work device is protected? And that's why we are definitely promoting the always-on VPN and smart split tunneling.
And what about the sort of broader infrastructure? I mean, Canada had quite a high-profile network failure very recently. Rogers, which is one of the big telcos in Canada, had a multi-day outage that took down cell phone service, payments, a bunch of banks, concerts canceled, everything. Much of the country ground to a halt when one major provider went down. Their story is that it was not a cybercrime. It was actually a failure to update their systems properly, but obviously would raise big questions as someone worried about the broader infrastructure of the network. How do you think about that piece when that network also provided home internet to millions and millions of subscribers across country?
Yeah, that was a very challenging day, waking up and recognizing that internet is down, not just at home for me, but the whole province of Ontario pretty much, or at least all the users of Rogers were down, and was a frantic set of phone calls just to try to identify what is happening. It turns out that this was not a cyber incident, but it was I'd probably call it a QA issue in a software update that brought down the entire network in an unfortunate cascading sequence of events. It has brought to the forefront the whole issue of resilience, and probably one of my favorite words. And now the telcos are working together, Rogers, Bell, TELUS, and some of the other big operators in Canada, to look at ways to build a resilience amongst them, so that if it just happens that the seniors had 2 SIMs or 3 SIMs, and they could swap the SIM out of their phone and switch to another one. But Canadians cannot do that. They cannot afford to have, in case of emergency, break glass and take a SIM from another operator. So how do the various operators make sure that if there's a failure on one, that maybe there is some resilience on the other one? It's a work package that has been prescribed by actually our Minister of Industry, and we lead the conversation amongst the telecom operator to make sure that that progresses. So there is a commitment that has been made. There are some letters that have been signed. Obviously, implementation, the devil is in the details, and that will take some time. But definitely, it opened our eyes to how fragile we find ourselves in.
I want to use the last bit of our time to talk about China.
Yes.
Russia has been front and center, but China is also an ever-present concern, and Canada has a fraught relationship, especially more recently. Even just yesterday, our Prime Minister, in a bit of an argument perhaps with the Chinese president at a meeting, there are concerns both on the hardware side and also on the state actor and state behavior side. From your perspective, do the West and China sort of need to have a complete cleavage of technology, or are there ways for them to find that they can work together? Are there terms under which you could feel comfortable with that kind of a relationship?
I don't think that the complete cleavage of technology is a workable option, and international standards are there for a reason, and they're transparent and open, and we need to work together with like-minded nations to do that. Obviously, transparency is very important, and for as long as that technology is not transparent, we will be challenged in adopting it. We have managed to work with our telecom operators to manage the risk around Chinese technology, but it is ever in the backdrop of our threat landscape. And in the report we call out China and Russia and Iran and North Korea as a state-sponsored activity that are of concern. So the key word here is transparency, and I don't think anything will change until we have some clearer transparencies.
Sammy, thanks for coming to speak to us. Thank you for the work you do.
Thanks, Ryan.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm honored to introduce our final speakers. Before I do, I'd ask you to consider 2 questions. Did anything you learned today change your perspective at all? Are you going to do anything different tomorrow? If not, then I have faith that our closing speakers are the right 2 people to help you answer those questions with a firm yes. First, John Carlin. John Carlin recently returned to private practice at Paul Weiss as co-head of the firm's cybersecurity and data protection practice after serving as part of the leadership team of the Department of Justice. John served as a top-level official in both Republican and Democratic administrations, including as the acting Deputy Attorney General of the U.S., the top national security official for the DOJ, the Chief of Staff of the FBI, and as an experienced AUSA. John is also the founding chair of Aspen Institute's Cybersecurity and Technology Program, and has now been named the Strategic Advisor and Chair Emeritus for Cybersecurity for Aspen Digital. And second, Kemba Walden. Kevin Walden is the Principal Deputy National Cyber Director in the Office of the National Cyber Director. Previously, she served as Assistant General Counsel in Microsoft's Digital Crimes Unit, responsible for launching and leading the DCU's ransomware program. Prior to Microsoft, Kemba spent a decade in the government service at the Department of Homeland Security, most recently as a cybersecurity attorney for the newly created Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency and its predecessor. Kemba was appointed to the National Cyber Safety Review Board and also serves as an adjunct professor at Georgetown University in the School of Continuing Studies. And now, if everyone would join me in welcoming Kemba and John. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. And maybe we could start, Kemba, a little bit with you're in a new position and a new acronym for the government, because we need more acronyms. But it's about the 1-year anniversary. Happy anniversary.
Thank you.
But could you describe a little bit? It went from one person in an office, I think, to getting funding to what is it today?
So let me give you a little bit of background. ONCD, the Office of the National Cyber Director, was created by statute in January of 2021. Chris Inglis is the director, was nominated by President Biden in April. He was confirmed by the Senate in June. In July, he walked into the White House. But it wasn't until November of 2021 that we were appropriated. So the first full-time employee came on in December. So by all counts, this is pretty much our birthday. We've been operating for about a year and building the plane at the same time. We are at...
Luckily, not a lot going on in cyber during that time.
Exactly. Yeah. We've been sprinting a marathon. We've been doing quite a bit. So we have somewhere close to 70 employees now, which gets us to initial operating capacity. For a White House office that is large, particularly in policy and strategy. For an operational mission that is very small, meaning that we really don't have an operational mission in this space. We have a tiny one to the extent that we do. When we hope to get to full operating capacity early next year.
What does that look like? How big would that be?
So I think that'll be around 100 people. And that's what we need to be able to execute our strategic intent. So we have 4 outcomes that we're seeking to drive. Federal cohesion, so that not everybody has to have a PhD in order to operate in this space or understand how the space operates. We weren't created in a vacuum. Clearly, there's a lot of cyber to go around, and you were there when we got stood up. There's plenty to do.
That's for sure.
And one of the things that we've done in our office to sort of demonstrate how we're thinking about federal cohesion is to dual hat Chris DeRusha, who's the federal CISO in the Office of Management and Budget. But he is also the Deputy National Cyber Director for Federal Cybersecurity in the Office of National Cyber Director, so that he is able to, we don't compete, right, in that space. So there's no confusion, there's no competition between OMB and their roles and responsibilities and federal executive civilian
OMB,
branch.
That's the Office of
Management and
Budget. Yeah. And a question, I mean, sometimes this post was referred to, and when it was the debate about it in the Hill, as the cyber czar.
Yeah.
What do you think of being called a czar? What does that make you, principal, deputy czar? How does that work?
Well, I think that's lovely to be considered a czar, but that is not what I do. We really think about the strategic investments necessary to achieve our North Star in cyber. And by our North Star, I mean the cyber community's North Star, which for me, no matter whether I'm in the Office of National Cyber Director or in a nonprofit or at Microsoft or have any of the other positions I've had, it's really to make sure that communities are able to thrive and prosper in this interconnected world, full stop. So we are here to help drive the cybersecurity strategic investments to enable that. Cybersecurity is a means to that end. So we don't do cybersecurity just for the sake of cybersecurity. We really do it to make sure that communities, individuals, businesses, academia are able to thrive and prosper. It is a national security issue that we are here to resolve, but it's also one of economic opportunity.
And some will say you're too small, but some will say, what do we need another 100 bodies for, and yet another department or agency and acronym in government? We have so many already. Isn't the problem that no one's in charge? Are you in charge? Who's responsible ultimately to making sure that everyone rows in the same direction?
You know what, this is not going to be a satisfying answer, but we're all in charge of cyber. We all have a role to play. And I know that I'm not as silver-tongued as some, but the visual I like to give is, what's the purpose of the cartilage you have in your body? One sees it, it's not necessarily the most important thing by anybody's imagination, but it really is. It rationalizes how your fingers operate with your wrist, with your elbow, with your arm. Think of us as that connective tissue, right? We're here to rationalize what we have. We're here to make sure that we have appropriate roles and responsibilities, appropriate accountability and responsibility. Cyberspace is really thought of, and from my perspective, as three pieces, right? The technology that we all know and love. We have the CIA triad. Think about software and hardware and security. But we have people in cyberspace. People develop cyberspace. People use cyberspace. We're not under it, beside it, we're in it. But then we have the roles and responsibilities, the doctrine, the process. How do we think about who's responsible for cyberspace, who's accountable for cyberspace? Because if we're not guarding the gates at that level, transgressors will walk right through. It's the easiest thing to do. It is certainly much easier than coming up with a 0 day at that technology level. And so all of us have a role to play in cyber. I know it sounds like a slogan, but it's truly how we think about strategic investment. How do we think about who's responsible and who's accountable? I am, as well as anybody else in the government, as well as anybody that uses cyberspace.
Well, let me ask about that investment then. I have a daughter. She's encouraged to use digital platforms at school. She's required, in fact, to use digital platforms at school to be on the internet, but she's not taught cybersecurity as part of the curriculum. If everybody's involved, what's your strategy about reaching kids in the schoolroom, people in college, people at different stages of life?
I'm so glad you asked that, because this is an area that I'm passionate about. This is an area that our office is passionate about. So we are working right now on a national cybersecurity workforce and education strategy, really trying to take a holistic view of this. You might have heard from Camille Stewart-Gloucester, our Deputy National Cyber Director for Tech and Ecosystem, talk about this in a bit of detail. But essentially what it is, it's an opportunity to take a look at and figure out what our strategic investments are to raise education and awareness of the K through 12 system, those that use cyber, those that use the internet, to figure out how to make these spaces cyber safe, and then also to fill the pipeline for those professions that implicate cyber, and more importantly for those jobs that have the word cyber IT in them. But it really starts at that elementary school space. I have children too, and it keeps me awake at night that my daughter could literally start a national security incident, just like your kids could if they click on the wrong thing in our home computer. So she's unique with the cybersecurity education.
All right, what's 3 tips? What should people do at home to make sure that they're educated in this space? Is there a book they should read? Is there what are the Kemba tips that you've been giving on how to be secure? And I can't endorse any particular tool, but on the technology side, have a
a key for your password, a password key, right? So have multi-factor authentication, have random, completely created passwords. But I use a password key lock. I can't remember what it's called, the technology is called, but I use that on my systems. I use a VPN, but there are lots of basic cyber hygiene tools you can use. My children know what a VPN is. They know what a password is. They understand how it works. They understand that if they're going to have technology in our home, that they have a responsibility. There we go again with the responsibility and accountability for safety, right? It is just like in our homes, right? It is my responsibility to make sure that the alarm is turned on, that the locks are locked, but it's my children's responsibility not to unlock the door when a stranger comes, not to turn off the alarm, right? Not to play with the knives. It's my responsibility to make sure those things are up high. We all have a place in this security space, and so our kids really need to understand that. And we're working on opportunities for curriculum development for schools. We're looking at leveraging or finding best practices. We visited a space today called Tech First, I believe, that delivers technology to those underserved communities that were hit with COVID and they were online, but they didn't have the resources. They have hotspots now. We really talked to them about delivering that technology with cyber safety in mind and really baking that in. But we need to start there.
And you also talked about development. Question on that for you. I've had the opportunity to work with you in many different hats over the years at Department of Homeland Security, when you were at Microsoft now, and you've had an illustrious career in this space. But how'd you get into this field in the first place?
Yeah, it's a circuitous story. So I went to law school at some point, but before I became a lawyer, I went and lived overseas to do international development work. I was really interested in that North Star, making sure that communities thrive. And I did that in Tbilisi, Georgia, and sub-Saharan Africa, and some through the Caribbean and Haiti. And I recognized that development really didn't take place without a sense of security and safety. And that's not a technology concept, that's just a reality in communities. When I went to law school, my purpose wasn't necessarily to get into cyber. It was to continue that work, but to scale it at a macro level. As I was practicing law, though, I found that I sort of took a left turn and started working on CFIUS and export control. CFIUS is the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, looking at national security concerns with foreign investment in U.S. companies, the cases that were the most interesting to me. And I think we were on CFIUS or around CFIUS at the same time.
That was interesting for those who aren't tracking, because it reviews foreign investment for national security risk, and that used to be missile technology, and then it got broadened post 9/11 to look at port security and terrorism.
Wind farms.
How did it go from that to, according to public reporting, blocking a transaction to buy Grindr, a dating app?
Right. Well, some of the most sensitive technology that we have has everything to do with cybersecurity and cyber safety. It's digital technology. We're in a digital ecosystem right now. Some would call it a digital revolution. So there is some sensitive technology out there that, if not mitigated, the national security risks associated with those investments aren't mitigated, could cause some significant consequence, right? So that's what drew me into cybersecurity. Those were the most interesting, consequential cases. I did not work on Grindr, I can say that out loud. But those were the most interesting, compelling cases for really trying to figure out how to measure that risk, how to mitigate that risk, and then what do you do with that residual risk? That's how I started my cyber career. So after doing that, after providing legal services, not only in private sector, but in the government to, at the time, Secretary Johnson, and Deputy Secretary at the time, Deputy Secretary Mayorkas, I went to work for the agency that was the predecessor to CISA as an attorney, and really focused and honed my cybersecurity skills there. So I don't have a technical background. I have a policy degree, I have a law degree. I am not afraid of technology. Anybody in my office that is an engineer would tell you that I'm perfectly happy shoulder surfing and asking all the dumb questions, but I need to understand it because I have an opportunity to shape policy in this space.
It's a critically important point now, I think. When you think of the issue of board oversight, I remember back after one of the biggest hacks ever was on a database that had the personnel records of every U.S. government employee. In fact, my daughter's first piece of mail was linked to that breach, and it was a notice that her identity had been compromised, and she was like 1, so it wasn't a big issue for her then. But I remember the President Obama had to try twice to convene the cabinet because the first time everybody sent their cyber expert and didn't come, and then the second time they had to say, hey, I don't care who you bring with you, but you need to have at least enough of an understanding of this in terms you understand about risk in order to make rational decisions. Imagine you're still confronting that now, and in your current role, how do you bring in the non-cyber people to be part of the cyber strategy?
So that's a great question to ask, because that brings us right back to that accountability space, that responsibility space. So we have, at ONCD, we leverage our convening power of the White House to bring in the C-suite, the CEOs preferably of different industries, to have them talk to each other, to talk with their sector, what we call sector risk management agencies. So the deputy secretary level or the CISO level person, to have a conversation. Frankly, we start with a threat briefing to sort of get them to understand this is a business risk because this is what's happening in your sector. We've done that in health, done that in finance, we've done that in electrical vehicles, we've done a number of things like that. And then we have a conversation about vulnerabilities and mitigating those vulnerabilities and the impacts that could come from that. But it's really bringing the C-suite in and making them understand or helping them come to the conclusion, oh, this is my problem. This is not the IT guy's problem. This is not the CISO shop's problem. This is a business risk. I need to start thinking about capital expenditures. I'm implicated in cyber, right? I need to put this on the CapEx side of the balance sheet, not the OpEx side of the balance sheet. This is a capital investment I need to make in order to reduce that business risk. Cybersecurity is not just about national security, it's also about economic opportunity. The two go together in cyber.
And you mentioned certain sectors, and I'm imagining the CEOs that you're having in are fairly large companies.
Yeah.
What do you do? There's so many, particularly with the scourge of ransomware, as we heard earlier, but so many of the targets now are small or medium-sized company, and if you're talking about making communities thrive, those are often the businesses you depend on day in, day out. What's realistic in terms of them spending capital in this area, understanding it, and how do you approach that strategically?
So there are a couple of things. You'll see in our national cyber strategy whenever that comes out. I'm not committing to anything, but we're
You heard it here. It's coming out next week. Is that what you just said?
No, not exactly. But we're really thinking about strategically what do we need to do to lift and shift risk. Risk right now is borne by those small and medium businesses, by local municipalities and towns, communities. How do we shift the burden of risk to those enterprises, those larger enterprises that can buy them down? And I'm including the federal government in that sort of space. Buy down that risk. And then what do we do with the residual risk? So we need a robust proposition for protecting what we have and buying down the risk, meaning everybody has to participate in that security piece. But then we have the residual risk. What do we do there? We figure out how to make that piece resilient in the people, the technology, and the process. For small and medium businesses and for state and locals, you didn't mention that, but I know that that's what you meant in there, but for local cities, towns, communities, starting with the basics. I had a really great conversation today with the city's CISO that really helped me understand that, NIST standards are great and they're helpful, but they're not necessarily easily ingestible at that local level, at the small business level. So there are a couple of things to do. One, DHS, hopefully Iranga in the last panel mentioned it, but DHS has cyber performance goals that are really outcome driven, that are really those first steps to creating a plan or a cyber hygiene program. That's something practical that communities can use. On our end, it's how do we deliver services in a shared space to be able to allow small businesses, entities to be, so for example, our procurement power, perhaps we've displayed this in 14028, Executive Order 14028, use our procurement power as the large enterprises to drive cybersecurity practices.
Pause 1 second, explain that executive order for folks.
So Executive Order 14028 was created by the president in order to drive certain basic cybersecurity hygiene in our federal civilian executive branch agencies. So think of non-DoD agencies, right? There's a corollary for that side. But it requires simple things like zero trust simple in my mind, but maybe not for a small business, but zero trust architecture, logging, multi-factor authentication, those basic steps to cyber hygiene. So if we're going to begin to provide assistance to small and locals or other entities, we really need to get our own house in order, and that's what that executive order has been able to help us accomplish. It's been, in my mind, successful just for raising awareness. And I know that there are some municipalities that are using it in their space as well.
And there's some concern, I know, about this cyber strategy, and there's a debate, I imagine, about carrots versus sticks. And you talked about risk and who owns the risk. So I'm the dry cleaner, or I run a small school. I'm using software that I did not design. Who bears that risk? And are you going to mandate that I use some of those protocols? Do I have to use zero trust, or I'm going to be penalized? Is it just going to be encouraged? What do you think the best approach is?
I really do think the best, right now, it's that dry cleaner that bears most of that risk for the software developer that didn't take security into consideration when they design the software. So there are a few things. One, we can rely on market forces to enable the software designers or the cloud service provider, whatever it is, to bake security in their design so that the end user doesn't have to figure out what logging is and how to turn it on. So we allow market forces to do that, but I think in some cases, market forces aren't really evolving enough for us. Regulation might be possible and necessary in this space to cause those service providers, that integration piece, whatever it is, to bake security in by design, whatever it is that they're delivering to local businesses or end users. But we're really focused on what are those investments? How do we shift, for example, how do we use insurance, cyber insurance for those purposes? How do we really provide incentives? And I like to focus on incentives more than the punitive measures, but how do we provide incentives for baking in security by design? So think about it. I don't know, when I had kids, I had to give up my little red car, which was fantastic, and a little stick shift, I'm sure it was secure. But I went and bought a car that I know has a reputation for security, because I did not want to buy a car the way you have to buy software today, which is, you go and you buy the car, and then you have to go and get the add-on for the security features. The airbag is an add-on, the seat belt's an add-on, the anti-lock brakes are an add-on. I mean, imagine if we had a system like that. That's kind of what we have right now. Mm-hmm. Right now, though, I can buy a car, and I know all the security features are in there. My responsibility is to buckle the car and put the child seat in the back seat properly and not text and drive. We want to get to that level of security by design in our technology and hardware in order to be able to shift that risk from small business owners and end users to those that can buy it down. And so that way those communities can focus on the prosperity and the things that we expect the internet to deliver for them.
Let's open it up for questions and get the lights on for it. But I'll ask a question as they're getting that ready logistically. It's interesting that you use that analogy, because of course the cars and the vehicles may be one of the most famous spaces where it was a very heavy regulatory approach that led first to the seatbelt, right? And as something that was required by federal government regulation. That's an intentional analogy, and here, who the manufacturer then would be the software developer?
So you've sort of picked out my little secret message in there. You're the first person that actually articulated that out loud. But yes, cars are heavily regulated. Their funding for highways were linked specifically to states' requiring seatbelts, right? So that's how that happened. But we need to get to that space when we start thinking about cyber. So it's not just the software developers, it's the hardware, it's the integrators, which is a really important element in this space. It's the whole chain. It's from development all the way through to the consumer end product, right? There's a responsibility along the whole chain.
And if you had that regime, we both sat on what was supposed to be a cyber version of a safety review board, but it didn't really have the same authorities as the version for vehicles.
Yeah.
Is the strategy going to come up with a more elaborate architecture of regulation in the space? This would be a significant change.
Well, this is the strategy, so it doesn't, it's how we intend to invest in order to cause change, right? It doesn't come out and all of a sudden we have regulations, right? There's going to be an implementation plan and other pieces that have to take place. But it does talk about what investments are we going to make that where we have demonstrated good practices, like the CSRB, like the JCDC, like the NSA, CECC, like FBI's activity. Those are the strategic, we're going to make bets, and that's going to be placed in our strategy. I see a hand up. I don't want to, I see that we're out of time, but I would love to answer a question.
Let's do 2 questions.
Hi, thank you so much. I wanted to inquire about how your office is thinking in regards to, so you mentioned like the national education, program. You mentioned how you guys are going to collaborate and kind of be the connective tissue. How are you all thinking about partnering with the venture capital space to kind of plug in where there are gaps in technology and just pieces of innovation that could be useful for us down the line that maybe venture capitalists themselves are not directly considering, but like how are you guys considering maybe signaling to them to pick up on certain things that you all are seeing in the private sector?
I'm going to do a quick recap of the question, which is, what's the role for venture capital? How could they incentivize?
So as we develop emerging technology, the woman that you saw earlier today speaking about cyber workforce is also responsible for our strategic thinking in emerging technology. We need to be able to invest in opportunities for building security at the beginning, right? So think of things like quantum AI, machine learning. Security needs to be built into the process. But I want to point out, while that is an important space, the venture capital space for investing in emerging technology, cyber security, like I said, there are vulnerabilities that we need to think about. Security we need to think about in the people and the process layer as well, right? So I've heard people say before, and I'm almost there with them, that cybersecurity is really a people problem, a people issue, not exclusively a technology issue. And so we have to figure out what our strategic investments are in those spaces, probably as much as, if not more than, what technology we need to invest in, right? Because technology is not going to get us all the way to solving the problem.
Well, thank you. I think we're out of time, but thank you for not just speaking with us today, but your long career in this space. I know I, for one, am glad to see you, someone with your energy and dynamism in your current position. So please just give you a round of applause, and thank you, Kemba.
Guess what, everybody? Thank you so much, John and Kemba. That was wonderful. That was our last session. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much for your engagement, your great questions, for being here. This concludes our session. And please follow us. Well, I was going to say follow us on Twitter, but sign up for our mailing list. You're going to see that in a minute. And have a good night, everybody. Thank you so much.